Oh no! Why is the PC not working? There we go! Perfect. Alright, folks. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Now then. We need some more skill points. So let's go fix that, shall we? Bum 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 bum. Run away! Let's go. Quickly, 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 don't fight anything, just run! Run like the damn wind! Bum 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 ba-da-da-dun dun dun ba-da-da-dun ba-da-da-dun da-da-da-dun. Oh, please don't be somewhere crazy like up on the fucking mountain that I can't access. That would be upsetting. Just elevated slightly is cool. That's fine. I can reach that. As long as I can reach it. Alright.
Looking forward to seeing what you make with that.
Oh, you shouldn't be. It's not gonna be exciting. Izzy, let's get your shit knocked out.
Thank you so much. Of course. It's been a pleasure to travel with you since that day at the tourney, but we haven't had much of a chance to chat about my past. What would you like to know?
My hair. Why do you think you grew up there instead of your parents? Why'd you grow up there?
My father and the late Lord Jorvel were friends. When it came time to see to my education, the Knight Commander offered me a place in her household. It was a kindness I still thank her for to this day. Since I was old enough to hold a branch and pretend to fight Daedra, my parents supported me all the way, and set about making sure I got what I needed. So that's why Aurelia and I grew up together, as almost but very much not sisters. As much as I can, but they're often out of town on business trips. We're always together for holidays like New Life, though. They were in Somerset when we won the tourney.
I don't have to talk to you, right? I can just go over there? Yeah, I don't have to actually go there. I can talk to her. I can just fucking go. Everything on this map? Yep. Yes, indeedy.
Do you think there's a sweet shop around here?
No, I
Let's
really
take a
don't.
look.
There's not a sweet shop on this damn island. I promise. They can't even afford boxes that aren't broken. See? I don't think they're selling sweets. I don't think I've ever actually been in this house.
Buying, selling, I've got what you need.
It's a boarding house. Everything's stealing, so there's really no benefit to go in there to begin with.
There she is.
I can't believe the
I wish I had found Lady Aurelia before she went to
I remember you. You helped Isabel during the Sapphire tourney. Oh, you do seem to catch me at my worst, I must say. I'm not hurt, no. Izzy must have told you what happened. I came here with a painter friend, Kiv Linders, and I thought our rooms were burgled a few days ago. Well, it turns out Kiv was the thief. He'd been after my jewelry from the start. Something just felt off. I asked a waitress about him, and she said Kiv was well known as a swindler. I went to his room to confront him, and we tussled. In fact, I tore his travel bag, and one of my earrings fell out. Then he took off running. Nothing truly valuable, but Isabel gave me that ring with her family crest all those years ago. I know it's important to her, and I really wanted to get it back. When I went to the town guard, they just laughed at me.
Nothing truly valuable. She gave you her signet ring that's her family crest, which would allow anybody possessing it to really fuck up in Isabel's entire family's business. And you're just like, nothing important. Bitch.
I cannot believe you lost that ring, Aurelia. Hello, Captain Marceau. Funny to see you here.
Good to see you, Isabel. I know you're upset, but the thief may still be
I
on
can
the
smell
island.
that from here. Is that hair grease? Ugh, figures. Could be something from our thief. If he didn't hear it hit the ground, he was probably moving quickly. If he cut through here, he went to the docks. I can't wait to get my hands on that skeever.
Like, holy shit. I can't believe she said that out loud. And, like, everyone's just cool with it.
Ooh, sweet roll. I was right. He must have gone for a ship. Let's ask around. Maybe someone saw where he went.
I don't take bribes, I'm very busy, and before you ask, no, we don't ship thorn geckos in bulk.
You don't? Never mind.
Listen, friend, Stroh's is one of the busiest ports this side of Hughes Bane. Lots of folks come through here. But yeah, I saw Kivlinders. Seems this sly bastard has gone legit. Sure, he was on Didesi's ship, the Sensh's Heart. They sailed for Sadanin. Davak Larin over there can get you to Sadanin if you...
Drake. Let's talk, my friend.
No, let's fucking not talk, Izzy. We don't need to talk about the fact that we know what we're supposed to do next. It doesn't fucking matter what you have to say. It doesn't change the fact that we know exactly where he's going. And we just gotta go get it. Your fucking opinion at this point doesn't matter. If you didn't want to have this fucking situation to begin with, you shouldn't have given us given the goddamn ring to someone who doesn't give a fuck about you or your family. I don't need to talk to you about this at all. Not even in the slightest.
I hoped this would
I don't care. I don't care. You have no fucking room to talk at all. None. Zero. Zilch. Go get fucked, Isabel.
Are you going after that?
They're really gonna make us go all the way around and through all the building. Which, I'm sorry, you should not have this many freaking doorways inside the building that require loading screens.
I can tell you're not covered in swamp moss.
Alright. Alright, let's go handle this.
I've been making some experimental alchemical mixtures.
Stendar help us. I guess we're heading to Wayrest. What do you suppose they do for fun around here?
What is this? Daggerfall Covenant? Fuck with werewolves.
How could I have trusted him? Is there some...
Are you Jews? I can tell by your face.
Holy
that fetch I
crap.
left you in the lurch.
Aurelia?
Nobody cares, Isabel.
Just like a
You
romance
fucking
novel I
did
read
this. This is all on you, sweetheart.
No. You
Nobody gives a shit about your
dastardly
little
man. How
thoughts
could he?
on this,
I
Isabel.
decided these
None
people
whatsoever.
wanted to
Zero.
You
Zilch.
wanna help track him down? I plan to make sure he remembers me.
By the 8, you're right. Self-pity serves no one. Young lady, Kiv has gone to Belkarth. Let's go.
Don't look away.
Fighting in the arena has got to be safer than guarding the caravans, anyhow.
Looks like our, friends are already here.
Goldleaf, you have to listen. That fetcher will just cut and run, the same as he did to us.
Ugh, you're giving me a headache. And what's this, more of you? This is not how I figured today would go. Was just about to meet with this Kiv Linders, and then these two show up. Kiv and I.
You three
She's
stay
not lying.
here.
He broke
We'll
my
handle this.
heart. Listen to the young woman.
This looks like trouble. We're out of here, Linders.
Wait, Fulmore! Look at what you two did. Screwed up a great business opportunity.
We'll see it done.
I give. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Friends of Aurelia Jorvel, right? You got me. Kiv Linders, at your service. Your soothing night buddy must be Isabel. She wants her ring back. I don't want to be killed. We've got no problem. You can't. Not really. But you can absolutely trust that I want to walk away from this with my hide intact. I'm betting you're more willing to chat than the stabby sword lady here. And I've got to tell you where the ring is.
If the game gave me freedom of choice, I wouldn't be so sure about that. I would probably just kill you just to prevent a further problem.
I hid it, but I'll tell you where it is. You found me once. I'm sure you can find me again. Just let me leave with my beautiful face on my perfect body. Buried at the base of a twin-spire rock. It's just north of Ogandar's winery. Wait, what friends?
Hello, you fetching fetcher. You cost me my job.
I feel we've come up with punishment that fits his crimes. And we'd like you to choose, please, and thank you.
Homie's gonna send her to a monk's monastery. She is gonna experiment on him. You do it, big dog.
Kiv, I am taking you on a journey. Time spent in contemplation and service among the brothers of the bond.
Alright, I sincerely need to go get at least one freaking more. I guess we're going delving.
No, listen. My family is well respected in Stormhaven. I can get you lots of valuables. I just need to get out of Craglorn. No!
There, that rock with the 2 points. Didn't that greedy skeever say twin spires? Drake, looks like he was honest. This time.
Stop fucking moving, Izzy!
Finally holding it again. My parents live in a townhouse near the port in Gonfalon Bay, back on High Isle. I'd love for them to meet you.
Only because you're not giving me a choice, because you're a nice person, Izzy. Which is unfortunate. It really is. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, Izzy. Let's go see your parents. I know you can, but I gotta finish quest lines that I have to interact with you previously in, so that way when I interact with you, it makes sense. So you're gonna have to chill out and wait, big dog. $100K if you kill me with KB. What is KB?
Did you come
come here for crafting certification?
Usually people identify Nightblades as a NB. So, not sure what a KB is. And still researching. There we go. Got that research going. We already checked that one. Research. Oh, research.
If you came for crafting certification, I can assist.
I absolutely did not come for crafting certifications, big dog. I mean, that shield thing's looking pretty nice at this point. 1 day, 2 day, 1 day, 5 days. I know that I'm gonna use lightning staff quite a bit on things, so why don't we just do that? Decon, everything's solid. Okay, there we go. Nice and recentered.
This is it. My family home. I'm not nervous. You're nervous.
Isabel, you understand you kill things for a living, right? Like...
Bella, is that you? Come on up. We're just upstairs.
Hello, Mother. Hello, Father.
Oh, it doesn't count as stealing.
I have some news. A thief stole my old signet ring and may have caused us some issues. Don't worry. My friend and I are looking into it.
That would explain some letters we've received.
We caught the thief and I have the ring, but I want you to have it. I clearly can't keep it safe.
I am sure there's a story here, and I bet it involves Aurelia. But for now, I'm just so glad to see you.
My friend, I am proud to introduce you to the Honorable Delvin Valois and Lady Mariette Valois.
Welcome. Isabel writes us often, so we feel like we know you already.
The fact that...
So, now
Izzy.
you've met my parents.
Izzy.
They really are the sweetest people, even if they can be a little much.
Operational security, Izzy. Don't be writing people and sending letters that you are not personally escorting about what you are doing or what your family is doing when we are making the level and caliber of enemies that we are dealing with. Like, we're dealing directly with posing Daedra. Do you know how many people want to kill us, Isabel? Stop sending fucking letters. Show up, talk to them, leave. Don't write anything down. Ever. Izzy, you'll make your life so much harder. You're in a violent profession where people will actively do anything and everything to kill you, to prevent you from stopping them from doing whatever evil, dastardly bullshit that they have planned. That's the gig, Izzy. Operational security is how you stay alive.
Very sure. If I lose the ring on our travels, it could end up in another scoundrel's pockets. Plus, it feels right that the ring returns to my real home, closing a chapter from my past. Yes, exactly. I'd much rather... So, now you've met my parents.
There we go.
They really... Yes, exactly. I'd much rather it sit on the mantle here, a reminder of my devotion to my family, and no longer a reminder of the Isabel from all those years ago.
I see you're wearing gloves, Izzy. So I totally get not wearing it. It can get lost. It can get damaged. Totally tracks. But you know what you could do, Izzy? You could tie it to a string that's tied within, say, like... I don't know if your armor has pockets or not, but you could tie it and put it in a pocket. You could tie it and put it in a bag, right? Like, you can...
We saw justice done and put right something...
You can even stitch it into
I'll
something
feel a lot better if
that's attached to your bag,
I love you guys.
so that way it's hidden and always with you. You don't know when you're gonna need that talking point of, they don't want to help us out because they think we're scum? Cool. Hey, guess what? Fun fact, we're nobility. Right? Like, that's a nice card to have, but you need to have it to use it. If you don't have it, you can't use it. What do I need? I need those, actually. Well, shit, this is gonna be fun. Let me think how I'm gonna pull this off here. If I take this one, I can kit this one, cut across, grab that one, take this and drop down and get that. Let's do that.
My dock hands are watching for your cargo, Lady Arabelle. They know it's precious. There was a storm off the coast. Perhaps it delayed the ships.
Forgive me if I do the job you hired me for, Lord Bacaro. You there, might we speak?
Alright. I need to get at least one more skill shard, or skill ability point. So, sky shards. I need 3 of those. But I need to do that. Hey, Rageworthy, welcome in, welcome in. I got my provisioning up. I just finished up Izzy's first little quest thing. We are currently going and grabbing 3 more sky shards. So that way before the day resets, I can have my hirelings bringing me the actual provisioning material that I need to stockpile for the recipes that I prefer using. So that's what we're working on. You having a good night? How you doing? Anything new or exciting going on over there? Oh no, wolves. What do we got over here? Let's go grab it. Oh. So I found out the Argonians are pretty unique. I was studying the Hist, which is pretty cool to learn about. The Hist, apparently, kind of like just decide, that's cool. I want that for my lizard people. And that's kind of how they decide what features they all have, which is why they're all kind of unique. Also, found out that, yes, the Argonians are extensions of the Hist. They're the Hist will made manifest. Kind of. The thing is like, the Hist are all connected. The Hist, it's actually a little bit more complex than I realized initially. That's a giant clam. I will take that. So like, think of all the Argonians as a hive mind answering to the Hist. But as we've known and seen throughout multiple video games, including Skyrim, the Hist is multiple locations. It's multiple trees. So the trees themselves, the Hist trees themselves, are individual hive minds that the Hist trees work jointly. The Argonians answer to the Hist tree specifically that made them into being. So the Hist are not one being. The Hist are several beings, which are those trees. And the Argonians are only the hive mind will made manifest of an individual Hist tree. Which, that's interesting, which is also why we have so many variations of Argonians. I thought that was pretty cool to learn. Yes, it's good. I have 100 skill points to grind and got about 30 so far and got my Undaunted to 7 in at least 2 days. Nice. I'm a new character that I made for PvP. Well, main storyline gets you quest points. Or, sorry, skill points. And then there's Sky Shard hunting. That's what I'm doing. I know they came from, but I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that either. I knew they came from histories, but then it's like there's variations of Argonians. Like apparently there's actually Argonians that their scales are translucent, and the further away and the longer they take away from the Hist, the more disconnected they become, and the more like their scales begin to lose pigment the longer they're separated from the Hist. Like, they've got a really interesting storyline. They're just not very fleshed out yet. Like, they got a cool foundations in the beginning, but then they really haven't done a lot with it, which is kind of disappointing, because it's like, do you know how cool that is? Do you know how fucking cool that is? And the Argonians, do you know why the Argonians exist? Because the Hist went, huh, elves and humans, they have those hands and arms and feet and leg things. Huh, that's kind of cool. What if we could experience that? And then they made the Argonian. And the Hist live vicariously through the Argonian, because the Argonians, when they die, their spirits, with all of their knowledge, are absorbed back into the Hist. And the Hist takes that and creates new Argonians with that knowledge. Because the other thing is Argonians, they don't, their burials rituals are one of two things. Either they just leave you in the Black Marsh swamps to be reabsorbed by the swamp itself, or the other thing they do is called a grave stake. And a grave stake is a stake which has all of your deeds and achievements that you have accomplished in life that were noteworthy carved into it.
Quality there.
And then they stake it through your dead body to pin you to the bottom of the Black Marsh. And they're called grave markers, or grave stakes is what they're called. Now, one of two things happens with grave stake, with those Argonians that are pinned. First, they are absorbed back into the Hist. Hold on. So they're absorbed back into the Hist, and the Hist, again, takes all those memories, takes that individual soul, being, essence, all of the things, absorbs it back into itself, learns, and then spits it back out into a new egg, because Argonians' eggs, except for one tribe, have to be put at the root of the Hist's trees in order to be given life. If they're not, it's not a successful birth, or hatching, rather, because they're eggs. It's not a successful hatching most of the time, and if the Argonian happens to survive a hatching from eggs that were not placed in the Hist tree roots, then what ends up happening is they are significantly different than all of the other Argonians and cut off from the Hiss, which makes them very, like, it feels bad for other Argonians to be around them, just to be in their presence. It's very off-putting. Woo! Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. I'm doing Pub Dunge for my next 30. And then I'll do random dailies in the last 20 and 30 I need. And then I need after some Skyheart. And so they are like manifested will of the histories. Yes. 100%. Yes. Yeah. And the knowledge they gain is pseudo-immortal. Well, the Hist were alive. They were innocent bystanders caught in the original human-elf war. And so, like, the very first documented conflict, period, hard stop, ever, in the entirety of the Elder Scrolls universe between Mer and Men, the Hist were innocent bystanders that were just kind of caught in the middle that observed this and went, well, I like aspects of them. I like aspects of them. What if we did something like that combined that? And that's also why, like, Argonians have the capability of adapting within their own lifetimes. Because, like, that's another thing that I found out was Argonians can change their genders. There's rituals they go through, and they lick the Hiss sap. And through the ritual, they're able to change whether they're male or female. They call them life cycles. Not all of them go through it, but a lot of them can. And it's also why they seem so off-putting to the rest of the races, is because, like, the Argonians, you might meet Argonian who's a dude who likes hanging out, drinking, partying, fighting everything all the time, having a good time, right? And then he goes away, you go away. A few months later, you come back, or even a year or so later, you come back, right? And you run into this female Argonian who's vaguely familiar, almost like it could be his sister. And but she's talking to you like she's known you, and she has this great rapport with you and history with you and everything else. And it could just be the same exact fucking Argonian that went through a life cycle change, and now they're female. That's just something they can choose to do. Damn, the knowledge they gain is pseudo-immortal, so they're immortals or mortals? That's the interesting question now. Because some of those Argonians that receive a death stake after they pass, right, and they reabsorbed back into the Hist, their bodies have those death stakes that have their deeds and accomplishments put on it, pinning their bodies, right? That's an actual enemy archetype that ends up, you can encounter it. They're like zombie Argonians, and they have like a fucking hole in them where their death stake was. They're not themselves anymore. There's something different. They actually have a name for them. I can't think of it off the top of my head. But that's something that people don't, like, that's not thoroughly documented or explained or fleshed out, so we don't understand why they're being reanimated. But that's a species of Argonian that exists, and they're not sure if that's a Hist animating the body, the spirits animating the body, or the Argonian just getting stuck by going back there because enough eggs weren't laid down for them to be spit back out into the system. And the Hist are also not considered to be of this. There's speculation they're not from this planet. There's speculation that they're from the original realms. That it's portions of the original realms that fell onto this realm. Which is another reason why they're so alien to everything else. No, Hist the first... no, the Hist in the first war. Were they mortals or immortals? They were just trees. The Hist from the very beginning of creation of Nirn to the Hist today have not changed. The only thing that changed was they created Argonians to go out and allow them to gain knowledge and live vicariously through them, and then they can come back with that knowledge and information, experiences, reabsorb into the hive, and then the hive can spit out new Argonians that already have those understandings. And notably, that's why the Argonians survived the Oblivion Crisis, because the Hist actually called all Argonians back to the Black Marsh to defend it. And then when they saw what was going on during the Oblivion Crisis, they were able to push the Argonians into the Dumner territory to raise havoc and destroy shit because of their slave trade of Argonians. Like, that was all the Hist coordinating that. The Hist also have no expansion, no desire to actually conquer and expand. They kind of like mind their own fucking business, and they're just like, leave my pets alone. These are my pets, leave them be. And the further away Argonians get from the Hist, and the longer time they spend together, not only do their scales begin to lose pigment, but what ends up happening is they also begin to develop individual personalities that are more prevalent. Because, like, the deeper into the Black Marsh you get, the closer to the Hist you get, and the more frequently, like, if you run into the Argonians that, say, for example, have been the Hist caretakers and lived that way their entire lives, and they stayed next to the Hist, all of those types of Argonians will have borderline the same exact personality. They'll borderline be the same exact person, with very minor differences. But the further away you get, the more individual the Argonians become, according to the lore throughout all of the various different video games. And I just think that is so fucking cool. I think we're going to Stone Falls next. Yes? Let's do it. So they're just conscious trees? Maybe. The thing is they're not from Nirn. Nobody really knows what they are. Maybe they appear as trees. But the thing is one of the reasons the Black Marsh is so hard to document is because the trees move. The trees are alive. So, are the Hist sentient beings? Maybe. Can the trees move? Maybe. Or are the Hist trees stuck where they're at and they can just manipulate their environment? Maybe. Nobody knows. Because nobody knows the original realm the Hist trees come from. It's really fucking cool. They need to flesh that out more. They really do. But, like, man, it's a cool concept. Alright, I don't know. Start story. Cool.
What do you want?
Oh. And because Argonians come from the Hist and all that, and they can rapidly adapt and evolve, like, they can do so in a single lifespan of an Argonian. They can evolve them to a degree that it would take most species, like, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years to evolve to adapt to.
Oh, nice.
Right?
What did you find?
They can just do that because the Hist decided so. So, the Hist are able to help the Argonians adapt and change their bodies to be able to survive in temperatures that are both extremes. So, like, that's why Argonians can be in the desert and be perfectly fine. And then you can look at Argonians that are, say, in, like, Skyrim, swimming in the icy waters, but it looks like they're just swimming the same way that they would be if they were in tropical nice waters. Like, so the Hist allow them to be able to adapt and survive in any environment that they're in because they can just evolve that rapidly. It's pretty cool. And then there's even water ones too, and some Argonians are there are written lore books you can find where people are talking about observing Argonians, and one of the things that has been discussed in written lore books that you can find in various games is other races' observation of Argonians that have wings. So there's also some Argonians out there that apparently have wings, according to the written lore books and stuff in the various games. Haven't seen any of them in as far as like a walking around character that you can interact with in any of the games, but it is written as an observation that other races have made, that they have found Argonians that have full bore wings, which is pretty cool. So were they just conscious? Let's see. Okay. So he wasn't just drinking skooma; he was skooma himself. Pretty much. Yeah. Nobody know. The thing is because of the way the Argonians feel about the Hist and the way the Hist take care of themselves, there hasn't been a lot of study done by the various races or documentation by the various races to explain exactly what the Hist trees are and what the Hist is, and like what their capabilities are and what their sap's capabilities are. So that's something that it's one of those, like, we know what it's done, but it's past tense. We don't know what it can do. We don't know its limitations. We don't know its capabilities. We don't know... Oh. Another fun thing, if the Argonians eat too much Hist or lick too much Hist or deal with too much Hist in like ingesting it, it turns their mouth and their mouth area like a golden hue. So it looks like their mouth area is like painted gold. That's actually from a Hist addiction, using excessive amounts of Hists. So like it also has a negative side effect, which is why it's one of those, like, they really need to flesh that out, because right now it sounds like it does everything, good and bad, without any clear framework. Which is interesting, but it also gets really messy when you start thinking of, well, what can it do? Everything? Well, what can it do? Nothing. Okay, so then why hasn't it taken over? Why does it continue to lose its people? Why are its people, like, constantly enslaved? Why haven't the Hist just said fuck everybody and just absorbed them into their matrix of their hive systems that they have for each of the individual histories? Like, there's so many different questions that come up because they haven't expanded on what the Hist sap is and what it is actually capable of. But what they've shown it can do is everything. So I'm hoping that maybe going forward, they'll give more insight as to what its actual limitations are. Because I want to know more about what, like, and I couldn't find anything, but I want to know what its actual limitations are, because then it makes what it can do more interesting. Why don't they just ask one of the Argonians that has tons of knowledge that puts in... Because they don't view themselves as knowledge receptacles. The Argonians don't view themselves the way the rest of the races view themselves. That's why. They're there for the will of the Hist. They're there for the will of their people. But the further away they get, the quieter that gets. And the more individual they become. And the more, I'm striving to be this. And also the Argonians, even the ones that are super close to the Hist, are unaware that they don't have a personality. Because, like, the other thing is facial expressions. They're not capable of them. Which also makes communication very hard. It was a really interesting subject to dive into. And the Argonians are extensions of. They are not the Hist. They are extensions of the Hist. They retrieve information to the Hist and bring the information to the Hist when they die. The Hist maintain that information. And then they spit out the Argonians, and the Argonians gather more. But the Argonians themselves don't have access to all knowledge that the Hist have. But the Hist have access to all knowledge the Argonians have, and control of them. So they, like, I ain't telling you, Jack. Pretty much, because they don't know what they don't know. They don't know what they do and don't know. They're not sure what information they can actually tap into because they're oblivious to their relation with the Hist. They know it's important. They know it's spiritual. They know it's a deep connection. They understand them going into the to be reabsorbed into the Hist, to be reborn back into eggs as new Argonians. They get all of that. They don't understand the information transfer. That's the part that the creators of Elder Scrolls gave us as the fans. The Argonians themselves are not aware of that piece of information. The fan base is because the creators gave that to us to be like, hey, listen, here you go, because we're not going to make you play as an Argonian perspective on everything. We're going to make you help them. We'll give you the choice to run around with them, but we're not going to expand on them because they have nothing to do with the Daedra. They have nothing to do with the 8 divines. They have nothing to do with the min races, the human races. They have nothing to do with the elf races. They don't even have anything to do with Nirn. They're not even from fucking Nirn. Where are they from? We don't know. We haven't figured that part out. We'll figure that out somewhere down the line. But like, they're the only thing on the entirety of Nirn that does not belong. Which is really interesting. Hist sound like alien mothership disguised as trees with illusion magic, making drones Argonians to gather information and deal with threats. Kind of. I would probably equate them closer to, like, the Borg. Right? The individual Hist tree is a Borg cube. The Borg that are made on the Borg cube answer to that Borg cube. Specifically, they're all connected to each other through the cube that they are attached to. They have very slight differences physical appearance-wise, but they are able to act independently. And if they stay away from the cube long enough, they start to develop their own personal quirks, if they're cut off from the hive matrix from the cube. But when they're plugged back in or they get closer together, then those individual personality traits start dissipating and becoming back to the hive mind concept. So I would equate them closer to Borg, but where individual cubes control individual sections of Borg. And the cubes themselves are the hive minds that make decisions, and the cubes could independently operate. That would be how I would explain the Hist. Closer to that.
Have you come from Balfoy?
Because the other thing is we don't know what the Hist's actual motivations are. Nobody's actually communicated directly with the Hist, and the Hist said, hey, yeah, by the way, we want you to accomplish these tasks. The Hist just kind of give... Like, for example, when the Oblivion Crisis happened, they sent out... Basically, it was like all Argonians all of a sudden had this thought in their mind that, you know what, I really need to return to Black Marsh, like, right fucking now. It wasn't, oh, the Hist is calling me back. Oh, I'm being told to return. There's a threat going on at home. You know, it wasn't that. It was like all of a sudden, every single Argonian in all of Nirn went, huh, I feel like I need to go home now. So it's that type of communication that the Hist give to the Argonians. They're not telling the Argonians what to do things. The Argonians think it's their own thought. So it's a unique storytelling method. It's a unique mechanic that doesn't exist and really makes the Argonians and the Hist stand out and feel alien to the rest of Nirn. However, they also really have not fleshed them out enough for us to have a clear, concise, like, this is how they operate and communicate and control. this is their motivations. This is their driving force. This is the thing they fear. This is the thing that they enjoy, right? Like, we don't know those things. That's all speculation. It's guesses based on actions we know of. So, it was cool to learn, but it's one of those, like, if you are one of those that do research or learn about things to comprehend them, the more you try to comprehend the Argonians, the more you realize they didn't flesh them out all the way. And it's just like, okay, interesting. We'll have to see how that looks going forward, because the artwork for the season that they're going to be doing this year in ESO looks an awful lot like we're going to Black Marsh. So maybe we'll get some more fleshed out Argonian lore, more fleshed out Hist lore, more definitive, like, driving motivation factors, right? Like, I'm genuinely curious, because the other thing is like, we also don't know where all the Hist are. How do we know that? Well, the majority of the Hist, we believe, is in Black Marsh. Except for, you know, there's that one history in Skyrim where you can get the sleeping sap from. That's pretty wild. And, you know, there's all those histories that are in Cold Harbor. You know, Molag Bal's realm in Oblivion. Crazy. You know, it's one of those, like, are all of those Hists that are in different planes in different regions of the world connected to the same Hist collective? Or are those ones cut off? How does that work? How did they end up there in the first place? You know, they didn't answer any of those questions.
Yes, sir.
There's a few things that we get answered,
We're giving the
like,
Covenant a good fight. Without your warning, Davin's watch would be in their hands. Feels good to save a city, doesn't it?
like, we get the answer on how the Argonians ended up in Cold Harbor. That specific group. But that doesn't answer us, like, why the fuck did the Hist go with them? Why are those Hist cut off from the Hist in the Black Marsh, or are those Hist still connected to the ones in Black Marsh? And if the Argonians are extensions of the Hist, why are they allowing the Dumnar to enslave them? Why is there an entire forest in the Black Marsh, but, like Skyrim, has an individual tree out in the open plains? Why haven't all the histories been cut down by invaders? Why have the people in foreign lands that occupy territory which have histories, i.e. Skyrim, not cut down the history? What's stopping it? Because it's not protected by Argonians. And then, did you know that Argonians that are born from history roots are different than the Argonians that are born from history roots that they have built protection around? Because there's some histories that they have built, like, stone structures to protect the tree itself. The Argonians born from those are different from the rest of the Argonians that are born from histories that are just out in the wild. That's another fun one. And there's an entire species and clan of Argonian that can't give birth. So they have to steal eggs from other clans and bring it to their specific history, and then it can make their version of Argonian. But they themselves are not capable of producing eggs. Yep. Pretty wild.
Is attacking Davin's watch. The Devils bombarded the northern district. Now they're ashore preparing to attack. I need every able hand in the battle to come. And you'll stand where you're needed. Right now, Grandmaster Tunvol Indural's at a manor in the north of the city. He's got a smart plan, but he needs help.
And then my other thing is like, they've survived how many conflicts between divines and Daedra and humans and elves? And they've never picked a side. Like, the Hist have never picked a side. Argonians have participated on all sides of all conflicts, but the Hist have never picked a side, and nobody has actively went, fuck the Hist. Why has nobody actively went after the Hist? Not even the Divines in Daedra have actively gone after the Hist. Why? Are they afraid of the Hist? Fucked up life cycle change, I bet, huh? I mean, like, there's a lot of interesting and fucked up things. Because the other thing is like, You know, they sure got a lot of those bird feathers that they wear, the Argonians. I wonder what happened to that bird race.
Follow me or meet me there. Your choice.
Oh, and they also have birds that pick stuff out of their teeth. Like that's one of the Argonian things, their cultural things, is they use birds to pick stuff out of their teeth. That's another weird thing that's very off-putting for all the other races when they're dealing with Argonians that are actually from Black Marsh, because that's just a normal thing that the entire culture does. Bro, it sounds like something you don't want to fuck with. When it does want to fuck with you, why waste time or resources? Let the assist chill. I mean, like, but I have those questions. Like, as a lore fan, look at everywhere that's ever been fought over. You know where they don't fight over very frequently? The Black Marsh. You know where outsiders don't survive very long? Just naturally. Not even because the people are rebelling or anything. Not because they're being fought against. The environment just fucking kills them on a constant basis. Black Marsh. They're probably one of the most protected species because they're one of the most... There's so much unknown about them that the other races are just like, you know what, it's not that big of a priority. I've got other shit I gotta deal with. I might get around to dealing with the Black Marsh. Maybe. We'll go over here. Yeah, it makes sense. Nobody wants to fuck with them. I do like the fact that that's a thing. And then when you're like, but why? And then it's because you can't answer all of these questions. It's like, because I don't have enough information to fuck with you to be confident that I can fuck with you win-win. That tracks. All right, we'll meet him there.
Find a manor.
I wish I was off adventuring.
Oh. But yeah, they were so freaking interesting to learn about. Like that was cool. And I'm not gonna lie, I genuinely struggled finding good content that wasn't surface level bullshit. Cause like I found some videos that were like, 30 minutes to an hour plus long. And then it's just them going, these are the different scale colors they can have. These are the different structures they have. And they would spend like 20 minutes on that shit. And it was just like, why? Nobody gives a fuck. I want to know about their culture. Tell me about their practices. Tell me about their creation myths. Tell me about their deities. Tell me about their burial practices. Tell me about their war practices. Did you know that there's a group of them that also use Argonian body parts, like skin and bones and shit, to make weapons and armor and tools? Like, that stuff is the stuff I want you to tell me about. I want to learn about that, because that's interesting. Could you imagine being that? Yeah, I'm gonna make an axe and some body armor. Cool. What are you gonna make it out of? I'm gonna make it out of Jim over there. Get like passing your sword on to your kid and being like, here, this is your great grandfather.
Holgen said you were reliable. I trust his instincts, and I know there is much work to do.
Even though the Daedric princes probably be like, I don't know what's gonna happen if I try. And would there be a reward or a reason for me to do so? Big, I don't know. Exactly, like, and that I don't know makes everyone hesitate. It's just like, maybe maybe it'll be beneficial, maybe not. I don't know that I want to find out, because that's going to be very cost heavy, whether it's lives, resources, time, or a combination of all of them, right? Like, that's going to be very time consuming and costly to find out if it was worth it. And it might just end up being you get defeated in the process, so now you've wasted everything for nothing. Or it could be a Pyrrhic victory where, like, yeah, you won, you conquered the Hist, woo! But now you can't defend against anything. It, like, those are options. And because of the big I don't know factor, I think it's cool that they're just kind of ignored. But because of the big I don't know factor, we as the viewers and the fans, we get to watch them get neglected because it's a big I don't know factor. And because it's a big I don't know factor, none of the main storylines and races and cultures that we actually deal with throughout Skyrim on a constant basis want to fuck with them. And because they don't want to fuck with them, we're not going to get very much more development in the Argonians until other races or deities or Daedra choose to do so. Because that's when those cultures and everyone get fleshed out, is when outside forces go, we're going to fight you for whatever reason. So that's the double-edged sword, is like, it's really cool, but because so much is unknown, we're not going to get any more new information about it until someone makes it their problem. So it's a double-edged sword. Or she was wearing her, right? Like that, oh yeah, the chick with, I was asking about those scales and they were stitched. Good catch. Good memory. Yeah. That was probably her friend. Good call. I agree.
The Covenant closes on us like Nick's hounds on a kill. They think they've already won the city. They're entirely wrong. They are doomed to the last man. You are the plan. There's a relic beneath the city, guarded by spirits of my ancestors. For me to fight them would be blasphemy, but you aren't of House Indoril. The entrance is through the tombs across the square. Bring the relic here.
He just said House Indoril.
Only that you need to bring it. I tried to reason.
He said House Indoril. Man, I wish I could remember where their tomb was. He said House Indoril. We're going to go back to the ancient tomb, because they have the book of the history and the culture and the principles of each of the houses. And if Indoril is who I think it is, then I'm very disappointed in this gentleman. Don't go that way. I just have to remember where it's at without the quest marker. That's going to be the challenge. I don't think it's that one, but let's go have a look. I genuinely wish I could just remember off the top of my head where it was at. I may have to look it up. I don't think it's that one. I really don't. There is no lore book here. Is it over here, maybe? There it is. Boom! I don't think it's this one either. But we'll look. She skinned mommy. The Argonian lady chases her out of the house and say, "Here, kid, have this bow with your mom." I mean, as traumatizing as that would be, it kind of makes sense now. But the thing, and like, see, I will say this. That's the other thing. Not all of the Argonians do that. Just some of them. They're specific. Oh shit! Oh shit! I'm on fire! I'm on fire! We need some food. There we go. Much better. You know what would be also interesting to see? Are the Hist capable of Well, we know that the Hist don't always agree. There's been situations that were documented where the Hist don't always agree with the way to go forward. But you know what would be really interesting? Could you imagine if the Hist went into a civil war with each other? Like the Hist actually fighting each other? Do you know how freaking cool that would be? To act, because they would have to flesh it out at that point. You would have to have understanding. I think I'm missing this place. I don't... Oh. Okay. I'm Googling it. I've already been there, and I wish that it would stay marked. Because I know it's like right in this region right here. Right in here. I think I've gone too far up. Okay, House Iridrel. Here we go. House Iridrel. Religion. Best preserved, be preserved at all costs. Outsiders may visit, but must be watched. Where is this place? But I want to know where it's at. Where's the final location? Lost library. Must be rubbings in the tomb. Okay. Okay, I found it. Right there. So homie says he's from House Idril. So it sounds like they're the religious extremists. Let's go confirm. Hey, can I go back inside of it? I can. I wish this would actually become like a... Are you fucking kidding me? You piece of shit. Go away. There. Fucking pull me out of the damn doorway. I was literally going into a loading screen. No, I want to fight you by myself. There are easier ways to kill yourself, Nixhound. House Aerodrome. Okay, so this is the house that the dude claims he's from. The one working in the Ebonheart Pact that wants us to help him. Let's see. It's crazy that the lore almost supports what we were joking about yesterday. I know, it's always fun when you find little things like that where you start making your own jokes about it. That's like, there's no way that'd be in the game. And then you find out like, well, funny you should mention it. It's one of those moments. All right, so founded in the early First Era, so it's one of the original houses. House Idrael has always been a political powerhouse, orthodox and conservative. Proponents of traditional Jumner culture, religion stands as our most cherished institution. We revere blessed ancestors. We honor the good Daedra, specifically Boethia, Mephala, and Azura. This is before you guys decided to be cursed by them and have your fucking downfall because you guys got tricked. Yeah, like that was an unfortunate fall for these dudes. All right, so believes that Dumner culture must be preserved at all costs. Change is the enemy of tradition. Really? Did you think about that before you led a religious rebellion against your original gods? Did you think about that when you rebelled against your new gods and created your own? Did you think about that when they abandoned you? No, I don't think so. Change is the enemy. Well, fuck you. You couldn't even stick to your own gods. You've changed gods 3 times. And now you're left with nothing. Ha! Believes that Dumner culture must be and it will weaken the strong foundation if we allow it to take root. Outsiders and non-Dumner doesn't see outsiders and non-Dumner as inherently evil and dangerous, and no outsider is forbidden from visiting Indrel territory, but housekin must always remain vigilant and observant. Every visitor must be watched carefully, and for a watch thief never steals. Okay, so on top of that, you're paranoid, delusional, supremacists. Outstanding. That is fantastic. Fucking love it. How's the group that rebelled against their original gods, rebelled against their second set of gods, made their own gods out of their own people? How are they gonna sit there and say, change is bad, religion good? Ugh. Like, who the hell you lying to? Ain't nobody believe you. We know your culture's history. Alright, so let's go help Mr. Lying Man's Face person thing. Oh, we honor our ancestors. Really? So why aren't you in Dumner territory? Well, technically, really, because that's not Dumner architecture. To deceive the enemy, you must sometimes deceive your ally. To deceive your enemy, you sometimes... Where is that from? To deceive your enemy, you must sometimes... I mean, that totally tracks. That is a sound strategy when it must be implemented. It must be implemented sparingly, but it is a sound strategy. We got spies among us. Oh no! Oh, there's people down here with me. Stop pissing off the bad guys!
Any battle we can walk away from, hey?
You know what would be really weird and contradictory? An Argonian necromancer. I don't even know if the Argonian are capable of harming the Hist or going against the Hist's will. Ooh, that... Of course, we'd need more Argonian lore. But, like... Are the Argonians capable of rebelling against the Hist? If they rebel against the Hist, considering that they need the Hist to give birth to new hatchlings, like, if they went to war, would the species just cease to exist? Because how it's described in the lore is that the Argonians get their souls from the Hist.
Did you recover the relic? That was one of my ancestors. He refuses to recognize the threat facing us today. It's time to turn the tables on the Covenant. For that, you must buy me some time. I need time to prepare the ritual that will bring this to an end. We have to delay the Covenant troops to the south.
All right, well, if you say so, big dog.
Ask Holgan. He's commanding the defense of the West Gate. If you need a guide, speak to Garin.
Sounds good to me. Let's go do it. Oh shit! You know what? I didn't think I did my. What are today's endeavors? Pick 5 locks, mine 8 veins, destroy 5 flame Atronachs. Seek those searching abominations and charred ruins and fiery depths of a... You know, ever since I was showing that yesterday, I was like, I'll just put the mouse over it and it'll tell me where I can go to do this endeavor. It wants us to go to fucking Oblivion. I don't think that's an option. There's Fargrave, there's Deadlands, but they're not Oblivion. Charred ruins and fiery depths of Oblivion. Isn't Oblivion just the void? There's nothing there, like nothing. It's just blank darkness. That's it. That's what the Oblivion is. So like, because that's where all realms exist within the Oblivion. So what the fuck is that type of a description is telling me where to go? That's like going, ah, yes, we want you to complete this quest. Where can you find it? Go fuck yourself. Let me think here. Where can I find fire Antronox? Actually, I can find fire Antronox here. I can find fire Antronox. Well, let's talk to this person first, and then we'll go outside.
My orders are to help you.
Why? I don't want... No. You chill out, big dog. I don't want your help. Not in the slightest. There is... Where else is there? I just got it in City of Ash 1. Did I do my random dungeon for the day? I have not. Let's go deal with Crag Lauren also has that one settlement that we found yesterday when we were looking for stone Antronox. And they had all of the Antronox. There was flame Antronox there too. So like that's another option. It's a pledge right now. Thank you.
Stendar, keep me safe. And my coins in my purse.
If you really want someone to keep you safe, Izzy, maybe don't pray to the god that shows up with popcorn to watch his people suffer.
People watching at the
Just
Enclave
saying.
is always so interesting. More people pass through here than I saw in my...
My comrades look... Spindle Clutch. Darkholm.
City, does the smoke and scent.
There's always the... Aww.
Alright, now then, let's go hit the waypoint and... I'm almost positive there's Flame Antronox in the Ebonheart Pack territory. Almost positive about that. Where was I yesterday? I was in Crag Lorne. And there was a ruin that I went to. Was it this place? No, wasn't that one. I think it was this place. Nope, it was this one. That one right there for sure has us. Stendar, save us. Let me go grab some popcorn and send some vampires your way. Right? Like, you have a better chance of coming out smelling like roses dealing with Clavicus Vile than you do dealing with Stendar. 100%. Shit might work out for you with Clavicus Vile. Two birds, one stone. I missed that quest. That quest was so fun. Like, it was totally a no-brainer on what to choose because the axe was a shit axe, which is disappointing. Because that axe looked cool. Alright, so I remember where the flame Antronachs are. You, fight me. And there's one right there. Woo, buddy. You, come here. I actually need your attention and your attention. And everybody gets some attentions. Well, that's 2. I need a total of 5. Look. And there's number 3. Woo!
Against us.
Izzy, have you not looked around? Have you not seen how many people there are? There is absolutely plenty more to stand against us. You sure you survived being a knight? You went through full knight training? Because, like, I don't... your skills of observation are very disturbingly lacking. Like, borderline suicidally lacking at this point. Bum 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 bum. And there's my 5 for the day. You can teleport me and help me kill a public dungeon because with a 1 person, it will just CC you and drain you to death? Yes, 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 yes. 1 second, let me get to you. Social. Friends. Travel to player. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. Cool. So I am en route. On my way. It's kind of a cool background there. Notice how there's no Argonians? Oh fuck, we're in DC territory. Where are we at? I have no idea where you're at. Ah! Maybe it'll give me a marker. Sent you a group invite so I can find you to help you. Raj, en route. You can't mount in this location. Really? I'm fucking outside. Why can't I mount? I'm not inside a building. Oh shit, where'd you go? You disappeared. You're not on the map anymore. Gotta go underwater sewer. I have no idea how to get there. I hope it's obvious. Underwater sewer area. Is this an underwater sewer area? Nope. Well, guess we're fighting these things. Fight me! Ah, there you are. Alright. Show me where the big bad man is. No, I totally get it. I struggle so much. With a lot of bosses, so I totally get it. Totally get it. Ah! Hey, yo, fight me! Ow. And it just fucking instant killed me? Alright, now y'all pissed me the fuck off. Now you die! Motherfucker. Kill me instantly as soon as I show up in the room. The hell out of here with that crazy bullshit. That totally tracks. That totally tracks. Well, we handled it. Very much. Oh yeah, man. No problem. You help me out all the time. So like, if I can ever help others, like I'm definitely all about it. Man, it is fucking hot in here, which is like crazy because it's the middle of the damn night. It's 1 in the morning. Can show you the sky shard if you want, so you don't have to come back. Ah. Oh. I mean, sure. I'm gonna end up coming back here anyways, because I'm gonna go. I have to go through with one character at least and get all this shit knocked out. So I'm gonna end up having to come back here, irregardless, at some point when I get the storyline quest for it. Actually, you know what? Yeah. I'll come back and deal with that when I have to deal with the quest. You don't need any more help, right? You're good on this one? Yeah, I'm good. Okay. Sounds good. If you need help again, let me know. I will jump back in and run around with you. What was the other things? It was mining nodes.
bet I can bang the dents from my armor while we're in town.
Lockpicks and mining nodes. Okay. I can do all of that. No! Lore book. Look at that. I will take it. I will take it. I just gotta pick the locks. I don't actually have to do anything as far as stealing shit, which means I don't have to put Izzy away either. So that's kind of nice. I'm in the wrong city. I used the waypoint, travel over.
Friend, a moment of your time.
100% no, bro. No! You can't have a moment of my time! I'm busy trying to save your damn alliance that I'm at war with, okay? I'm busy. I'm gonna start abandoning quests at this point. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
There we go, once more into the breach. What do we got over here? I did this once upon a time ago. Fun fact, the very first character that I ever made, and that was back when they were announcing the Skyrim DLC, like it hadn't even been released yet, was an Ebonheart Pact character. And it was because I liked playing as Nords, so I was an Ebonheart Pact character. I didn't know shit about the universe at that point.
It's not good. The Covenant is bringing up ballistae and siege ladders. Time to show them what we've got.
And then, when I first got serious about playing and streaming, first started streaming this game actually, I was a Daggerfall Covenant character. And that was because I had a person that was encouraging me to do this, that was helping me do this, to learn ESO. They played Daggerfall Covenant, and they said I had to play Daggerfall Covenants, or they couldn't help me. Which was a fucking lie. But I didn't know that, because I didn't know anything about the game. So, I made a Daggerfall Covenant character. But once I figured out enough about the game, I've never made another class if I wasn't chasing furniture. Like, another faction. Like, I'm AD all the way. Unless I'm chasing furniture.
Do? Burn those ballistae. Same for the ladders. Burn them to ash. I'll be leading a sortie from the gate. Meet us when you're done. It'll be glorious.
No. Don't burn the ballista. Don't burn the fucking ladders. Don't do those things. Capture and utilize against. Capture, utilize against. Or booby trap them, so that way when they go to use them, it creates casualties. You need to hinder their ability to function, and part of that is making them hesitant to function. You need to make them hesitate. How do you make them hesitate? They need to be unsure of who they're attacking, who they're being attacked by, and whether or not they should use their own equipment. Don't just burn the shit. You didn't accomplish anything other than perpetuating the fight. Booby trap some of them, capture others, use them against their forces, create mass fucking panic and confusion within their ranks, and then the average soldier will not fight you. That's how you win this type of a conflict. Hot damn. Have none of you got formal military training? Do none of you actually talk about learned lessons from combat and from conflicts? Is that like not taught in the Ebonheart Pact? Holy crap, man. Are you a vampire, by the way? Like in the game? In the game, no. I mean, vampire bite if you want to be able to run around in stealth and do stuff faster. Oh no, I'm solid. I did the vampire thing once as a necromancer when I was very brand new to ESO, and I had no fucking clue what I was doing. It was kind of sad. Eventually, I'll end up with a vampire character simply because I want to be able to give other people the bite, right? When they ask for it, I want to be able to help. Same with the werewolf thing. But as far as like a main character goes, not yet. Not yet. I definitely need to get back into the flow of things, back up to date on everything, you know, before I start going and getting into them complicated classes, like, or complicated skill trees. I don't even know what you'd call a vampire and werewolf. Would you call those skill trees? Would you call those classes? Would you call those races? Would you call those abilities? Like, what would you classify that as? For the sake of conversation purposes, like, to be able to like talk about vampire as a whole and werewolf as a whole. But I do eventually need those. I just don't need them on this character right now. That whole like vampire thing, losing health regeneration, is a major fucking problem for me.
We've got this.
See, I would have booby-trapped the crap out of all of this. Turn some of it to attack the ship. Like, let's cut their way off from home. Do you know how demoralizing that would be for them? Why are we not burning? There we go. Like those ladders, we could have totally stole those ladders and used those ladders for friendly forces. Because, like, genuinely, here's the question I got for you, Mr. General Man. How are we dealing with that fucking thing if we've destroyed all of the siege equipment? Realistically, how would you deal with that if you've destroyed the siege equipment? Right? Like, you need the means to fight back. So use their own tools. I'd classify it as busted if you have heal ability, and if you don't, then just... If you don't, then just go stage 3, as you will increase your damage done and reduce damage. Does Ring of the Pale Order work with the vampire when it's got the entirety of its health regen work pulled off? Like, when you max out the stage on Vampire, does the Ring of Pale Order still work the way it's intended? As you get the increase of damage done and reduce damage taken, but not lose all your HP regen at stage 3, at cast Iron Bomb. In front and moving forward, and yeah, it works. It doesn't reduce your hit.
I heard the dams, they scaled the cliffs like damn mountain goats. Takes guts, I'll give them that. Get to the tools. Tanvol's in there, performing his ritual.
Ring of the Pale Order on a vampire build. That does sound pretty cool. I'd have to figure out a self-sustaining healing that I could be able to do that. Because my problem is I like to be in the thick of the fighting, and that's always my biggest problem. Because like I want to do damage, but I also like being in the thick of fighting, and that's the place the tank belongs. Which is honestly why my Templar build was so fucking cool, because I could do all of the things. Let's see here. Ah, fuck. As Pale Order is counted as healing, not health regen. Sounds like the play. Extra healing and damage reduction. Vamp is the best because you get a flat 15% reduction. Most tanks are vamps at the end game. Shit, who is it? Is it Dumner? I think it's the Dumner, the Dark Elves, right? They get the natural fire resistance. That's the race that does that, right? Correct?
Defend me while I perform the ritual. From the depths of Ash Mountain, Bolreth, I summon you.
Oh shit, you used all 3 doors. I thought you were just using the front door. My bad. My bad. I'll back up more so I can see everything. Oh, there's another player in here. Nice.
Get out of there!
More coming. Keep them away from father.
I do believe we're good at this.
Heed my call. Bolreth, I summon you.
And that's the end of that tale.
Oh, that's not a good idea. Bro, don't be bringing back flaming skeleton fucking zombie monsters, okay? Don't do it. It's not gonna... Raj. Fucking Dumner. They never learn.
You there. I will cloak you in shadow. Enter the portal and witness our victory.
Yeah, it's like a 5% reduction, which you only lose 10%, 20 more damage, depending on the... So if you take it, 15% damage or less, so it pretty much evens out and gives you a ton of extra flat damage reduction. So yeah, so you'd have to be a Dark Elf, Vampire, Tank to really maximize those benefits of damage reduction. But it would totally be fucking worth it. You could do a killer build that way. Wait. Homie, did you really just stick my ass on the enemy ship that you're about to attack? What an asshole! So you're gonna sink the ship that I'm on, that you teleported me to. Great, thanks. Are you sure we're playing on the same team? Because I don't think we're playing on the same team anymore.
I'm hurt.
Ah, look. Your flaming skeleton zombie thing. I gotta fucking fight it. Go figure. Oh, the other person killed it. The other player killed it. Cool. Can we just leave now? Cheers. Dumner, what's up? The Dark Elf isn't really needed. Better to do Nord and Imperial Breton. But the Nord have frost resistance, not fire resistance. And if that's the weak point of the vampire, right, you need to counter your weakness. So if your weakness is fire damage as a vampire, don't you need to counter the weak point? Or else everyone just hits you with fire attacks all day long. So what you're saying is, in PvP, you should just use fire builds, because nobody else uses them, but everyone would be weak to them? That's what I'm hearing. That's what I just heard.
You have brought credit to your house. This is a great thing. House Indoril will always speak well of your actions here today.
I don't want House Indoril speaking anything about my actions or me. I want the House Indoril actually to keep my name out of their fucking mouths, because they're one of the bigger hypocrite families walking around.
Our victory is complete. Even now the Covenant retreats. You gave me enough time to summon Bulrath. As Grand Master of House Indoril, I honor you.
Don't care if you honor me. I wish your house would cease to exist. How's that sound, big dog? You want to honor me? Tell you what. You want to honor me? Join the fucking Dominion. How's that sound? Forget the pact. Join the Dominion. Let's see here. And in PvP, it's rare. Flat damage reduction works more. Nothing is going to hit you with 100% fire damage except for a few casters and Antronox. And those aren't going to do enough damage for you even to notice the extra 5% damage taken. And any boss will do damage by striking you physically. Also, Breton spell resistance types of magical resistance, including fire. So the Breton's useful then too. Are you familiar with Warhammer 40,000?
Bulrath has done its job. The Covenant has been driven from Dalvin's watch. Now to put it back where it belongs, in the depths of Ash Mountain. I'm not exactly sure. I made use of ancient rites and secret lore to wrench him from his cell. You saw the conclusion of my efforts. My able son Garin even now works to return him to his slumber. He will guide your hand.
Not very much, just a Total War version. Okay, so that fire thing, right? Because if we're talking individually, yeah, right. Individually, you're absolutely right. 100% that 5% damage is not enough fucking noticeable in PvP. I totally agree with you. You are absolutely hit the nail on the head, right? You're totally accurate. But when was the last time you saw PvP land have 1 versus 1? Right? So then it's the Imperial Guard tactic from Warhammer 40,000. One fucking Imperial Guardsman with the flashlight laser rifle isn't going to do shit against a Space Marine. But you put 5 of those motherfuckers next to us shooting at the Space Marine with those lasers, like, they'll drop that Space Marine every time. So, like, if you have a group that's a fire build group where everybody's doing fire, I mean, that 5% per player then becomes a problem.
You'll find Garin west of the city, on the slopes of Ash Mountain. I sent a detachment of soldiers with him to ensure his safety. I'm certain he already knows what needs to be done. You've done well here, soldier. You're a credit to the Pact. I'm certain you'll be of use to my son.
Yeah, in PvP, though, no classes has fire damage or nobody does the fire staffs. Exactly. So if nobody's doing it, but if you got a group, where just like everybody is fire, and you could run a group with the scribe skills, fire staffs, and it could be lit. But no one ever seen that yet. I know, which is why no one has a counter to it yet either. See, this is the type of shit that I like coming up with. Going, okay, cool. What is something that nobody else is doing that might actually work? Put together like 10 players where everything is just fire, and have them run around Cyrodiil. Let's see how that works. I think it would be kind of cool. I am in the correct... No, I'm not. Okay, so we gotta go that way.
Ready to ride.
And we gotta do some mining nodes along the way. So if we can find some mining nodes, that'll be awesome. And some more locks to pick. Runestones. But my point is that 100% of the time is that it's better 100% of the time for all roles. If you aren't gonna go werewolf, both PvP and PvE, and if you're gonna do Sunspire Trial, just be stage 1 or 3. But most trial is still physical damage, and one of the dragons are frost. So yeah, so you said Breton, Nord, Redguard. So Nord makes sense for that trial specifically because that frost resistance they have on top of everything the vampire's already giving them. So the question then for me is, what is the benefit of the Redguard? Why are the Redguard in that conversation? Because Breton makes sense. Nord makes sense. Hell, if you really want to push it, Orc makes sense because of their heavy armor skill line, so you're going to level that up faster. And then they got I know they got some stamina perks too. So if you're doing a stam tank, that makes sense. But
the hearts of Dunmer are as dry as their land.
just for tank rolls. Okay. What is the Redguard's benefits for tank rolls? Again, it's been so long since I've actually looked at the race passives, and I haven't actually been researching the race's passives or functions, gameplay mechanics. I've been researching their lore. So, like, I'm super out of date on that stuff right now. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I really want to play some Total War. No! Don't burn in the fire. There we go. There's another mining ore. That said Imperial, not Redguard. Oh, well, Imperial makes sense. Imperial's good for everything. Imperial is fantastical for all classes, all the time.
The hearts of the Dunmer are as dry as their land.
Well, that's because the dumbasses are just pawns for Daedra worshippers and Daedra fighting, and the dumbasses fall for everything because they're one of the most gullible races that are in Elder Scrolls. So yeah, it makes sense that their hearts are as dry as their lands. Has abilities, block, dodge, ultimate, cost X, resources when you're hit, resources and HP, you hit ultimate, and other tanks still big because cost reduction to all skills and blocking. I still really want to do it with a tank, with a necromancer for my tank. Eventually, when I get to a place where I can do that, I will. But I definitely want to do a necromancer for a tank.
Oh, nice. What
I did the Dragon Knight thing. And I know they're still like, quote unquote, because of the OG, there'll always be, quote unquote, best in class. Or best in role for that. But necromancers just seem so much cooler.
Argonian. I shouldn't be doing this.
You're right, you shouldn't be doing this. You know what you should do? You should stop helping the people that enslave your entire fucking race. Just throwing that out there, big dog. Like, Argonians are the #1 slave market for Dark Elves, the Dumner. It's the #1 slave that they have. And yet, they're on the same team in the Ebonheart Pact. Imperial Nord for stamina, Necro, and Breton from... Okay. I'll have to... See, here's part of the thing that I'm torn on. I should probably use the public test server. I know that. I'm aware of that. But part of me just wants to grind it out and keep testing it the old school way, because that was part of the fun, was like, it's a gamble. It's like, do you really think your build's gonna work out? How much do you believe in your own build? How much resources and time are you willing to dump into a theoretical build? Whereas, like, public test server is cool, but public test server also it takes away the faith required in yourself. It takes that away from it, because it's like, no, you don't have to have faith in yourself. You don't have to have faith in your own understandings. You don't have to have faith in your own ability to create something that's functional and cool and fun for you, right? Like, you can just simply go, oh, fuck it, I'll test it and I'll find it until the numbers are the best. And that's kind of what, like, the concept of using PTS for that feels like to me. So I'm still not sure if I'm going to go that way, but I'm going to test out PTS at some point, yes. But I'm just, like, not sure if I'm going to test my builds in there for that reason.
Just read some old runes, he said. He didn't mention how active the dead are here.
I like these dudes. Alright. I'd rather run fast and take more hits. Oh, hold on. Though I'd go Imperial / Orc or Breton because those are really good in both PvP and PvE. Honestly, Imperial's always like a solid all-arounder, right? Orc. Let's see here. Okay, so Orc. Craftsman, increase experience. These are the passives for the races. I'm looking at ESOhub.com for the viewers that are lurking in the background there. Increase your experience gain with heavy armor skill line by 15%. Increase your crafting inspiration gained by 10%. Increase your maximum stamina by 1,000. Increase your maximum health by 1,000. When you deal damage, you heal at 2,125 health. This can occur once every 4 seconds. When you deal damage, does that deal damage work? That heal thing, does that work with the vampire, or is that negated because of the vampire? Because I know it's not technically health regeneration, it's a healing effect that's being procced. But vampire was always difficult. Let's see here. Increase weapon and spell damage by 258, reduce the cost of sprint by 12%, and increase movement speed by bonus of speed bonus sprint by 10%. Okay. And then Nord. Increase your experience gain with two-handed skill line. 15% increases the duration of any consumed drink by 15... Okay, that's... Increase your maximum health by 1,000 and your frost resistance by 4,620. See, that's good. Increase your maximum stamina by 15,000, or 1,500. When you take damage, you gain 5 ultimate. This effect can occur once every 10 seconds. Okay, so Nords are going to be solid for fucking ultimate builds. Increase your physical and spell resistance, which is going to be your magical, elemental, and all that fun crap. Okay, so that's going to be another 2,600. So yeah, that's kind of it. Imperials. Increase experience gain with one-handed shield skill line. Increase your gold gained by 1%. Increase your max health by 2,000. Increase your max stamina by 2,000. Reduce the cost of all of your abilities by 6%. Imperial's a good rail-rounder because it feeds into everything, especially if you're doing stamina stuff. Alright, so what was the other one? Breton. Here we go. Increase your experience gain with light armor skill line by 15%. Increase your alliance points gain by 1%. So this is already a PvP class right out the gate. Increase your magicka by 2,000. Increase your spell resistance by 2,310. This effect would be doubled if you are affected by burning, chilled, or concussed. Increase, so it's doubled at that point. So 4,620. Wait a second. 4,620, and then the Nord was what? 4,620. So the Nord already starts out at the doubled variant for the frost resistances. Okay. Increase your spell resistance. We already read that. And increase your magicka recovery by 130. Reduces magicka cost of your abilities by 7%. 7% is pretty significant, though. It's pretty damn significant. Let's see, Dark Elf. Increase your experience with dual wielding, reduces your damage by 15%. Reduce your damage taken by environmental lava by 50%. Increase your max magicka and max stamina. So this is going to be good for a hybrid right there. Boom. 1,910. Increase your flame resistance by 4,620. Increase your weapon and spell damage by 258. So this is going to be like a good rogue hybrid is what that one's going to be. Argonian, increase your experience, Vesto staff, swimming speed, increase healing done. That's 100% Argonians are best healing. I'm going to go with that idea there. And we are a Khajiit, so we already know what that's doing. We read the Nords, we read the Orcs. What do we got left? Red Guard. Let me take a look at chat here real quick. Plus, Orc gives HP every second, makes it a way faster to farm gear, and then learning you want a better set, and then PTS is exactly for making your own building, being creative, and being able to build that isn't crap, and spending 100 hours farming different sets. Well, to be fair, like, as a content creator and a person who streams like 8 to 12 fucking hours a day, the longer I can drag something out, the better it is for me. If we're being honest, right? Like, the longer I can drag content out, the better, because the less frequently I have to switch content. And realizing you want something else, and it's all double that. And then the other thing is by doing it all on one character, you're getting the experience, which means your CP's going up, you're going through, you're doing the farming, and you know what else it's doing? It's also adding it all to your sticker book. So then that one character that's going through and farming all of that equipment is able to go to transmute stations and just remake anything and everything you ever need because it's already in your sticker book. And you can remake it the way you want it. So, like, that is the other benefit of going through and doing it on a character rather than doing it in PTS, is that you have all of that now still, and you're able to pump that stuff out that you didn't save or keep or whatever from the transmute stations, which you can get transmute crystals by doing daily shit. So, like, yeah. So I'm and looking at, you're looking at a weird part of or something. Search ESO result F extra life is famously inaccurate with their fucking information. They have so much bad information or just flat out wrong or contradictory information on their fucking website through most of their games that they cover. I won't even entertain the idea of ever utilizing anything they produce for fucking information, because I have done that. I started doing that in the beginning when I first started streaming, and it gave me so much fucking wrong information that they're about as reliable and trustworthy as fucking IGN at this point. The one you're looking at isn't accurate. The only one I'm showing is one skill point in it. Well, yeah, I'm just looking at the basic starting stuff. I'm not even, like, looking at any of the other things. It's just that Narc is only good if you don't know what you want to be. Khajiit is actually the best healer. You can run high crit. Crit healing. Well, that's if you're doing a crit healing build. But here's the thing. Crit goes based off of what your base number is, right? It increases based on what your base number is. So you want to do healing. Cool. Crit healing? Fantastic. But if your crit's high, that's cool because you're going to do crit healing more frequently. But if your base number is still crap, like, say, I'm just going to make up a number, okay? We're going to make up two really small numbers to deal with. So say that critical damage doubles the damage you do, right? So if you're doing, say, 800 or, say, 500, right? Easier number to deal with. So you're doing 500 damage. You crit, it does 1,000. Cool. You do 500 healing. You crit, it does 1,000 healing. Again, these are made up numbers. This is simplified for the sake of this conversation, because I know it's far more different numbers that vary. But if you have 1,000 baseline, but you're critting half as frequently, you're still doing 1,000 more frequently than when you are if you have a crit build. So having the higher base does make the crit happen happen at a stronger amount, even though it is a lower frequency. But you're having a more consistent higher output, even though you're not critting as frequently. So it's one of those, like, you got to balance and trade that out. And them flat out doing increased healing period, you can build around with passives and equipment to really enhance the fucking crit if you want. But having the baseline just higher to start out with overall will make you perform better. An ESO hub is wrong. They're looking at passives with when... Yeah, no, that's all I'm looking for. That is literally all I was looking for. Starting line passives. That was it. You run 3 stone. You don't lose anything from the base number. I know, I'm not saying you lose anything. Okay. We're not understanding what I'm saying here. So, let's explain it this way. The feline, the Khajiit, it increases your crit damage and crit healing by 12%. Cool, fantastic. But Argonians increase your healing done, period, by 6%. So cool, you're doing a 6% flat increase. Plus, on top of that, your crit, which is healing, is also increased not only by the crit damage multiplier that you have, but then it's also still, because it's healing, that crit multiplier's result is also increased by an additional 6%. So, like, the base healing increased by 6%. The crit variant of it, another 6%. Like, that's... it. The flat healing increase is better than the crit increase. Because you can modify the crit increase and compensate for the crit increase with equipment. They are better. Their experience gain at the restoration stuff, which I know is irrelevant because once you hit laying 50 in the fucking skill line, it doesn't matter anymore. And then they're increasing the max magicka, max stamina by 1,000, and when you drink a potion, you restore 3,125 health, magicka, and stamina. So it's so potions, period, as Argonians act as Triforce potions. So they're able to resource manage better as well. So they're doing flat more healing, and resource management is far better. And the crit crap can be compensated for later. You don't run current healing, you run the same as you would on the Argonian. $500 is my base starting number, times 2 from crit, will always be lower than 1,000 times 2 by crit that happens half the time. I would rather crit less and have a higher, just flat output than crit frequently with a lower output.
Just read some. You're the sun on my scales. Your answer lies with Mavo Siloreth. He bound the brother of strife long ago. We need his knowledge, but a highborn like him could be, difficult.
Better for non-min-max endgame stuff. And crit is only 50% of the base. The reality is also, like, when it comes to games like this that aren't very clear-cut, where everything is viable, who's deciding that what is the best in-game stuff? What, content creators? Because it's not fucking Bethesda. It's not ZeniMax. They're not the ones coming out and saying, this is the best build, this is the meta, blah, 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 blah. It's fucking content creators. And you know how they're figuring that out? They're going and just going, well, I always do my builds this way, so I'm going to do a build this way, and then I'm going to tell everyone it's the best. Why? Because it's the best numbers that I have achieved. It's not the best numbers in the game. It's the best numbers that they personally achieved, based on the things that they tested. And I promise, there isn't a single content creator in existence that has tested every single fucking piece of equipment combination, or to see which one's better. As far as, like, do we feed into crit? Do we feed into base? How often do we do 75% over here? 25% over here? Do we do it in even 50%? Like, there isn't a single person that's actually been that thorough. I promise now. And all of those best in slot things, again, is done by content creators that don't have anything to do with the development of the game, because the people that have the development of the game don't want there to be a best in slot thing, because then you stop chasing the rest of their content that they have spent time creating, and that means that they make less money because there's less player investment and player involvement. Mathematically, there are top 3 healing sets based on what numbers, because, you know, CP goes into that, character goes into that, passives go into that, abilities go into that, equipment goes into that, fucking potions and meals and everything go into that. And then you have to test every single one of all conditions, which is impossible, by the way. It would literally take years of the game being stagnant, not patching, not updating, not adding anything new. Years for people to thoroughly test every single combination to say that those are the best in slot. 100%. The problem is ZeniMax and Bethesda will always keep balancing. They will keep adding new things. They will keep changing things. So therefore, no matter what, every time there's a slight change, doesn't matter how slight it is, it changes what is actually best to be used at that moment. And then on top of that, cool, they're best against the enemies in their current state. But what happens when the enemies change? What happens when their stats are adjusted? What's really best then? So again, a lot of that comes down to it's content creators saying it, and then enough people going, oh yeah, I believe you because I'm not going to do the work. And that's why you have these best in slot things. It's not because anybody's actually fucking done it. Nobody's gone through and tested every single combination of every single thing in the game to go, mathematically speaking, these produce these when these combinations, because the game works functionally. Because that's also assuming there is no bugs, there's no glitches, and the game works perfectly as stated and intended, which we all know it doesn't. Because, like, I have an ability that says I can't be interrupted, that I'm immune to interruption, and you guys see me get interrupted in almost every single fight. But if it worked exactly the way it says it works, which is that I can't be interrupted, then my damage output is increased significantly. But the game doesn't work the way it states it works, because there's bugs and glitches. So that's the other thing that always people dismiss and don't take into account. Things don't perform the way that they're intended to perform. So that's why you actually have to do the work and test it all. And not just take some stranger's opinion on the internet as factual because you didn't do the work to verify. So, I still think that if you increase base numbers, everything else performs better. I just don't think anybody has tested it thoroughly enough. Because even fucking Zynode Gaming, who arguably is one of the faces of ESO, hasn't tested everything thoroughly. He's just tested what works for him and his playstyle. In fact, he says as much. He has created a playstyle for every fucking class that have different skill level requirements. He's stated that. But again, these are things that work for him that he's figured out. It's not, this is the best in the entire game. This is the best that I have figured out. And he states that. He's very clear about that. But people ignore those parts of the sentences where it's like that they've tested, because they have not tested everything. Hey, Curse, how's it going? How's it going? Is 9%? I am at Khajiit, so medium recovery, which that becomes irrelevant in certain settings. That's not that great. My 12%. So 12% at max versus an Argonian at max. Okay. And then mine was what? And mine is... crit healing by 12%. So let's say that 12%, again, we're going to make super simple numbers to make it super easy for everyone to do the math. Say that I am doing 10 healing. 10, just 10, right? 10 healing. And you hit that 12% on that, right? In theory, that goes up to what? Roughly 120? Roughly? No, that's not. Sorry. So, I've got a lot of things going on. Math is not my strong suit right now here. Okay, so, let's clear this. So, 10 times 12% equals a 1.2 increase. Crazy. So, that would be 11.2 healing. So if we clear that and I go 10 with a times 6%, and that's 10.6, clear, 10.6 times 12%, I end up with 11.872 healing. So round that out. So we're going to go to, it's almost 12 healing. So it is slightly more when you have a higher base number to work with than if you just increase the crit. So again, the math is still there. Everyone's just too fucking lazy to do it. Increase the base number, and the crit will always be higher as far as the number it produces. The base number is what determines how powerful your crit numbers look. If you don't have the base number for it, the crit number is going to be shit too. And the Argonian's increasing the base number. It's not impossible to take your damage overall. And damage abilities, you have to factor in pin. That's true. In each calculation, you do any percent modifiers from CP before crit and pin. Pretty simple calculation of test and different than CPs and damage and healing. So we do 50% and 50% and 6% chance over a simplified equation, but it's accurate. 12% when you have 50% crit damage, and 12% when you have 6% overall. Yeah, see, unless they're doing their stuff way different than any other of the other games that exist, because most games out there, the higher the base number, the higher your crit performance. If you don't have the base number, your crit performance will never match. And that's always the problem that people don't take into account. And that's, again, it's one of those is because people trust strangers on the internet, that just because, a lot of people are watching them, they must know what they're talking about. And it's right, they do know what they're talking about for the specific thing they're talking about, for the specific thing they have researched. But I promise not a single person has researched it all, nor is any person actually verified when glitches, what glitches are still in, what changes are being made in every single... Could you imagine having to go through and test every single combination with every single class, with every single food, every single potion, every single set, every single situation, with every single enemy archetype, every single group combination, just to see if anything changed, just to see if everything was best in slot, and having to do that every time the game got an update? Could you imagine doing that? I can tell you right now, there isn't a single person in the world that'll ever do that. Which is why, again, my argument still is nobody knows for sure. People are just trusting others that have put a little bit more time into it than they have. Or that they're willing. Because, like, one of my favorite examples, there's a bow in Assassin's Creed Odyssey. And this bow is a blue bow, and it says it only increases your hunting damage. And that's it. It's nothing special. It's nothing fantastic. It doesn't do really anything useful. However, for whatever reason, it almost triples your damage output for your warrior stats, but only if it's put in a specific slot. You know, there are quirks like that in video games that a lot of people don't know about. And a game that's as broken as a live service game, because there isn't a live service game in existence that doesn't have major fucking issues that they're constantly working on, and that when they add new things doesn't create new major issues that they then gotta turn around and go fix, because that's just how it works. Like, there isn't a single person that actually can keep up with all of the bugs either. The own developers can't even keep up with all of the bugs, and sometimes they even put bugs in the game that they didn't realize they put in the game when they're doing updates. Like, there is so many variables that it's not realistic for people to actually know this is the best, period, no matter what. Are we taking math tests? I mean, we might as well be at this point. If you have higher crit chance, then you shouldn't. Which should in in-games become higher than percent overall. But again, you can compensate that. You can compensate with that. We're taking math tests. We are. Yes. In ESO, you only have to test 6 sets. Healers use buffs and groups at in-game. About 8 different CP would make 1 hour to test all in speedrun. No, it wouldn't. It absolutely fucking wouldn't. No, it would not. Because you have to test it with every class, with everything in place, and then you have to figure out at what point does the CP start overcompensating and start bridging that gap. Because if you take a level 50 character, we'll even say CP 160, right? So we don't have to fuck with gear ever changing their stats, right? So 50 160 character, and then you compare that same character with the same exact equipment, with the same exact stuff, to a 50 CP 3600, their number's going to be dramatically fucking different. So you would have to test that. You'd have to test at what point is CP overcompensating. Oh, we're going to disable CP. Okay, cool. So if we disable CP, then it would be like, okay, you still have to test every single food buff. You still have to test every single drink buff. You still have to test every single potion. Because things may not work the way they're intended. Again, I have a skill in ESO right now that does not work the way it says it works. So, like, I'll show you.
Who disturbs my rest?
This skill. Right here. While channeling, you also gain a damage shield that absorbs 9,656 damage and grabs interrupt immunity. Do you know how frequently I get interrupted doing that? That's a constant issue. I am always getting interrupted doing that ability. But it says I have interrupt immunity. So just because it says it does something that way doesn't mean it actually works that way. So that's the other part of, like, irregardless of what the descriptions and numbers and shit that they put out go, you still have to actually test it because it may not work the way it says. And there's some sort DPS and around 4 for multiplier building, catching different classes and passes and different DPS. See what I've done on Discord. Alright. But yeah, like I said, like, not everything in the game works the way it says it works. Like, everything, no matter how weak it sounds, it still needs to be tested to make sure that it's actually doing what it says it's doing. Because not everything is doing everything it's described as doing in the game. Again, that skill is a perfect example. How you doing, Curse? Welcome in, welcome in. Sorry. I was having some really good, like, conversations about builds. So, like, well, you were here. I was really enjoying it. And it stayed civil! Which was really nice.
You make it look easy. At least, what I saw when I wasn't hiding and squealing like a hatchling. I know I'm not brave, but did you hear his voice? Mavos has returned. He's important, so he gets the important-looking tomb. It's the largest crypt in the necropolis. I'll, be gathering my notes. Don't wait for me.
But yeah, that's how you test it? Okay, let me see here. Discord, you said. So you test it in by just doing the written math out on it. You don't actually test to make sure that the weapons and stuff actually are performing at those numbers? I'm asking. You want to try and calculate things, figure out, doing great, just chilling, working towards getting Gold Road. Nice, 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 nice. How close are you? That's a lore book down there. Oh, it shows the lore book down here. I don't see the lore book down here. Maybe I gotta do some sort of quest thing to get it to appear. Alright, let's go over here to the important looking tomb. Oh, the abilities increase linear, about a week away getting the upgrade. Very cool, very cool. Did you finish out Apocrypha already? And, what's the name of that place? Telvanni Peninsula in the Apocrypha area. So, if overall weapon damage, the skill percent is accurate, and the amount that isn't increased, meaning the crit modifiers and the rest are also accurate, the average damage is the percent. Okay, but again, have you tested those to make sure the equipment is actually doing what it says it's going to do? Have you actually tested to make sure those numbers perform the way that they actually say they're going to perform? Because again, just because it says it's supposed to do this thing, it doesn't mean it does that thing. My channeling skill is a good example of that. That's an actual thing that is actively a problem right now in ESO.
Another find for your pack.
So, you're the Gua who raised me. This had better be astonishingly important, or I'll do unspeakable things to your fleshy mortal form.
This dude, huh? Really? Okay, big dog. Tell me all the horrible things you're gonna do to me.
The greatest mage of my era, and you wake me for something they could have read in a book? It's pathetic. But clearly, I must aid my people again. No death worms for you just yet.
No, I'm taking my time in farming Vadashon Hollows for my frost staff. Okay. PTSD. PTS. Testing the damage increases, and you can confirm it's accurate, and you don't have to go to in-game anymore. You just have to calculate the weapon damage, rest of the modifiers. And swap CPs, etc. Okay. Well, I mean, if you're actually, like, I'm all about the testing thing, because it's the confirmation, it's the double confirmation. Like, the math can work, yes, but you got to also double confirm. So if you're doing your double confirmation on the things that you're actually testing, that's the other key phrase there, is that the things you're actually testing. Because I don't think you, irregardless of what the things say, right? Like, increasing, finding some DPS builds and seeing what that actually does to crit output, to the healing output would be interesting to see if it actually does the things it says it's going to do and ignores the healing output, or does it actually have unintended consequences and unintended side effects that actually increase lines that it shouldn't be increasing because, you know, nobody uses them in that regard, so nobody looks at those things. Like, for example, if I were to take one that just says, like, increases armor penetration, and then I go test that on a healing build, is it going to have an unintended consequence over there because nobody actually looked at the healing build because they were looking at damage output only? Because, like, that's another thing to take into account. And again, I go back to there is another game called Odyssey that I can show you, because it's one of my favorite things to do. It's an exploit where it increases hunting. It says it increases hunting damage, and that's all it affects. But it's actually affecting warrior damage output, and it's doing ridiculously increased. Like, you can't even come close to replicating the amount of fucking damage output that bow that has nothing mentioned or no effects on warrior damage increases warrior damage. Like, it's insane, but it doesn't talk about it, and it's not supposed to, but it does. So it's like, has everyone tested everything to make sure there are no sets that are doing unintended things as part of a glitch or a bug or a programming error or oversight? Oh, I completely agree with you. I'm just min-maxer. Fine, this stuff fun. I'm going to upgrade next week and get the scribing stuff, as I want to get 100% proc on Major Breach and chill for my Warden tank. I need to get into that too. Which, by the way, Curse, I don't know if you're following the story or interested in the story bit, but the Necrom DLC, the Telvanni Peninsula and the Apocrypha, actually are, that entire storyline for those two zones is finished out in Gold Road. So, if you're following the storyline and you're interested in keeping it up with it, like, that's where the connection is. And that's the conclusion to the Necrom stuff. Which is why I haven't gone over there yet.
Weren't enough. I should have summoned some Daedra to protect this place. Or a fire Atronach. That would have been good. I don't remember how. Well, don't look at me that way, worm. I'm dead. Details fade over time. If you want to learn, I'll conjure a vision of the past. That should show you.
That's an interesting question there. Look at that. So this ghost, this spirit, is remembering things from when he was alive, but as he ages, he begins to forget things. But, like, as we understand it, memory is stored in the brain. So, if you don't have a brain, what's your memory being stored in? What is he recalling things from? What is fading exactly? Or when you die in Elder Scrolls, do you just have, like, perfect memory at that point and can remember every detail from your life until you get to a certain age as a ghost? Is that how that works? I'd be curious on figuring that part out. The testing I did with Serpent's Disdain and set charged one weapon. Okay. I gotta do some of those testings at some point. But I still advocate for the whole, like, fill up a sticker book. Still go fill up the sticker book.
Ritual implements.
At least on one character. One tune.
Unless tomb robbers got them. Look in the vaults to the east and west. There's a puzzle lock on each one, and no, I don't remember the solution. Good luck with that.
Where is Rush of Agony from? Rush of Agony is from the PvP. Rush of Agony. In order to get Rush of Agony, you have to buy it from a guild vendor or get it in, what is it, Cyrodiil? Is it Cyrodiil IC or... I'll have to look at that.
I can't perform the ritual without my implements.
No, it's a DLC dungeon. And it's... Defiler. Maybe it's not. Am I remembering that wrong? Is it a regular dungeon? Oh, please be a regular dungeon. Tempest Island, also Badness. No, it's not there either. Is it a... Dread Cellar? Can I do the Dread Cellar? Let's do that. Let's start farming that set, because I know I want to build around that set.
That could be helpful.
Turns out, dual wield with Serpent's Disdain and one Nirn honed and sharpened / mace in main hand, depending on if you have class passes for weapon damage. Take Nirn honed. If not, take sharpened and one charged. I actually posted a YouTube video in ESO and general Discord on Source where I found one out about the 100% proc for Breach and Chill. Oh, you did? Oh, where'd you post it? Where'd you post it? Oh, there it is. I see it. Improve your tank build with one trick. There it is. I did see that earlier. I just haven't gotten around to watching it yet. I was doing research on the his stuff earlier. Sword in offhand produces best overall damage if you are fully penetrating the target's armor. If you don't have class passives to fully pinning, then take charge mace. If Khajiit can take dagger instead of sword. Did the ungodly amount of testing, figure those out, and with a ton of different CPs. Though the Khajiit and dagger depend on what your base weapon damage is, that they will be different depending on... interesting. Huh. Weird. I have... Wait a second. What did that say? 3 hours, 2 more? I know where one is. Gotta keep an eye out for the others. Huh. So, why does the weapon change for the Khajiit? Why does the Khajiit end up needing the dagger instead? Out of curiosity. Woo! Okay, so that's wrong. Still wrong. Still wrong. Okay. Nope. 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 Okay. Nope. It's only good base increase, less than crit increase value overall, because then you get the extra crit damage percent. Okay. It's red, blue, yellow, if you remember. Oh, thank you. That actually is super helpful. Red, blue, yellow. Nope. Maybe it's the other way? Yellow, blue, red? No. Rending flames. Let's just look that up so we don't have to sit here and fuss with it. ESO. Rending Flames puzzle. Both you will find match the shrines in the columns behind them. Behind them. Okay. So there's actually columns behind them. Okay, so that needs to be blue. This needs to be yellow. I just needed to look at my environment. Yellow, and then this one needs to be red. Okay, so yeah, you'll match the pillars in the back. That's kind of cool. So this one's yellow, blue, yellow. Yellow. Blue. Yellow. So in a lot of cases, dagger increases the overall damage by 1 to 2% depending on your setup. Okay, so answer me this.
Looking forward to seeing what you make with that.
I guess I don't have to have you answer it. I can just look it up myself right here. Let's see here. This doesn't... It's not affected by it. No shit. Here we go. That's what I was looking for. So why not use axes? Well, that's two-handed. That is two-handed. Dual wielding. Sword. The crit for the dagger there. Honestly, I've always been a mace person. I've always preferred maces in these types of video games. Just because, like, realistically, in real fantasy, like in real medieval warfare, mace was the ultimate fuck you. It didn't matter how good or weak your armor was, like, it just didn't care.
Ah, you have the skull and candle. You want me to be impressed. You can gather small objects. Good for you. Now stand back while I perform the ritual. You doubt my skill? If it's any consolation, what's left of you won't take much effort to clean up. Me, I'm a ghost already, so it hardly matters.
That's fair.
Good for you. Prepare yourself.
You sent me to a Daedric. Almost looks Daedric. Has Daedric furniture. And it's Daedric writing. That's a Clanfear, which is Daedric. So I am in a Daedric realm. Of course I'm in a Daedric realm. And yes, maces for pure damage are better. They don't increase your healing. Yeah. But I mean, like, that traditional Templar healer, Paladin healer, right? The shield and the mace, the holy cleric that just beats you down while shouting prayers that heal everybody. Like, that's an iconic look. What are they called? Battle clerics, I think is what they're referred to as. If you pull full pin through sword, dagger is more damage depending on your class CP setup. What is max C? What is the max pin, anyways? Because right now I'm at 10,439. And I'm sitting at a 33% crit chance. See how my PvP builds. I'm running Pinion Horned Mace and Sharpened Sword. It's PvP. It's to your target's armor. But there's got to be a percentage though for PvE and PvP, because there's no game that exists where you can just ignore 100%. There's always a cap. Most games that I've run into, it's usually around 85%. You can only ignore up to 85% of the armor, which then goes into, okay, well, what's the highest armor? Then what's 85% of that? Okay, so that's the highest I can go. So what are the limits on this?
It's too powerful. Portals everywhere. We're doomed. Who are you? Where did you come from?
In PvP, it's your target's armor. In PvP, most targets are about 18.5k for bosses, etc. Although I think some vet trial bosses have higher resist than that, though. I'd have to double check. Okay.
We're trying to restrain Balrith, but Daedric portals keep opening. Those of us who've survived Balrith are being pulled down by cursed scamps.
In ESO, you can fully penetrate, but you cannot overpen, aka 6,600 armor is to 10% damage reduction.
Take what's in this pouch. Throw it.
How effective is Dark Convergence out in Cyrodiil nowadays? I know you can, if you can get out of the initial grab, you're good. But I also know that that not everyone is able to get out of Dark Convergence. So how effective is it to the average against the average player base in Cyrodiil? Is what I'm asking, if anybody knows. If you have 6,600 more than the pen in the target armor, you do not do extra damage. I mean, that makes sense.
Very brave.
But you can actually pin 100% in this game. You can't, there's not a 85% cap like most games. It does have diminishing returns though. So like the higher the armor gets, the less it actually protects you, is what you're saying?
Excellent. The Guardians are here. Time to bind this creature. Touch the altar. Bolreth's power flows into the Guardians. He should be bound, or he might explode. Anyway, be prepared for anything, apprentice. So that's what happened. I remember many mages dying, and there was something about a shield spell. I grew weak, holding him in place. Then there was a bright light. Everything fades after that.
So 10% reduction. If you take 100% damage, it gives you 90% reduction. If you have another 10% reduction, you end up at 81% damage reduction instead of 80. The armor cap in PvE is 330,000, though. In PvP, 330,000, but say you have 33,000. 33,000. So, in PvP, it's still 33,000, but you still have 43,000 armor, and your target has 33,000 pen, then you end up at the cap of the 33,000 armor value. So why do you end up at the cap of the armor value if they have them? Because at 33,000 it's irrelevant. You can have higher armor, but anything over 33,000 doesn't actually count, is what you're saying? So everything over 33,000 doesn't count. So that extra 10,000 that you were referring to there, like that would become irrelevant, period. Correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, in the here and now, the Guardians must have been disrupted or destroyed. So it's simple. Fix the Guardians, and they'll draw Bolreth's power back into them. Then you can bind or kill Bolreth.
You meant, okay. Okay. That's a shame that armor has a cap.
Hurry. It's true. I was cowering here, but I was hoping you would survive the entire time. Did you learn how to bind Bolreth? Ash Mountain. Go north to the mountainside. Garin Indoril took troops there to deal with Bolreth. They're still there if he hasn't killed them all. I'm not going to find out.
Alright, let's go handle it. Let's go! Right away!
I must find him. I must.
Find who?
I know it seems strange that I'm in this dark place, but the pain of losing him once was unbearable. I can't.
Well, you can kick rocks. Maybe you should stop flip-flopping sides and being the Daedra's little playthings, you guys would suffer far less frequently. How much time left do we have? 3 hours and 15. It's cool. We will leave it alone just in the off chance that we naturally come across the chests. But I do know where one is for sure. And then I know where lockboxes are.
Rumblings from the mountain have us all on edge. Balrith is up there somewhere. I hope you brought good news.
Then they lower you below your cap of 33,000 when you have 43,000 armor. Block also has a total damage reduction cap of 95%, and the armor buffs included get you to that value. As otherwise, I would be able to make builds where I could take 100% damage reduction and never die by 100 people attacking me in PvP. Thank you for the lurk. And the only limiter of resources would be resources, but you can get the cost of block disgustingly low, where you can infinitely block. Ah, yes. If you guys haven't checked out Lady Pixie, Pixie Aquatica, please do so. She's streaming. She's doing Witcher, and when she gets to 50 followers on Twitch, she will be doing Skyrim for the very first time. Just have to run Sword and Board, Frost Staff, and Frost Staff costs magical block. But what if you ran an Oaken Soul tank? How effective is an Oaken Soul tank?
And I'm glad he did. Balrith, it seems, does not want to go quietly back into his cage. Rumblings from the mountain have us all on edge. Balrith is up there somewhere. I hope you brought good news.
Because, like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a single bar player. And I figure if I'm gonna be single bar player anyways, I might as well throw Oaken Soul on there and benefit from it.
Excellent. My friend, you are an asset and blessing on the Pact. I sense the hand of the three here.
Now we'll get things done. By Vivek, Balrith will be bound again.
I wouldn't unless you're running normal dungeons and DPS specs with 2 hammer spamming brawler. Well, I guess that's the next challenge then, because, like, legitimately, I'm a single bar player. I have a hard time remembering to switch my bars. That's why when Oaken Soul came out, it was fantastic for me. But that's also why it's like that is included in every build that I do. You're missing out on needed buffs for your group and will have resource issues. What buffs would I be losing out on if I can just put them on my ability bar and still buff the group? Not to mention there's buffs built into tank equipment. I've seen that affect the groups.
The Atronachs? Well, that's bad. I banished them when I cast Father's spell. We were sure we could control the creature. Damn it. I suppose we'll have to summon them again, somehow.
Something you could get to help you is Fancy Action Bar Plus. Is that an add-on?
They stood watch over Ash Mountain for centuries. All we need to do is grab their attention again. Kill Daedra, take their hearts, then burn them at the ruin altars. That should draw them out. We'll hold the line here.
think this is the right way. Yes. Does that mean I'm gonna have to switch from controller to keyboard and mouse? Fancy. Have it written down. It shows you timers for your back bar right above your back bar buff, and I honestly recommend putting your skill bar above your buff bar. It's an add-on that works with controller. I mean, I'd have to find a class build where that would be relevant to me. Maybe when I do the tank, it'll be relevant to me. But I know, like, right now, my cooldowns are so ridiculously non-existent that, like, I don't ever need all that fancy stuff. But maybe when we make a tank. And when I can get a full set of Rush of Agony, I'll make a tank.
I'm with you, my friend. I'm in your service.
No, you don't have to switch from controller. It's an add-on that works from controller. Have a closer look at the center of the screen. Will make you have a look less, and you'll just see the box disappear when you switch my bar. I can help you with tank builds when you want to try it out. And yeah, Arcanus really doesn't need 2 bars unless you're trying to tank heal. Well, I mean, I'm healing and killing is what I'm doing. Sork, Arcanus, Dean, is a good night. DPS, they heal themselves even on 1 bar setups. I mean, that's what I'm currently doing, is I'm currently healing myself. I'll have to see. Because, like, again, it's not only the fact that I prefer Oaken Soul because they're simpler. It's the fact that if I can't remember to switch the bars, if I'm not quick enough, or it causes me to hesitate or fuck up my rotation because it's awkward for me or something I'm not used to doing, then the problem then becomes that the 2 bar build is far more ineffective regardless of if people can run it better than I can and make it more effective than I'm capable of making it. Because if I can't do the class because I can't swap, because I can't remember, because it's not how I played video games for the better part of the last... I haven't played a computer game that was an RPG, like, running around like this since 2009. So, since then, I've only used controllers. So, playing with keyboard and mouse would be weird for me. And then, of those, like, I don't play games where you have to swap weapons. I hate playing swapping weapon games. And, like, if you can even look at all my characters on Xbox, every character can do everything. So, like, most of my characters are able to just do whatever is needed to be done to keep them alive, to get them through the content. But it comes down to, like, I'm just not used to, and I'm not comfortable with, and I'm not fast enough with and coordinated enough to do the weapon swapping in fights. It would end up costing me effectiveness. It would end up costing me effectiveness. Although the preferred Arcanist solo 1 bar setup is for Arcanist skills, 1 scribe healing skill. I think you'd get it down with the add-on after a few days. Hey Sub-Zero, welcome in. To be honest, I don't like how you have 2 bars in the game. Yeah, I don't either. That's why I have always, even before Oakensoul, my builds were, yeah, I had something on the back bar, but 90% of the time I was forgetting to use anything on the back bar. That was always the problem that I kept running into, was like, I didn't remember to actually use it. Have you ever watched Sons of Anarchy? Yes, I have watched Sons of Anarchy. I think... Okay, I guess we're fighting you.
Protect us from harm.
Alright, that's 1 down. I think they should just have 10 skills, 2 ults on 1 bar without passives, increased damage, armor pin. Hold on a second. Safe-ish environment is over here, maybe? Okay. Having class skills on your bar, but it is made a console in my mind, so I get why you have 2 bars from design standpoint. And what do you think about bikers? I have family that were bikers. In fact, a person who is a very close family friend to the point where he was actually considered a family member was in Sons of Anarchy. But like, I grew up, I have family members in the Hells Angels, and I have family members from married in family that are on the Mongols. So, like, I grew up in that community. I love bikers. As on controller, having 12 different buttons on 1 bar would make key binding layout unintuitive and clunky. Yeah, that's true. It would. Alright, fight me, Blaze.
In that fight.
Actually just had to return a controller that I had picked up for the point of using it on PC, because the back button the back bumper buttons were overly sensitive to the touch. And then on top of that, there were buttons underneath the controller that were doing the same thing that the buttons on the top of the controller were doing, but there was no labeling on them, so you couldn't map them. So maybe it was just the controller I picked out.
Carried you here with your scales unburnt. What do we do now?
All right, let's try that again.
The wind has carried you here with your scales unburnt. What do we do now?
For keyboard, though, it'd be lit. It would be lit. It would be cool if they did something like where you could, like, adjust the size. For PC exclusively, obviously. But be able to adjust the size of your ability bar. So that way you could just have everything that you needed right there. You could slot as many as you wanted. That would be awesome. Shit, man, I love my 2s. Nice to me when I was a little kid, and they actually allowed me to sit on their bike. Ah, very cool. Let me just put all my 12 buttons on my mouse. I've seen those mouses too, because they have like the big old number pad on the side of them. I saw those. I was looking at one of those. It just seemed a little too complicated for my playing style currently. Maybe when I get more involved with the PC stuff, more experience with it. And Stendar was not with Izzy. That is why you're still alive. Facts. If Stendar was actually watching out for us, we wouldn't have survived any of it. He would have been like, I bet you that Skeever can kick your ass. Watch this. It would have been that bad if Stendar was watching out for us. Just remember there's a big difference between riders and bikers. Haha. That there is. There is definitely a difference. And if we did the Guardian Antronox, I should be able to call him twice.
Cool rain on my scales. We'll reforge the shackles Garn and his father destroyed. The brother of strife will be returned to his rest.
You know what's crazy, Ebonheart? Like, if y'all had just listened to me with basic level of military tactics and used the fucking trebuchets and ballistas that were on the beach that you're like, oh no, burn them. If we had just used those on the ship, you wouldn't have had to summon a crazy angry bone golem on fire that you immediately lost control of. I'm just saying.
This is magic I do not understand, far from the waters of my home. You are brave to walk the river's edge.
Overgrown Skeevers Chasing Izzy is a fun new film for Stendar. I mean, like, maybe that's why she got friend zoned so hard and she's still pursuing it. Maybe it's for Stendar's entertainment. Like, I just did her first quest that she gives you, right? And her signet ring, her family's signet ring, which would allow anybody to say that they represent or work with or are part of her family, Izzy's family, and could destroy their entire family's business. Her friend lost the ring, and it was given to a thief who was actively using it. And when you go to Aurelia and you're like, hey, we heard you lost this ring. Where is it? She goes, oh, I didn't lose anything important. Nothing of real great value. I mean, there was the ring that Izzy gave me, but eh. Like, she's even dismissive of the fact that that single signet ring can destroy Isabella's entire family's enterprise and business and reputation. She's even like, it's not that important. So I'm thinking that maybe that is Stendar's entertainment that he's getting from Isabel. Because, I mean, yeah, she can fight all the things, but she is friend zoned so fucking hard by somebody who is so dismissive of her, it is hilarious. Let's see, I grew up with lots of bikers and family and chose not to go that route and got respect for them, but not me. Oh, ride my bike and just... My whole thing is I didn't want to prospect. I was like, nope, I'm not... Because my family wanted me to go the way that most of the... They wanted me to go and do, like, the college thing and be a history professor and all of that. And I was like, no, I'm going to go be in the military, right? Ended up in the military. When I got out of the military, that's when the biker sides were like, hey, you should come and prospect. And it was just like, I just got done doing 2 combat tours in Afghanistan with a special operations unit, and I was in over 300 individual battles at that point, right? Because this is before I started contracting, which I did afterwards. And I was like, I'm not going to go, if family or not, desire or not, I'm not going to go be another man's bitch for a year just to be part of the club. Not after everything that I just went through. If I hadn't gone through everything I just went through, I probably would have taken them up on the request. But I was not willing to be someone else's bitch after going through all of that. I was like, no, I'm good. So, and they're like, oh, it won't be that bad. Your family. And it's just like, It's still a respect thing for me. And I know that you guys have your traditions for a reason, and I respect that. And I don't want to disrespect your traditions by not going through it the way that everyone else is going through it. And I don't want to be treated that way because of my current experiences that I have. So, like, I'm good. And it was a little disappointing for them, but it was a mutual benefit thing, because, like, neither one of us wanted to actually compromise on that. So that was the way that everyone walked away and everyone was happy with it. But I do visit them, right? Well, I used to visit them regularly. I haven't visited them since I moved to Florida. I need to go back to Arizona and go visit them. I'll have to do that sometime. Bro, she needs to come back to planet Earth. Oh, I know, right? 100% right. I'm sure that's why they wanted you at the time. They saw a lot of value in your experience skills. They did, and I knew that, and they were upfront about that. Which again, like, we have a great relationship. Like, I'm cool with all of it. It's just I didn't want to be treated a certain way, and I wouldn't feel right going in and doing it and knowing that I got treated better than the average prospect. Like, that would piss me off. I would feel like it was given to me and not earned, and that would piss me off. And it would be disrespectful to them. So it's like, I'm good. I'll pass. And for me, I seen it at a young age behind around the prices of privilege in that life. Didn't want to pay it on myself. See, I'm cool with once you're in, the price you got to pay to stay in. Like, I'm cool with all of that. Like, it's just I didn't want to go through that disrespect phase first.
You are wise to ask.
But it's an important phase. It really is.
I have brought your focus a totem that should help you in the trial ahead. It is
At least
a storm totem that will bring pure waters down on his blistering skin.
It's an important phase for those lifestyles and those types of groups, because when they follow it exactly and don't compromise, it prevents any undesirables from getting through their ranks, i.e. undercover, law enforcement, confidential informants, people sent in as spies from other groups, right? Like, when they actually follow that strict, to the letter prospect cycle and process, it weeds all of that out. It's when they compromise on those that they end up getting all of those issues within their club ranks. So, it's one of those, like, it is important. It wasn't for me. That part specifically was not for me. Everything else would have been fine.
Balreth is an engine of fire and death. You'll need something to slow him down. Use the totem, slow him down, and your task should be much easier. But first, as you said, you'll need to summon the Guardians. Sun on your scales, my friend.
Much to shape the people we'll someday become.
Okay, so we gotta summon the 2 fire Antronachs. I can find camaraderie other places. I don't need to compromise morals. Code of honor. Yeah.
Finish this and release me. Balreth again.
Well, I see that my considerable investment in you wasn't a total waste. Our meeting at Othrenis left me curious and frustratingly conscious. Can you really imprison Balreth? Death has given me a certain perspective, and of course, I have time to indulge my curiosity. Balreth's attacks have cost him power. You should defeat him while he's weak. Right now, I feel him moving in the caldera of the volcano, gathering strength from the lava flows there. Yes, though I doubt it will be easy, if he reaches a lava pool, Balreth will regain strength. There was something else. Don't let him light you on fire. Yes, that's something you should avoid. As you've seen, scamps love the fire and magical energy Balreth exudes. Be ready to deal with more of them below. Once we've destroyed his fiery shell, we'll be able to bind him again. This time, it will be for all eternity.
Okay, let's do it. Terms not someone else's is how I see it. That's understandable, for sure.
Now summon the Guardians. Touch Bullrest prison to draw them in. You did it. The Guardians are here. What are they waiting for?
Why are they not?
Return to your purpose. Balreth cannot walk the world of mortals. You must cage him again.
I was say, like, why weren't they doing it?
Forgive us, mortal master. Fulfill your ancient vows. Imprison Balreth.
Okay, it worked.
You've done well for a mortal. You've seen it yourself. Balreth, the brother of Strife, is forever imprisoned. He's shackled to Ash Mountain. You did this. You did what took countless mages many attempts and failures. For a mortal, you're quite an impressive sort. Yes, you should thank me. You couldn't have done it without me. And you are welcome. Now go. Get out of here. This is no place.
Okay, so how do we leave Ash Mountain? There we go. Go, 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 go.
Let's return to Ash Mountain.
Get on out of here.
You've done the impossible. I was wise to see the stone in your spirit. Then again, I'm known for being wise. Yes, Balreth is defeated. Argonians, Dunmer, and Nords working together. One might almost think we had formed a pact.
Which is wild, because the Dunmer actively are enslaving Argonians on a constant basis, and yet they're in an alliance together. That is so wild to me.
Victory is like a
They're not
quivering
supposed
rain,
to.
yes, but still the storm rages on.
The agreement that the pact came to officially was that the pact would not enslave pact races. So they could still enslave, like, Daggerfall Covenant and Dominion, but they are not supposed to enslave their own group. And the Argonians are still being actively enslaved.
Balreth is bound, but the Covenant still threatens the Ashlands. We've received word that a major offensive has washed up on shore to the west of Ebonheart. Pact and Covenant troops now fight to hold the land coral maze that is Vivek's antlers.
And don't pray to the gods too much. You'll look like the other guy. Argonians just might be like, what's a grudge? I want dwarves, like actual dwarves in Elder Scrolls, just because I want them to be fucking petty. I want them to hold grudges and be petty. I really do. I think that would be such a hilarious thing to add to Elder Scrolls universe. Like, shit, this plane of existence collided with Nirn, and oh my gosh, there's a new species that was on that plane of existence that's now combined with Nirn. And just have these dwarves that are all fucking petty and hold grudges and, like, we hate everybody. But we'll make coin off you. We hate you. But we'll still sell you stuff.
The Dark Elves see the coral as a gift from their living god Vivek. He saved them, they say, in the Akaviri War. Now that does not matter. The packed military could use your skill and prowess in their fight. Go well along the river, my friend.
I legitimately think the Argonians, though, would get along wonderfully with dwarves. If they made petty dwarves with the grudges and all of that shit, oh, I bet you the Argonians would be best friends with them. Because they're not normally deceptive, you know? Let's see here. It didn't affect me with my kind. All you like, just don't fuck with the histories. Yeah, pretty much. I just want a short-ass race like dwarves or gnomes or goblins or something super small that I can play. They do have... There is goblins. They're just not a intelligent species, which is why they're not a playable species, but they do have them. And you just beat the fuck out of people. I always play Forest Deep Gnome in D&D. It's become one of my main. Like, games that have the fantasy races to pick from, I usually always pick a dwarf, just because, like, a dwarf is such a mentality. There we are. Alright, so we are gonna go Sky Shard, Sky Shard, Sky Shard, Waypoint Quest, maybe another Sky Shard. That's what we're gonna do. So let's hit these delves. Skills. Go down to provisioning. Make sure that we got no more hirelings we gotta worry about upgrading. Enchanter maybe, but like not really. Alright, you right here. I can now make the legendary recipes. Which, by the way, I was fishing earlier. And I noticed that when you get row in this game, perfect row, it doesn't do what it does on console. Okay, so I have up to 3 right now. On console, when you get perfect row, like, you flash gold and there's this big old, like, sound that takes place and you have this big glowing beam of light that shoots out of you. It's fantastic. This game, when you get perfect row, it's just kind of like it pops up in the little corner as a small little text. Perfect row acquired. My DM one time made me where if I went into one of 3 rooms and looked in the mirror, it would create a copy of you and have unlimited resources or 4 abilities. Nice! And when I tried to walk in the room, he had it planned that I would get teleported to another dimension, and because the mechanic to beat the clones of yourself was to break the mirror. But my class could have not only made that impossible to get to the mirror in any way, but also soloed the entire party, including myself, as I already used 9th level spells. Nice. I only played Dungeons and Dragons once, and it was actually my soldiers who convinced me to do it in Afghanistan. That was my first time ever playing. It was my second deployment. And we would play in between missions and when we had like downtime. And my character died, like died. So one of the things that the DM had done was like made this option of, hey, you don't want to recreate your character? Cool, you have to work your way through the 9 layers of hell and then cut a deal with devils. It was just like, I can do that. We were playing Pathfinder is what we were playing. And so I made my character go through and do all of that. And in like each layer of hell I went through, like I earned a piece of like a devil part. And then the devils made a deal with my character to send my character back to the land of the living, with the agreement that I would find a way to open portals to bring them onto the land of the living as well. And then there was a new spell that was designed too. So like I lost all magic ability.
Watch your back.
Period.
Who knows what's in here?
Except the one thing that I was able to get was I could transform into into my devil form, because I had a human form. I could transform into my devil form twice per day for 24 hours. And then I had a soul suck ability. There was a will check. And if I won, whatever level the character was that I attacked with my soul sucking ability, that's how many souls they got deposited in my realm, because my character then was a devil. So I could do that, but I could only do that once per day. So I had to be like super careful about using that and make it actually matter. The other thing that I was able to do though was with those souls, I could summon level 1 imps to assist me in combat, which was really fucking cool. Or if I had like a follower, I could take those souls and I could put them into the follower to level the follower up to whatever level I needed them to be. It was pretty awesome. Best game is 11. Oh yeah, I've played some Pathfinder and I always played Battle Mage with Control and Unity Magic Illuminators, that kind of stuff. Oh, it was super fun.
Stendarr, keep us safe. Your children walk a dangerous path.
All right, let's go get the Sky Shard.
Get back, fiend.
Have a sack.
Anything good?
Okay, so where is... It's above that way. Okay. I was like, man, I thought it was like in an actual delve. No, it's not. Either that or I just missed whatever the entry point there was. It is a delve. Yeah, it is a delve. Am I just in the wrong spot for the entrance for the delve? Usually just play with high dex and int and low HP as I can. For some reason, very intelligent gods and dragons can be deceived by taunting and low HP into attacking me. Which is usually... nice. Mine was always like, can I gather forces? And if I can gather enough forces, can I make them do the fighting for me? You know, like, let me build my own little army. One of the things, like, the thing that my character was doing at that point was I was going through and, like, going settlement to settlement, village to village, and being like, ha, you work for me now. Don't like it? Slaughter your village elder. You work for me now. until I found a leader that would agree to it, or I would slaughter one by one in front of the entire village, and then everyone would go with me. And then I had one location where I was consolidating everybody, and I was having everybody start building a fortress and a training camp. And I was making, what were they called? It's like a Templar or Paladin, just like a bad version of it, like a bad guy version of it. Black Templar? Black Knight? I can't remember the name of them. But I was making my own army with an elite corrupted paladin order. It was so awesome. Very risky. So I need to do the right tool set and come out riding dragons, getting seismic tossed like Charizard. Shake me off, and then I have very careful legendary actions. Nice. Okay, so where am I missing this entrance at? It's right there. Okay, I see it now. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, one of the other players, their character was related to my character, but they were a half-orc. And they had actually become god-blooded because they had killed a god-blooded orc and then underwent the ritual. So that was really cool. Had to challenge 26 dragons to try to slam 26 dragons, and they slammed both of us into the ground riding, and it rolled constant 20s. Did you have loaded dice? Constant 20s? Did you have reloaded dice? Stayed on it, and it would slam the ground, dive bombing. Just Misty stepped off, and the damage it caused nearly killed itself. So I just restrained it and let the warrior decapitate it. So I felt important. Nice. Are you able to, like, couldn't you have, like, tamed them? Made them into, like, mounts and shit? Because if I remember correctly, dragons in that universe respect strength. No, I was running Force Island and I found where I get advantages. Oh, okay. Okay, that totally tracks. It's above me.
No guts, no glory.
Okay. I need to back up. Well, I guess the boss is right here. Let's go deal with the boss. Let's go kill the boss. Because why not? Interrupted again. Alright, so that one's done. Now. Let's see if we can't figure out this sky shard bit, shall we? So what if I go to this direction here? Will this one wrap around enough? Oh, it looks like we're going up. That's a good sign. We are on the right track. Yep. Now we have our map back. We can clearly see we're on the right track. Nice. So my HP is low, but I have every possible resist in the game and many other tricks that deal with damage. Dragons do not like me at all because they are psychic and they can read minds and can hear me mocking them in my mind, calling them weak and feeble like birds. Usually how I get them to focus on me instead of my party. And then I jump on them and play the YOLO game. I've died on characters before, but usually it works out. Either the dice save me, or I have a tool for whatever bad situation they put me in. Really like to whisper in the ears, how do you like being tamed by a creature 1/100th of your size? As I'm playing a Forest Deep. That's pretty cool. That's an awesome taunt right there. Made friends with one dragon, and he became one party member and transformed into a human once, but that was the only the rest we slaughtered. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool taunt, I'm not gonna lie. That's a pretty dope taunt for sure. Leave that alone, it's mine. All right, let's go. Thank you for the free stuff. Now I'm running away. Go, 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 go. Boom. I love that Lich Crystal.
Stow your weapons, my friend. We've won.
100% purely for the cosmetic of it. I know there is far more effective monster sets. I know there are far more effective sets that don't require you wearing a full monster set. But I love that Lich Crystal coming out of the ground, rattling its chain, and then exploding. I think that is so cool. Especially, let's see here. Especially when the dragons you are saying it to is like godlike status, and you know it knows, you know that this is a riskiest, and that you could die. So it takes the bait and gives the party free reign to act and use legendary actions on you instead of disabling the whole party. I mean, that's definitely knowing. It's that whole like know your enemy. Like, so in the Art of War, there's a thing that says know your enemy and not know yourself, you'll win half the battles. Know yourself and not the enemy, you'll win half your battles, right? Know neither yourself nor the enemy, you will lose 100% of your battles. But if you know your enemy and you know yourself, you will win every battle every time. So that whole knowing the ego of the dragons, knowing their arrogance, knowing their pride, and then knowing what your character is capable of and what tools you can do and can't do, and like what things work and don't work for your character with your build, right? Like, that's pretty cool that you're going to that degree of creating tactics to fight the strongest enemy archetypes that you would be running across on a normal campaign area. That is pretty cool. Before we go falling down, let's go this way in case it's up top. No, it's not. It's right there. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Skills. Okay, so now we do that. Okay, so this is not the delve. So where is the delve? Is it here? No? Is it here? Nope. Did you hear her? There's none left to stand against us. I'm actively in a fight, Isabel. What do you mean there's none left to stand against us? They're actively doing it. Where the hell is this delve entrance? I don't spend enough time in Ebonheart-packed territories, as you guys probably noticed. So I have no idea how to find this delve entrance. Is it over here, maybe? No, not over there. Not around this thing. Did I miss it up top? I didn't see no stairs that went down. Ah, there's a hatch. That's why. I was looking for stairs. There's no stairs. It's a hatch. My party members frequently say that my gnome is either has balls in his still or is completely insane when introducing me to others. Well, I mean, can it be both? I prefer the first one, but I'll take either as a compliment. Let's just say Force Wall has come in handy more than I can count. I usually make a box out of it and put it into an enemy and they can't disable it. And will fit inside. Very cool. I mean, like, it's really cool that you have, like, this level of tactics and planning and strategy, and then you have consistency with desired outcomes on it. I think that's pretty cool. Alright, so, only two things we're doing here. That thing, and then out. So it looks like we're not gonna they'll probably block us from going this way, won't they? Maybe not. Because it's in the back, so maybe not.
I'm with you, my friend.
There we go, Sky Shard. We're basically just like brute forcing our way through here. Yeah, I'd say we're 90. Oh, hold on. Everything just started coming back.
Be proud of that.
Okay, or the barbarian who is taunting something like a king is trying to get the whole nation to attack us, and it is surefire death as I beg for forgiveness, and they call the barbarian brain dead. Yeah, I'd say it works 98% to 99% of the time. Other 1-2%, and I end up dead. Well, then that's one of those, like, either you're right or it's not your problem anymore. But it is so much fun playing, living as close as to the edge as possible, and I really care about the character, and I play something in a few screws, lose lots of tools to make up for it. I can definitely see the appeal and the challenge for it.
I will never get tired of watching you fight like that. Well done.
All right. And look at that. We don't even have to spend gold to get out or run through all of that. We could just fast travel. I definitely get that risky lifestyle thrill. I definitely get that one.
What run?
Sell. Oh, hold on to all of that. We'll read those. There we go. Poisons. And I do believe that is indeed that. Cool.
There's much to do.
And actually, is there some crafting stuff around here? It's an outfit station. Alchemy. There is an enchanting table here, according to this. Ah, there you are. Extraction. Guild trader, cook, chef. Okay, so everything's out front. Raj.
Let's go get it.
Okay, time to get back some public dungeons. Just had some cool memories come up and wanted to share them. I haven't talked about them in D&D forever. Yeah. D&D is fun. If you have a good group of people to play with. For sure. Absolutely. One of these days I might get enough people together to go look into some D&D. I'll have to see though. Research, decon. Where are we at with our endeavor? We just need one more. And there we go. That should be the endeavor, right? Yep. Boom. Daily and weekly are done. Daily and weekly are done. Let's double check the stable master.
Traveling the.
Yep, it's on cooldown. Outstanding, outstanding. And someone's got wood crafting around here, right? Where's the wood crafting? There it is. Research is full, so decon. And there we go. All right. If you ever need a crazy wizard for a playthrough, you know who to ask. Honestly, I would have to find a dungeon master. The one dungeon master I knew isn't alive anymore. They got KIA'd, so it's just like one of those, like, it's unfortunate. It's also another reason why I haven't actively ever looked at getting back in. But I think it's been long enough. I would just have to find a new dungeon master. I don't know any players. I'd have to go find and look around. I know there's a website that has dungeon masters where you can hire them. So let's see about that. Anyways, folks, give me 1 second. I will be right back, and then we will continue doing this zone story area. All right. One second.
I gotta get caught up.
I have the tools, just don't know if I'd be good at it. Bought them all a year ago, and I like doing the maps and stuff, but not sure if I would give the party cool enough of a description of things, or if I'd DM, I would probably have a few of the players help find side characters that aren't relevant to the main storyline, etc., as players can go way off the rails and coming up with many different characters and events on the spot that would be difficult to do things to do in my opinion. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, being the DM is one of the hardest gigs ever. Just because, like, you don't know what your players are going to throw at you. You don't know if they're going to go along with what you have planned. So, like, I absolutely totally agree, in, like, DMing, hardest job ever. And I'm not going to lie, I'm definitely one of those players that, like, if you really give me creative free will to do whatever I want in whatever scenario that you have placed me in, I'm probably going to come out with some really off the wall shit that no one thought of in the first place, let alone would be able to, like, shit, how would that actually look? You know? There's a Lord of the Rings compilation on Steam. I turned in during your break, and it was my favorite. tuned in during. It was my favorite part of the second movie. Favorite part, second movie. Second movie. Let's see. First part, everyone doing their thing, going that way. Second part would be. Is second part? That's when they do the that big castle scene at the cavalry place. I can't think of the name of it. The cavalry settlement, where the elves are on the walls and Gimli and Legolas are having their little competition with each other. That's the second movie, correct? Oh, fuck. What is the name of that goddamn place? Or give me a outside the wall. Helm's Deep, thank you. Near the bridge again, then goes, throw me. Here he goes. I said, throw me. Don't tell the elf. Yep. You know what I think is so funny? The actor who plays Gimli played in a show called The Chronicles of Shannara, or something to that effect. And he actually plays an elf, and he's the king of the elves. He's not only an elf, he's the elf. And that shit is so funny to me, because if you look at him and like how much shit his character Gimli talks on elves and how much he hates elves, it's funny to know that that same actor is the king of the elves. Okay. Oh, it is down below. Okay, good, good, good. That is so ironic. Oh, yeah. And it's not a bad show, either. It just... It didn't go as long as it could have. It's based on a book series. And, I don't know if you've ever watched the series Spartacus, but not the guy that was the best friend to Spartacus. The guy that was the best friend to Spartacus for the entire series. He's actually also in the show The Chronicles of Shannara, and I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that last word correctly or not, but he's also in there. Oh wait, we got antiquity lead. I actually really dig these ones. Oh, nice. And look at that, it's on our way. So we can just continue doing the quest line, and then we'll eventually end up over there anyways. Man hates elves, but Tolkien lore, he states that there is no friendship greater than the one he made between Gimli and Legolas.
Soldier.
Yeah.
You look like you
Could you imagine what would have, like, how Legolas would have reacted if he watched Gimli fall in battle? Could you imagine how much slaughtering would take place immediately afterwards if Legolas had to actually witness that? That would... I always like to think of, like, you know, we've seen him get all big and mean and scary. We've seen him do his little fighting bit. We've seen how effective he is. But, like, take someone who he actually cares about from him in the heat of battle, where he witnesses it. Like, I want to see that level of Legolas fighting. I feel that after the Battle of Helm's Deep, Gimli fell in love with the glittering caves which are located in the deep wall of Helm's Deep. The caves were described as Gimli's immeasurable halls, filled with everlasting music of water and the trickling into pools in the fair. So, following the war, of the Ring, Gimli brought a group of dwarves to Scareborne to settle the Glittering Caves, and they became the Lord of the Glittering Caves. That is pretty cool. It's been a long time since I've read the books. I think I was a kid still when I read those books. And honestly, of the books, The Hobbit was always my favorite. I was always the Hobbit fan. The Lord of the Ring, the Fellowship of the Ring series was cool. I really liked it. But if I had to pick between that and The Hobbit, I always pick The Hobbit. Now, the movies for the Fellowship of the Ring are far better than The Hobbit. 100% on that one.
Report in, soldier. What
Covenant have
brings you to
attacked
the
here
Death's
and
Antlers?
sent me to help.
Walks in ash, eh? A wise lizard, or so the lads say. Well, you're welcome here. The captain...
I hope you're here to help. We're losing ground to Covenant forces. We have to hold the line here, or they'll push us back to Ebonheart and take all of Zarbamat.
Legitimately, I'm okay with them taking over your territory. In fact, if they've got so many forces focused here in Ebonheart, you know it would be fantastic for us? To go and attack Daggerfall Covenant territory. You know why? Because most of their forces are diverted over here fighting. I'm just saying, like, strategically speaking.
Alexandra Connell's army outnumbers us 5-1. If the Dreg hadn't attacked us, we'd have been wiped out. Now the Dreg are burying my men in mud. Unless that stops, we can't keep Connell from getting the Coral Heart.
When given the caves, he's asked if he was going to mine the metals, and he was offended, yet was the only dwarf in the entire story to not give in to greed and leave them as they were. See, I like The Hobbit better as a book and a movie. See, here's my thing with it. The Hobbit movies were broken into a trilogy. It's a singular book. The Fellowship of Rings trilogy was one book per movie. So it's like, there was more of the breaks in between the movies. But as an individual story, I think The Hobbit is better. I 100% agree. Yes. Things including Tolkien damage, knowing in the lore. I think the Lord of the Rings series, things to a climax to it all. Yes, it does. 100%. The thing with me for The Hobbit versus the Lord of the Rings movies versus the Hobbit movies is there's one moment, and it's when Frodo runs over to Gandalf. Is it Frodo and Gandalf? Or is it Bilbo and Gandalf? It's someone hanging out with Gandalf and they're smoking. They're smoking the special plant, we'll call it, that Gandalf has to get from the hobbits. Because they have the best. And add on to that, Pippin and Merry. Pippin and Merry are so dope. I love Pippin and Merry. The actors that they got playing Pippin and Merry, I don't think they were acting. I think they have become real life just Pippin and Merry. Because everything you ever see them in, doesn't matter what content they're doing, doesn't matter what interviews, what settings, when they are not in an acting role, they are immediately reverting back to Pippin and Merry. Every time. It's so fantastic. Oh yeah, this special plant. And it doesn't require you to read thousands of pages of books, notes that Tolkien's all the questions wrote to his fans. Yeah, like that. So like that's where my whole, as the movies, I like the Lord of the Rings series. as the stories and as the books, Hobbit all day long.
Lieutenant Garlin thinks Cornell wants to use it to command a brother of strife. Sings with Reed knows more about that. I need you to look for survivors in the mud mounds. Oh, and the daggers caught Garlin. You need to rescue her.
Bro, Pippin and Merry were fried when they took Isengard and did the scene. They got... Like, those two are genuinely amazing, and I love the fact that, is it Pippin? Oh. I think it's Pippin. He's in Elder Scrolls Online. Like, they actually got the voice actor. He's the one that introduces you to the cards Tales of Tribute. And they actually, when they were announcing it, they had the actor come on to Twitch, and he was in the Bethesda channel, and he was talking about it. And he was saying how he was going to make a character on ESO, and he was going to play it, but he wasn't going to tell anybody who he was. But he was going to try to learn it and get really good at it, just because his character was representing. I thought that was so fun. I actually was there. I actually got to watch that interview on Twitch when they were doing it. I really enjoyed that one. But I love that guy as an actor. He's an awesome, awesome actor. There was a scene where they were smoking the special plant, and then the rest of the Fellowship walks up and they expects to be in dire danger. Just like, yeah, Sauron's in his tower, bro. Yeah, see, like... Those two, man. Those two made that movie series for me. And they literally had them do takes at all levels of intoxication. That is so fun. But yeah, Merry and Pippin, man. For sure.
Luck to you. I'll see if we can hold this line in case you return. I mean, until you return.
All right. Search mud for survivors. Okay. If you could tell I'm a wizard guy. Oh, that's fair. It's totally worth it. It's totally fun. And, speaking of wizards and Lord of the Rings, I love how Christopher Lee was the only dude that was like, oh yeah, no, I read the books. I knew Tolkien in real life. I think that's so fun. And also, like, he had to explain to the director what it sounds like when a man gets stabbed. I think that was so funny. That's one of those, like, if a person can accurately describe what happens to a person when they die, it's like, wait a second. I don't know that I want to know the answer to that, but I know that I'm never going to be disrespectful in any shape, way, or form to you. You know, it's one of those moments. And I think Gandalf was one of the start of the fantasy identity for me as a kid, not gonna lie. Ever since I went fuck warriors, I'm playing wizard class, I'm doing it in melee. Sadly, a lot of games don't want you to do that or let you have. And legitimately for me, like, I struggle with magic. So I don't play magic classes typically. Like, ESO is a very, very, very rare exception. If you look at any of the other games that I play, I don't do magic. My whole thing, typically in video games, is I want to do ranged damage to you that's martial damage. So like archers, rifles, crossbows. That's the type of stuff that I typically build out, or it's a necromancer. Necromancer is one type of magic that, when it's done like normal necromancy in video games, I'm actually super comfortable with. Other than that, I genuinely struggle with magic in games. A lot of the games, I won't even bother trying to do magic in. Like, Skyrim, I will never be a magic user. Ever. Or any of the Elder Scrolls games. Except for online. All the single player games, I won't do magic in, just because it's too difficult for me. I always do just straight up, just martial, I'm gonna beat you down sort of concept.
She's on their ship. Help them, please.
Okay, so I guess we're going on the ship. Raj, Wilco. Oh shit, we need Izzy out. And our food buff wore off. Oh shit, and I used a potion.
Right beside you. Let's get out there.
I think y'all should just keep fighting each other.
No guts, no glory.
ESO is cool. I play a wizard-like class, but it doesn't have the utility like I like to do. I like the brawler with the utility magic, control magic, so I like a lot like Gandalf. Otherwise, Skyrim, I had a mix of either spell reflect shield and spell dawnbreaker, or thief setup like daggers bow illusion max, usually like a dark elf. As I said, as I just liked the lore, etc. the best. That's fair. Me personally, I honestly always do a bow build. I go straight up bow. And as far as like magics, I like control, but I like it to more be like a weapon enhancement. Like, cool, I'm gonna use ice. But what is it? It's really like I'm using an ice arrow, or I put an ice enchantment on my blade. So I'm still using my regular martial weapons, but they just are enchanted a little bit, so they do an elemental effect. Like that's usually how my stuff works, because I like control. I like to be able to like slow down the pace of the battle. And control the pace, because if you can control the pace of the battle, you can't lose, you know? So, I do like those, but I usually go with enchantments.
You don't look to be Daggerfall Covenant, and you're not one of ours. Who are you?
They were the most shafted out of all of the races. I had a reason to be a dick, a little crazy, and the D&D weapon enchantment spell that makes me hit like a truck. I imagine it would be like that. The enchantment thing is always the one piece of magic that I will always use if it's available. If it's not available, then I'm probably not using magic, with the exception of Elder Scrolls Online. It's the only game, honestly, this is the only game where I'm genuinely comfortable using magic. And I don't know why. I struggle using magic in any other class, any other game.
Thank the three. I thought I was going to die in here. There's a powerful mage named Alexandra Connell leading these soldiers. She knows how to enter the heart chamber. She ripped the knowledge right out of my head. I'll rally my soldiers and lead them to the Coral Heart Chamber. She must be inside. Have you seen my aide? Sings with Reed? She knows more about the coral than anyone. She must have some kind of plan. Argonians, always the unexpected. If I know Reed, she's already lurking near the Covenant camp. Look for her nearby. If you can find her, bring her to the Coral Heart Chamber. Then we can finish this.
All right. Rageworthy, do you have the Warhammer Total War games, out of curiosity? There she is.
You've been in the belly of the Covenant's beast. Tell me, Is Lieutenant Garland safe? Oh, my heart is at ease. I've decided how to contact the Coral. This won't be easy. The Coral Heart could unleash a brother of strife, but simply taking the heart would kill it. Ill winds are blowing, friend. The Coral summoned the Dreg. If I can show the Coral we're friendly, it may aid us by turning the Dreg against the Covenant. Time is precious, if I'm to succeed. These are my eggs, the fruit of my tree. My roots must join with the Coral for us to be truly of one mind. Place my eggs at the 3 large clusters of coral around the antlers, then meet me in the heart.
Okay. Let's get out, because it doesn't... It looks like it's up and in there.
Fool! You think to tame the Coral? I'll see you dead.
Well, you know. Okay. Sure. Weird. You have them... Urgent. What is your favorite faction to play with in Warhammer 3?
I feel it. The Coral speaks to me. I'll meet you in its heart.
For High Isle.
Izzy, leave it alone. Just stay on your mount.
You won't stop me. The Coral Heart is mine.
Coral Heart is yours. I'm pretty sure you just lost control of it. It says I'm still in combat. There we go. I was like, man, shouldn't be in combat. And into the heart we go. Also, there's a move in 5th edition called Steel Wind, and it's wild. Lets you constant transmission like Goku, hit 5 different targets. Damage enchantment. For each hit in Warhammer 3, I really like to play Wood Elves, Beastmen, sometimes Khorne. Interesting, but mainly Wood Elves.
My friend, can you hear me? The Coral is dying. The Bretons stole its heart. The dregs serve us now, but it's not enough. Find me at the heart.
I like the Chaos the Chaos Undivided, where you get the demon as your leader. And then I like...
Alexandra stands now inside the...
Who else is it? Nurgle. I like Nurgle. And then... the pirate vampires. Those things are pretty dope. But I will say this up front. If I ever play vampires, there is a mod that I use that just turns that fucking attrition crap off. Because I'm like... I have to and I can advance further than the corruption can spread. And it's just like... it forces you to slow down so goddamn much. I guess something happened?
Did I just see what I thought I saw? Did Things with Reed just merge with that coral thing? Somehow she's keeping the coral alive. Now we just have to deal with the witch who tried to kill it.
I'm a toxic Warhammer, stealthy, fast-paced, tactics-based. Nurgle, that's why I like Nurgle. Nurgle can absorb your damage and just get to you. And if Nurgle can put hands on you, it's a problem. But Nurgle is tanky. So its shit can just absorb damage. So that's one of those, like, I beat them through sheer attrition just because I can outlast them. I do have specific weapon, like, army builds that I do. But yeah, honestly, Nurgle's pretty dope. I like Nurgle a lot. Because what I do is I get the big, hefty lords that are just, like, super fucking tanky to act as buffs for the entire army. Good luck trying to kill that hero. Because as long as he's alive, everything else is significantly stronger. It's so fantastic. Strategy ain't shit when you lose your tactics and your strategy goes to shit. Yeah, yeah, you gotta have the tactics to maintain the strategy. One of the things is really cool that Nurgle is really good in a straight fight. Oh, they're fantastic in a straight fight, which is why I like them, because it's just like, I can just keep pumping those out and putting them in all the different various directions, and I will just beat you through sheer attrition. The thing is like, when you get really stretched out, though, start having problems like armies returning, rebellions, and like you have to spread the pestilence around, or else your people do take the damage. You know, and it's like armies, you end up with more armies than you have resources for, so then you got to maintain that. And then people who normally were your friends are getting pissed because your territory is getting bigger. And then the people that you're going against are going, huh, maybe I should make friends with my other enemies over here because they're taking over territory quickly. You know, and it becomes a big hassle really fast. But Nurgle can sit there and defend like none other, and it's so fantastic. I would love playing the dwarves if it wasn't for the grudge mechanic. The grudge mechanic is the one thing that bugs me. Oh, and the other thing I do is I let it where you can conquer all fucking castles. I hate that shit where they're like, oh, well, you can only conquer these territories. It's like, no. I'm coloring the map. I color the map. But I think it's really, let's see here. In an objective-based multiplayer, it's hard, though, because I can just sit down at 2 points and you split and commit fully force because the Wood Elves are fast and Nurgles deal with... If they play correctly, they don't fuck up those important units in dumb ways. A lot of time can just be like, okay, Nurgle is more than halfway around the point at this... See, and that's where it's like I do have mixtures, because I always make sure to bring flying units. I always make sure to bring siege support. You know, like every single army is a copycat. It's a copy and paste army. And I usually have 2 armies that are completely maxed working jointly. Yeah, it's brutal. It's fun. I kind of want to play it.
We'll draw her out and fight her face to face. We'll rip the heart from her bloody fingers. I don't know if you've ever faced a Breton mage lord. It won't be easy.
They say that, but like, we talk to your gods on a regular basis. Your gods ask us for help. I'm just saying. Who do you think saved your god Vivek's life? Just saying. Just saying.
Cornell, run while you can.
You're too late. The heart is mine.
Not alone. You won't burn? Then freeze.
Have a taste of lightning.
There we go.
One day you die.
Take our heart. Keep it safe. The coral and I can now live without it.
Okay. And now? Okay, if they say so, let's get on out of here. Yeah, campaign of Nurgle is insane. As only time I can win versus a good Nurgle player is there's a lot of Wood Elf siege battles, but in multiplayer, income caps is a different story, as I can only spend 18,000 in an army, and that's it, where Nurgle is harder to use. That's fair. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I don't think I've ever played those in multiplayer. I've always just played the campaigns. Over and over and over again, but I've always played the campaigns. Oh, come on.
Well, you're a warm hut in a blizzard. What news? Could you keep that? Then Ebonheart is saved. We are once again in your debt. Maybe we'll make you the new Thane of Whiterun. After all, they'll take anyone. I'll keep the heart safe. His brother of strife must remain bound.
Whiterun will take anybody as a Thane. Bam! Ooh, shots fired. But Wood Elves is also one of the hardest races to play in multiplayer. They are strong, but if you fuck up your micromanaging, you will lose because they are squishy and they can't win in a direct battle usually. Do you use allied race units? Like when you have I think they call them embassies. But you build a certain building and then you can go ahead with your allies, people that you actually have a full alliance with, and you can build that race's units from specific settlements and stuff. Do you do that at all? And then I know, oh, it's been a while. I can't remember if there's mercenaries that you can hire too with your lords. I believe there's mercenaries you can hire with your lords. Do you do any of that stuff, or do you just keep it all pure Wood Elves that you can build yourself? Gotta bait people into doing things to find a way to play the enemy into losing trade where they might have a few Blade Riders, but you'll get all of the siege cannons and get a few stealth hero into the back line. In campaigns, I don't usually use allied races units much, though if I do, I like to get the Pegasus Riders from Batonia. Well, that makes sense.
The brothers of
pretty
strife
cool.
are too dangerous. I'll keep this from everyone who might want to use it. Even Todd, you've done well here. We could use more like you. In fact, it's a vital link between...
Alright, so let's go. They want us to go to a new location. Let's go. Okay, so here's what we're going... Is they want...
This is nice. Aurelia and I used to go camping like this on High Isle. Seems like a long, long time ago.
He wants to go there. I want to go there.
Here we go.
We'll take the road. That way we don't have to fight as much when we're running around. Oh, the Chaos Warriors Corn. Corn is pretty good. Corn is super limited though. That was always, if I'm not mistaken, it's Corn that like they have super limited range capability. They're great as a front meat shield front line. They're great as shock troops. Like, good God, they have some fantastic shock troops. But if I remember correctly, and again, it's been a while, so correct me if I'm wrong. But if I remember correctly, they're super limited on range capability. Because I like to have a decently balanced build in my armies, and then just double it, and have 2 armies, like, always supporting each other.
Ah, that could be helpful.
I'm still queued. I'm still queued. But Pegasus Riders are really, really good compliment. Since it's fast and doesn't... Pegasus Riders can take some great hits, and they have... Oh, look, finally. Finally! And anything that can reflect it, I can kill in ranged flying units or ranged horsemen. Nice.
Martis, we aren't prepared for this.
If a few cultists are too much for you, best give up on the spire. Consider that a lesson in keeping on guard.
Alright. I don't know this dungeon, so we're gonna follow the tank. Okay, I hope I'm doing this correctly. If there's anything I need to know about this dungeon that anybody happens to know, tips are welcome. But I have never done this dungeon before, so I'm just hoping that these folks know what they're doing and we're following the leader. And because it plays exactly like the lore. That's fair. They do play exactly like the lore. And the units are super fun and easy to micromanage. Wolves abilities. Beastmen are cool because they can't... Because you really can't make a formation against them, as most units they use start wherever they want with Vanguard deployment. Oh, that's fair. Oh, shoot, I almost forgot. I like playing the undead skeletons, the Egyptian ones. Oh my goodness. Freaking go away.
This place is enormous. Where do we even begin to search?
Focus, Lucilla. You can feel the aberrant energies if you just focus.
This debris, I feel it. Gosh, it's tying my gut in knots.
Keep clearing the path ahead. I want to evaluate this Daedric stone.
Archon the Black. Neferata. They got some really cool...
Reinforcements have arrived.
Oh, I grew some. Welcome in, welcome in. 1 second, I'm in a dungeon and I cannot pause. Oh, man. Let's... Give me 1 second. Hopefully they don't kick me for this. Oh no. There we go. Ah. Shit. Oh shit, I'm in the boss fight. My bad. I was not paying attention. I thought I was still outside the door. Give me 1 second. Oh, I can't pause this. I really wish I could. Oh man, I am so sorry. Timing. I have been queued for this dungeon for like almost 4 hours. It's the first time it's popped. My apologies. Oh no, oh no, oh no! And I've never done this dungeon before either, so I don't know the layout or what I'm supposed to be doing. So that's the other... Oh no! Ah. Oh man. Come on. Nope. Get out, get out, get out. Man. No, you leave me alone. No. Out of your red circle. Oh man, I used my last health potion. I need to. Thoughtables.
Feeding on these?
Okay, assign. Here.
The Dremora were using that creature to draw out.
Oh man. Okay. 15. Give it. Okay. Let me scroll up here real quick. I gotta do this quick because I'm still in the dungeon. Let's see here. Raid. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Sorry. Really bad timing. I'm in that dungeon and I've never done it before. Yeah, if you guys haven't done so, go check that. Go check out iGruesome. iGruesome does a variety of different things. Some Call of Duty Black Ops 6, some Path of Exile. They've done some ESO. They do a variety of things. Make sure you're checking them out. The only way I have figured out the kind of formation against them is to roll the dice and make a pentagon formation. Besides that, times flanks, right as they impact. Thank you for the bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let me get back in there because this is a public dungeon, a public group, so I don't have comms with these folks. Shit, I went the wrong way, didn't I? Your ranged units early, they will... Shit. Don't read.
Finest reporting.
Man. Okay. Your ranges, they will most factions early assigned, easily assigned. Most factions that can handle it. That's fair. You good? Hello. Thank you for the follow. Oh, 2 follows. Nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry, like I said, I've been waiting for like 4 hours for this dungeon to pop, and it happened to have just popped. And it's a public group. Don't have comms with these folks. And I really don't want to get kicked out of the group, because there's equipment that I need out of here. I'm trying to get the Rush of Agony set. I want to farm up the whole full set before I start making a tank. Oh man, this looks like it's gonna be fun.
Martis, you know him?
know what it's like to beg for death. I'll show you.
Oh, I don't know the mechanics here. This is not fun. Oh my goodness. I'll just stay like right in these spots, so maybe I won't get hit with whatever the red stuff is. Oh my goodness, it's moving. Okay.
That's malice in your eyes, Martus. Have I rekindled your passion for causing pain?
Storm Atronach's down. Oh, that one is at least. That one's not. Okay, okay. I want a Wizard Wardrobe add-on to be updated. Oh, man. Oh, those are red skulls chasing me. No, no. No, no. No. Oh, man. This is... At least it's, like, fairly easy to figure out the mechanic here of just don't touch the red things, kill the support first.
Maybe I'll show her how deep they go.
Okay.
Big Rock, you worry about him.
Interrupt. Okay. Okay.
Responsible for this nightmarish place. You were responsible.
I'm
for this
chapped. I
place.
can't press one button to swap builds right now. Ever since I was able to do that, I was able to. Now I'm not. It sucks. Is it something like they disabled, or is it something that was like a an add-on that's no longer available? Oh. Man, I love that crystal. I know that crystal is totally ineffective, but it is so cool to watch that thing go up and off. An add-on that wasn't updated for the patch yet. It broke with the update. Probably won't work until they update the add-on and work with the new patch. I mean, it sounds like a pretty useful tool. Can't you just do that if you have the armory dude? The armory companion guy? Could save builds and also save them to a keybind, so I was able to swap trash setup. Swap trash setup, boss, PvP, single target, and bomber builds by pressing a keybind I set.
Stop that thing!
Let this world be scattered for the glory of Beirut's Dagon. Come, you servants of Beirut's Dagon. Rise!
Ah, ha, ha, ha. I noticed the red and got out of it. Nope. What is this thing? No, 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 no. Okay, there we go.
Reaching out to another of those stones. I can feel it. I think I can get you there. Use this.
Oh shit. Okay, there we go.
That thing isn't defeated just yet.
Raj. Okay. You get shields, you get shields, you all get shields.
This is but a taste of the scorching deadline.
Okay, shields, shields, shields. Bun. Oh shit. Okay, portal.
I've located the source it's tapped into. Take this portal and deal with it.
Woo!
Use this to get back.
Hey, sunshine, back here. Oh man. Ah. As soon as we finish this dungeon, we can get back to chat. We don't have to be so focus-faced. Shields. Oh, we got him. Woo! Alright, cool. Yeah, but I could, like, click one button after killing one guy and see a ball group and just move my build. Ah, that's fair. Okay, so it's the speed. And swap back to my single target. Same with swapping back to my banner / streak skill. And I was about to fight something. PvP. I always want to move faster. That's fair. That's fair. Anyways, Twitch, I am so sorry for all of that. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate that. Sorry, I'm chasing, just so everyone can know what I'm chasing here. It's a set that I want to have built out. And it is called, let's see, did we get one of the weapons? No, we did not. Offhand, maybe? No, we did not. Shoulders. Nope. Waist? Nope. Gloves? Nope. Legs? There they are. This, right here. This is what we're going for. And because at the bottom here of its 5-item effect, when you deal direct damage with Blink, Charge, Leap, Teleport, Pull ability, you begin to amass power after 0.8 seconds. You pull enemies within 12 meters after 2 seconds, deal 7,876 physical damage to all enemies within 7 meters. This effect can occur once every 8 seconds, and it scales off your higher weapon or spell damage. The pull will not apply crowd control immunity to a target. So, that is what I'm looking at farming up. That was what I'm chasing. Because when I get a full 5-piece set and I want the armor variant and I want the weapon slash, what do you call it? Accessories? Jewelry? Jewelry. Weapon and jewelry setup as well. I want to be able to have the option to use either or. For a tank. When I get that, then I'll start building a tank. But that's the plan. In the meantime, we've got to bind that for the sticker book. Collected. Bind for the sticker book. Sticker book. And spend, I'd have to spend $150 to save so many steps in my art. And have like 12 of them, so usually I have 5 bound for PvE and the time depending on playing. Yeah, see, that's like way too much. My whole thing would be, I would just want to... There we go. I'm very much the, I want to have the jack of all trades build. I want to be able to do everything while changing little to nothing as far as equipment goes. As far as skills go, like I get my skills every, like, changing out 1 or 2 bars. I'm about to remove. There we go. Let's bounce out of that. But switch out a shield for maybe an extra healing one, or maybe swap out one of my 2 healing ones for an extra shield or something to that effect. Like, I get that, but my my weapons and stuff, I really don't like switching stuff. And usually I can find a build that I can use pretty effectively where I don't have to switch anything. We're binding everything for our sticker book, for those curious. Oh, we got the amulet too. Nice. Now that one's getting locked, and it was legs, right? Lock. Why are my feet not equipped anymore? There we go. Inventory 76. Raj. It's just cool to switch things on the fly and not spend a shit ton of money on the armory guy. But yeah, we got different playstyles for sure. Honestly, a lot of it has to go back to the type of unit that I was in. I was in what's it called, a recce unit. And basically it is the jack of all trades. That was our style. It was like, we were what's considered a commander's asset. Where, say that he needs someone to go and set up a checkpoint over in a random location. Cool, we're capable of doing that. Say you need to do a house raid. Cool, we're capable of doing that. Say you need to do a prisoner grab. Cool, we're capable of doing that. Cool, you need us to go out and develop new intelligence assets for you? We can do that. You need us to scout something? We can do that. You want us to escort you somewhere? We can do that. Like, we were the jack of all trades. That was what our training was. That was what our job description was. And it was really cool because you get a lot of cross-training that you otherwise wouldn't get. And you learn real quick that with minor adjustments, you can find a kit loadout that can do all of the jobs. And that's what we usually try to go for. Everyone had their own personal thing that they discovered worked for them in almost every mission criteria requirement that we would be possibly asked to go out and do. It was really nice. It was a little bit of a challenge in the beginning, which made it fun. But I think that's where I get that mentality from, is the fact that that's how I was trained and that's how I did it in real life. So I just kind of apply that which is familiar and that which is comfortable to every other aspect.
Did you bring troops?
No, I did not bring troops, good sir, because I don't care about Ebonheart Pact territory. Not even a little bit. I just want the story. And I think we're gonna end up going this way. Now then. It's around. Okay. There it is. Ooh. There it is. Shouldn't prefer skate. Very nice. Short slash folded buttstock for life. Yeah, I had the short one. I didn't like the fold. The fold could get caught on my gear too frequently, so I went with the short one. I also had the pistol grip. We call them gangster grips up front, and I had 2 pressure pads. So I had my Surefire flashlight on one side, and then I had my infrared lasers on the other side. Yeah, I loved my setup, and I had an ACOG, but I had the old school ACOG, not the carbon fiber one. So mine actually had the crosshairs in it, without the red glowing bits. It was so fucking cool. I was such a big fan of that system. All right, and now we need to go to make sure we're not missing anything else. Ultimate. Cool. All right, now then. My AR as small a profile as possible for maintaining its effectiveness at range. I would say you would want that to change based on your environment you're fighting in. Example, you can have an AR style platform, but like if you're like close quarters, things of that nature, close to medium quarters, I would go with a 5.56 caliber top frame or a 223, right? Because this is basically the same thing. Minor differences.
Never get tired of that sound.
But for open areas, like open fighting, like for example, long range distances, mountain fighting, open terrain fighting, guerrilla warfare fighting, stuff like that, you're probably going to want to switch your upper receiver and your bolt system out, so that way you can run like a 308 caliber, because you need to have the capability of being effective in whatever territory and type of fighting you're operating in. And like, you don't need a 308 caliber for close quarters. Like that's not a great idea. But like a 5.56 in open terrain, in open long range combat, isn't gonna do anything either. So you do need to be able to switch that piece out. And for open long range, you kind of actually want the longer barrel for the accuracy to give you that extra range. Whereas like close quarters, if you want to go super compact, hell, you don't even need the AR platform. You could go with like an MP5, for example, or get like an H&K platform.
Another find for your pack.
Ours was just like cross-loading ammunition types, so it was one of those. We all carried extra magazines more than we were required to, but we also got into big-ass fights constantly, so it's like, what was the main ammunition that everybody had? Okay, now we had to build weapon systems around the main ammunition that we had access to. So like, we would have a few specialists on the team, like we had designated marksmen that would carry 2 weapons, so they would have their, depending on our ops, we would have them either carrying their M4 platform, which was the standard all-around jack-of-all-trades system that we ran, or you would have them carrying this, you'd either have them carrying their designated marksman rifle, or they would bring that in addition to their AR platform. It depended on the mission. But our DMRs were M14s, so we had a 7.62 for those, which worked because we also had 7.62 belt-fed 240 Bravo machine guns that we were running. And then the M4 platforms, we had the 5.56 because we also ran a 249 until they replaced those, because they ended up replacing those on our second deployment with the... Oh, fuck, what was it? The Mark... What was the name of that damn... It was the Mark something. It's a 7.62 machine gun. It's more compact than the 240. It's heavier than the SAW, the 249, but lighter than the 240. It's a Mark something, and I can't think of it off the top of my head. But anyways, so, but it was like, we had to take all of that into account. Like, who's got, what weapon systems are we bringing, what ammo types are we bringing, and then cross-loading everything so that way everyone can support each other regardless of the scenario we're in. For example, you know, like, that 240 Bravo machine gun and that DMR can reach out and touch somebody that me as a 5.56 gunner, maybe I can't touch. That can provide me cover so I can reach out and touch somebody. However, those dudes using those big machine guns, they can't exactly help me when I'm going and clearing, like, you know, a compound or something to that effect. They're no longer effective anymore. So they stay outside. So it's one of those, like, an individual can only be so effective on every mission. However, a team can load out where you're effective on every mission. Does that make sense? That's kind of the way that you would build things out, is what missions are you likely to do? What are your assets? How do you be able to perform well at all of them? Not be the best at all of them, because you still have to have specialists, but like, how can you perform at most of these operation levels?
Hold. What's your business? In case you haven't noticed, friend, we're in the middle of a siege.
I'd go DMR in long range. Honestly, it wasn't usually up to the soldiers' decisions. It was usually a leadership telling you, hey, guess what? This is your job now. It was usually that. But that was, we usually base those things on performance. Like, let's go to the range. Let's go test everybody out. Let's see how everyone performs. We have to see how they interact with everybody on the team. What positions are they excelling in? On my first tour, started out, I was a assistant gunner to a 240 Bravo machine gun. And then my second deployment, I was a team leader at that point. And because your leadership doesn't sit in the back when it comes to frontline units. So I was up in the front with the guys doing the things. But again, as a recce unit, we did so many different things. Like, we did escort missions, we did checkpoint missions, we did raid missions, we did extraction, like prisoner extraction missions. We did recon missions. We did intel development missions. We did Shura meetings with the village elder missions. Like, you name it, we probably did it at some point or another. It was fun. It was fun when they let us do our jobs. But there was a lot of politicking and policy changing that was happening on towards the end of that deployment, where like the rules of engagement changed, the overall strategy was changing. So being there during a transition period is also never nice. So, and it was an election year too. Like it was OEF. Sorry, you guys probably don't know OEF. OEF stands for Operation Enduring Freedom. That would have been the end of 9, beginning of 10 is when my second deployment was. And it was an election year. Obama had just come into power, so he was changing policies. He changed the commanders. The policy was no longer to push out as far as we could and keep the fighting away from the major settlements. The policy had changed to we're pulling back from the rural areas to concentrate on the urban environments and just maintain control there. So like the policies were changing, the rules of engagement were changing as a result. And because there's a lot of people that aren't always in communication, not everyone's operating on the same sheet of music when transitions happen on large scale operations like that. So like that was my first deployment was bad. My second deployment was unnecessarily bad. It was bad because of all of the changes and miscommunications happening. So yeah, it was a mess. That was a fucking mess of a deployment. But honestly, as far as if I was actually given a true choice as to what position I would have wanted to be, I would have wanted to stay in the front. I like close quarter fighting. I prefer to be up close and personal. I want to know that the person that is trying to kill me and my friends is actually dead, and I don't have to worry about them trying to hurt or kill us again. You know, I want to be there for that. Not to mention, when you're sitting on a machine gun or you're sitting with the scope in your face, you get tunnel visioned very quickly. The rush of being in close quarter or medium proximity to in your conflicts is that you do have to pay attention to your entire environment because there is so many moving parts constantly going on in front of you, and you are at the distance where it matters. So it's way more fast-paced, it's way more stressful, and you actually have to be on fucking point with everything. It's fantastic. That's the challenge that I'm happy with.
Sure as bones. It's good to see another competent fighter. General Serian has dug into Fort Virak like a tick on a dog, and we're having a cursed hard time digging him out.
And the other thing is I don't have the fucking patience to sit there as a sniper. Or a designated marksman. Like, sitting in one place for hours sucks. I had to do it on the machine gun, and I am grateful when I got off of it because I never wanted to do that again. I hate sitting in one place for hours. I'm very much one of those, like, if you know where the bad guys are, let me go fight them now, and then you can call me when you find some new ones for me to fight. I'm one of those types of combatants. Like, I don't want to go do all this bullshit of maybe we can make these things happen. Maybe we can go and do some dumb things like guard a box that's in the middle of a base. Why? Because we got to keep soldiers busy. Why? Just tell me where the bad guys are. We'll go kill them right now, and then I'll go home, and we can help play video games together, right? I watched so much TV and DVDs while I was over there on the second deployment. It was ridiculous. Actually, I watched the entire... That's the time I found the only anime that I've ever liked. I genuinely do not like anime. Except for one. And for that one, it will always be the best anime, in my opinion. which I'm sure that anybody who knows anything about anime will tell me how I'm wrong on so many different levels, and they're probably right. But the best one ever, Trigun.
The Covenant has taken Fort Virak and reinforced her walls. Strong Nord reinforcements are waiting for us in the rift, but this fort keeps them bottled up. Our catapults can't crack the walls, and they've repelled every attack so far. Garen Inderol is leading the charge. You can find him at the command tent west of here. Word is we've got General Serian backed into a corner. May Kyne speed you. Split some Covenant skulls for me.
Alright, let's do it. It's this way right here. That's a lore book.
Hold the guard.
If you're going to
There's a
commit
criminal
crime,
on the
do
loose.
something big.
That person's just going through and killing everybody. Well, that's unfortunate.
By the three. Good to see you again, my friend. My spies are telling me General Serian sent most of his forces to Vivek's Antlers. He shouldn't have the strength to hold Fort Virak, but he's repelling our attacks. I think I know how he's doing this. I hope I'm wrong. You're the only one I trust to do this. Go to the front lines. This sounds gruesome, but I need you to inspect the bodies of Covenant troops after they fall. Look for anything, well, unusual, and be discreet. I don't want the troops to panic.
So we're looking to see if there's anything unusual. Okay. Rotting for days, fell out while examining the dead Covenant. For days, okay. Bandages found and mortal wounds of the Covenant soldiers are caked with blood that has been dried for days. Chronic hand, the soldier's hand is covered in necrotic patches and rotted for several days. So is the decomposing and necrosis stages like just kicking in significantly faster, like almost instantly when they're dead, when they die? Or are those bodies been there for a while?
Are you the one I should
Or are they undead, being reanimated? I guess we're gonna find out. I actually don't know. I haven't really messed with the Ebonheart pack stuff too much. Garbox in a metal base and give me a 104 hour and an HK and 100 rounds of fearsome armor, some nades, good paycheck, and I'll be down. Too bad you don't get to choose what you have to do. Well, or always. Yeah, like you don't get to choose your role within the teams and within the platoons. Like those are assigned to you. Usually it's based on two factors. One is rank and then the other one is skill. So like we're not going to take a dude that can't fucking qualify expert on a standard M4. We're not going to make him the designated marksman, right? Like if the dude can't shoot, like he's going to spend a hell of a lot more time at the range, but he's not going to be the marksman. He might be a machine gunner maybe, you know. Accuracy through volume of fire. But it is based on those two factors there. Oh, and we usually give the smallest dudes the biggest guns. That's the other rule. Which is how I ended up on a machine gun team in my first deployment. Because I'm really short for paratrooper standards. So, well, for what most of the people in my unit were.
Did you find anything suspicious? Now you can see why I had you investigate. I didn't want to panic my troops. After each day of fighting, we've allowed the enemy to collect their dead, out of respect. Sarian is raising them at night to face us again the next day.
And I will say, though, like, the higher in rank you get, the more freedom with choosing your weapon loadouts you have. So, like, that's the other thing, is, like, you get a few ranks under you, you can choose to take an extra weapon or two, or choose to change an addition to your weapon. Like, cool, you're a team leader now. Did you want an underbarrel grenade launcher? No? Did you want the underbarrel shotgun attachment? No? Oh, okay. Well, if you want it, you can have it. Did you want the close quarter optic, or did you want the ACOG with the, was it 3.4 zoom capability? Right? Do you want, which infrared laser do you want? The one that just is a straight line and a flashlight? Or do you want the one that's got, like, the various different blinking variants that they have and capabilities? Like, what do you want? You get a little bit more freedom of equipment choice the higher in rank you get, which is kind of cool. You still don't get to choose your role, but you get to at least control your loadout more. Seen a video of the Britain soldier training with US, and they were burst fire, and the US guy said, "It's a machine gun, hold that bitch down." I guess the British have a smaller budget. Yeah, it's expensive to do training. Here's an example. I went to Javelin School. Javelin School is a shoulder-fired missile system that's a fire and forget heat-seeking tracking system. The device that you're using to aim and control and fire everything from is called a clue. And at the time when I was in, that was a $500,000 piece of equipment. You can use it just as a normal optic, and a lot of people do. The missile, called Javelin, you would put it in the shoulder rocket position, right? And you would use the clue. I'm not going to go into a lot of details about it, but it's kind of like a video game. Brackets, blinking, lock on targets, fire, right? And there's a top attack and a direct attack. The Javelin system's capable of killing the most armored tanks in existence today. So, like, there is not a single tank in the entire world that can take a top attack hit from a single javelin, and survive it. Period. And the missile, at the time that I was serving and I went to school to learn the Javelin missile system, was a 3-week course that we had to take. It ended up being, they were, I think it was like 150,000 or 180,000. It was like in that range, because there was 2 different missile types at that point. They had the older variant, and then they had a newer variant that was more expensive that they were transitioning into. But because of how expensive it was to shoot, only 5 students in the class got to fire the missile systems, and then everyone else just kind of had to watch and go ooh and ah, right? But, like, training can be expensive when you consider that, like, a single shot from that missile system, even on the low end at that point, was $150,000 per round. You know, it's like, that would pay off most people's houses. And take 2.5 to 3 times on the other guy. You get the grenade launcher. That would be so cool to fire. Hell, it would be cool to even see it hit a scrap car during training. Yeah, you usually have, like, destroyed, burned out tanks and shit that you would shoot at. It was pretty cool. But it was a cool weapon system. In fact, we got to actually use it in Afghanistan quite a bit. It was one of the things that we got in trouble for. We used it as an anti-sniper weapon system. We had marksmen with us. We didn't have snipers with us. So when we got shot at by snipers, we're just like, okay, cool, fuck you. And used it to to lock onto the sniper's heat signature and just drop the missile on him. And they would be like, oh, you can't do that. It's wrong. Like, okay. What are we supposed to use it against? Tanks and helicopters and armored vehicles only. You guys do realize we're fighting a ground guerrilla force that doesn't have any vehicle capability, correct? Yeah, we know, but you're not allowed to use it against people. Okay. But here's your new rounds for it.
That old lizard, Wox, came to me with a plan to infiltrate the fort. I told her it was too risky. Now we're fighting a losing battle. It's time to take a risk. Wox and Ash and an elite squad are in the ruins under the fort. She'll explain the rest.
Behind cover, no cover now, biatch. Right? But again, it's one of those, like, you do genuinely need to go to the schoolhouse to learn how to use that weapon system. It's not... I simplified it for explanation purposes. It is a fun weapon system, though. You can find videos on YouTube of people using them in testing and in real life. Because I know, like, there's several videos that guys that I served with put up on YouTube that have us using them in a real combat situation. In fact, there's one where I want to say it was Pop-Tart. I'm not going to say his real name. Just don't know how much of his story I'm allowed to tell. So, for sake of protecting his identity, we're not going to say his last name. But it's Pop-Tart. He got that nickname because he got drunk one night in the barracks. And he wanted Pop-Tarts. He ended up taking Pop-Tarts out of the aluminum foil wrapper, right? And placing them on top of the aluminum foil wrapper because he wanted them warm. And then microwaving them. And this was in Vicenza, Italy. And which caught the microwave on fire. And from that point forward, the platoon had called him Pop-Tart. He had went to school for Javelin School, so he had training on how to use the weapon system and everything. And there's a video that got uploaded with Pop-Tart. And you can find it on YouTube still, where he is firing the Javelin missile system in Afghanistan in an actual combat situation. And we had a dog on base. We called him Odie. And you can see Odie on the other side of the Hesco barrier barricade. When he's mounted on top of the barricade, fires the missile and just watch the dog freak out and then run into the bunker. This shit is so funny. But yeah, you can find all sorts of videos and stuff where you can see people using them. Here's your new rounds, wink. Is it super heavy? It's heavy, but like you can legitimate. So when you're firing it, you need to either be A, kneeling, B, propped up against something, like front propped up against something, or C, sitting. Laying down, you can kind of possibly do it. It's not really recommended, but like in the right sloping angles, maybe. It's definitely not something you're standing and firing. It has that much weight to it where you're not going to stand and fire this. It's just not going to be a thing you're going to do. Not unsupported anyways. Y'all never let him live it down. Yeah. Well, I mean, he was a peer at that point. If I remember correctly, last I looked in on him, he was... I think he was like a platoon sergeant at this point. So I'm sure nobody calls him that anymore. But yeah, that was his nickname, and that's how he earned it, was he lit a microwave on fire trying to make Pop-Tarts. Oh, man. Sorry, I did not realize this was not already full. That is improper planning on my part. Man got Pop-Tart types for he earned his way out of it. Well, we say it affectionately. Like, genuinely, he was a really, really good dude. He was probably one of the nicer people you would ever encounter in that community. Because, like, usually you get, like, the hyper-masculine asshole, like, super competitive, like, let's go, you know, types of people. And he was always really, like, chill and laid back and just, like, he was genuinely just kind to everybody. Like, he could hold his own, don't get me wrong. Like, he could hold his fucking own. But he wasn't one of those that felt he needed to prove anything. So he was just chill all the time. It was really cool. He's a really nice dude.
I've gathered some of our most skilled fighters here. We're poised to infiltrate the fort as soon as the way is open. You're the perfect fit for my plan, my friend.
Are you saying that because I'm a Khajiit, so I'm extra sneaky? What? Didn't they make a video about that? A music video? Khajiit like to sneak or something like that?
My grandsire was a powerful shaman. He passed down an ancient formula for an elixir that allows a traveler to walk in the other world between the living and the dead. It works on those who've become attuned to the realms beyond.
Okay.
You're different. You must know that. Not all of you is with us, yes? That makes you the perfect candidate for the elixir. Using the elixir, you can pass through the catacombs beneath Fort Varrock. Find the door, open the way, and end this siege.
You know what? I've noticed that's come up a few times in all 3 zone story quests lines for the various factions, where that whole, like, well, you don't have a soul, so you're the only one that can do this. So I'm kind of glad that I haven't done the Cold Harbor thing yet, because man, oh man, wouldn't that be awkward? Be like, oh yeah, no, I actually do have that back, but apparently they have an uncontrollable impulse to steal because they were made that way by one of the Daedra. Forget which one. Remember reading it somewhere. There we go.
Yes, drink it. Then you'll be able to go where we cannot. Of course, not all in the other world will welcome you. Contact with the Beyond could be unpleasant, so avoid any creatures you see there. Good luck.
You know what I want to do one of these days, Rage? Is I want to do a Total War Warhammer 3 campaign, but jointly with another player. And literally just, like, make it to where only me and the other person are the only 2 remaining factions in the game on the entire map. I want to do that at some point. Use the transformation potion.
Be wary of the...
Woo! Okay, so far so good. Ooh, back up. Okay. Good to go, good to go. And it was described by the Khajiits as an impulse to steal, whereas like a human it's a lust or something. I'd be down. It would take forever. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I conquer maps pretty fucking fast in that game. But you also have to, like, you have to remember, like, me personally, if I'm gonna fight battles with the armies where I'm actually controlling the troops and stuff, I'm gonna do it in skirmish. If I'm gonna fight on campaign, I'm almost always doing auto resolve. I know that there's certain missions where they're just like, you have to fight this campaign battle to progress the story, and it's just like, okay, fine, I'll fight those ones. But every battle that I don't have to, I usually almost always do the auto resolve. Butter is still every so often. Get it out there, system. I gotta go over that lore again, because, like, I know I just went through their lore, and it was like 4 or 5 days ago. I gotta check again. Did I? Oh, I gotta talk to them.
Like eels through seagrass, we're inside. Well done. As we speak, my troops are attacking the fort's main yard. We still have plenty of work to do. Without reinforcements, these troops won't last long. And I'm sure it's time to finish off General Sarian and his abominations. Then we can reclaim Fort Virok for the Pact. Holgan and Tanville have rallied the Nord and Dark Elf troops. They're just waiting for the signal that the gates are unbarred. After the gates are unbarred, look for Sarian in the fortress keep. We think he's holed up inside, studying his spellbooks. Blood for the Pact.
Blood for the Pact, huh? Is someone a little bit of a Cornate worshiper? Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go.
We'll meet you in the secured area. For the Pact.
Where's the other one? The other one is this way. Well, guess we're fighting you. Come here. Fight me. My headset's dying.
Excellent work. Meet Walks in Ash and me when you're finished.
Okay, I'm finished. No? Okay. Fine, I'll go hunt down the big bad wizard man. Khajiit view that leaving valuables improperly guarded or secure is irresponsible and stupid. That stealing is only to, if you do so cleverly and not get caught, is okay if it benefits the group, etc. But do not view it as acceptable to steal from family and friends. It's kind of funny. It's like you get away with it, then it's okay. But if not, we have to punish you severe because you're a dumbass. I believe it was the Spartans. The Spartans had a tradition where the kids that were going through the training and were going to be Spartan soldiers on the front line, their final task was they had to sneak out of the barracks. Well, during the training, they were starved, so they had to sneak out of the barracks regularly to steal food. If they got caught, they were severely punished, but they were expected to do so. And then one of their final tests was they had to sneak out of the barracks, strangle a slave to death, and then get back into the barracks all without getting caught. And if they got caught, again, severely punished. So I can see that being a very human-based mentality to get inspiration from. So I can see where the inspiration of that policy comes from. Which is interesting that they went that far. Huh. I wonder what other cultures in this game do stuff like that.
Too late. You've come too late. He's gone. That milk drinker was experimenting on us, turning us into fodder for his undead legion. He turned them. Turn me too. It's just a matter of time. Too late for me. Dying. Then I'll reanimate. Sarian's planning something. Some necromantic ritual. Got to stop him. Look, you've got to end us. Take a candle to the journals. Fire will do the rest.
I don't know. I feel like we should just light the bodies on fire, or the wood stuff on fire. Like maybe put you guys inside here and then light that on fire. I feel like the books might actually be useful to figuring out what the hell this dude was doing. I don't think we need to destroy the books, big dog. I can put you in the wardrobe and just light you on fire and call it a day. No? Okay, fine. Strongly disagree with book burning, good sir. I mean, I always hear growing up, if you're going to do something stupid, don't get caught. And to make sure it's worth it if you do. Yep. Food sounds like a pretty good reason. Like, this dude, like... Really? Book burning? That's where we're going with Ebon Pact? Shame.
The yard is secure. Once again, the Pact controls Fort Virak. Yet General Sarian still lives. Where is he? He has much to answer for.
That Covenant General is a monster!
Thank you, soldier. We'll ensure the dead rest peacefully. We can't let General Sarian finish his ritual. Garin and I are ready to dispel his wards. Get ready for a fight, soldier. You'll face the dead. I don't know how he's doing it, but Sarian has transformed our warriors into undead slaves. Once the ward is down, enter the gate. Make your way to the keep and confront General Sarian. We'll join you as soon as we can.
The ward has been dispelled. Go find Sarian. We'll join you as soon as we've recovered our strength.
Okay, so far so good. So far, legitimately the entire time that we've been doing the Ebonheart Pact zone story, like, this is the third territory we've entered. Their entire problems have been exclusively Daggerfall Covenant. That's interesting.
Glory for the Pact!
We'll see it done!
God is ours!
Got him.
We've done it.
The general is dead.
Woo! Except for there's a ghost over there. Okay.
Not Karen! A daggerful covenant took my son.
Tanval. No! The Coral Heart is too powerful.
No, Holden. The covenant must pay.
Tanval. What have you done?
Wait, what? So we killed him and his ghost came back and killed the son and then somehow damaged this dude? What?
Shaw's bones. Tanval's gone mad. I can't believe he took the Coral Heart. And Garrett! Curse the fates. The wolves are circling, my friend. He's planning to use it to release Sadal, the second brother of Strife. We've got to stop him. All of Stonefalls will suffer if Tanval exploits the tormented spire. Absolutely. Troll's blood. Anything could break us apart these days. How do you think the Argonians and my fellow Nords will react to this? If Tanval summons yet another magical juggernaut into the Ashlands, it could very well be the end of the pact.
That Pop-Tarts made me remember something from middle school. I was eating constantly around the time, bringing like 6 to 8 sandwiches to school and a bunch of fruit and other snacks, and the largest kid in the school started calling me a fat ass. I found it funny because I was a super skinny kid at the time, and it just stuck as I didn't mind. That's fair. Hey, Wolf's White Rose, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. From that point on, I got called fat ass by him for the longest time, and it was funny as fuck because both of us, when he was first, he said, I can't argue with 6 sandwiches on my desk. Middle school was a blast. Yeah, I moved to a lot of schools. I went to a lot of schools, so I didn't stay in one place too long. I still, like, going on like 5 years now, being in 4 going on 5. So yeah, roughly 4 going on 5 years is how long I've been in this one spot now. And it's weird because this is the longest that I've spent in a single location. It's just the way it's been most of my life. So I typically don't stay long enough in most places to create memories. It's just fine, fits the lifestyle. But yeah, so I don't really have a lot of school stuff that stands out just simply because I moved around so frequently. Most of my stuff comes from the military because, like, all the people that I was with all the time moved around with me. So the group of people never changed, just the locations did.
There's only one place he could have gone. Kraganmore. The city is the gateway to Tormented Spire. To get past the wards at the base of the mountain, he'd need to talk to the Dres Grandmaster that holds the key. Go, and stop him.
But how you doing, Wolf's White Rose? Welcome in, welcome in. How's your day so far?
Go, my friend. Stop Tanval from getting himself killed. I've already lost too much today.
Alright, Raj. I'll go save him. Again. I went through like 2-3 schools a year. I think I only had 1 or 2 years where I stayed in one school for a full grade. That's a lot. That's a lot.
It's not as bad as it looks, is
Been in my current place for about 4 years, ever since I kind of like not moving around all the time. Yeah, it's more peaceful knowing that I'm gonna be there next 6 months, here, etc. I can see the appeal in it. Definitely not my cup of tea, though. I don't like being stagnant for too long. It's never been a thing that I've enjoyed. Okay, so let's go from here. And we'll follow the road down and get that waypoint.
Let's go.
Yeah.
This is a damn disaster.
All right. Actually, yeah, they're gonna have us talk to that guy anyways. Here we go.
Press that line.
This is a bad time for Crogganmore, traveler. Are you here on business? If not, you'd best be moving along. Huh. Don't we all? I wish you luck, stranger, but you probably won't find much here. Grandmaster Omin has been transformed from a bloodthirsty nixhound into a simpering guar. Maybe one of the guardsmen here can tell you more. I want no part of it.
Okay, weird. Room to 10 to 12 foster homes, 2 group homes between 11 and 18, having my own place and staying in it. It's pretty peaceful. Definitely understandable. Yeah, I moved around frequently, and it's due to the lifestyle that I've led. I associate constant movement with safety.
There's always more to do.
The savior of Davon's Watch and the Viruk Siegebreaker. Thank Vivek you're here. Crogganmore has been taken. Tarnval Indoril entered town at the head of his personal vanguard and demanded
That's the Sylvanar.
the Grandmaster. Now the vanguard patrols the streets. They command in Crogganmore.
That voice actor that's doing his voice is the same voice actor who did the Sylvanar's voice for the Bossamer. That voice, that's exactly who that is.
I don't know, but when he came out from talking to our Grandmaster, he was in charge. Our house elves and slaves alike are terrified. If you want to help, please speak with our Grandmaster. Maybe he'll listen to a new voice. Please speak to the Grandmaster. He's sure to listen to the hero of Fort Viruk.
All right, Raj, we'll go. Let's go handle it. Dress. That's another...
Dark elves are not very funny.
Makes a lot of sense with your background, to be honest. Yeah.
We can compromise on the matter. Remember, Grand Master, the urgency of our business.
As you say, Captain. As you say.
Praise Vivek.
Who are you? What gives you the... Oh, the hero of Fort Virak. Honor to you and your house.
Bet most with similar backgrounds feel the same. Typically, because like if you look at what most people with that level of a background, like that have that level of a violent history, a lot of veterans throughout all the history, you'll see this, they move around constantly afterwards. They never stay anywhere too long. They constantly move unless it's a generational family property they live on. That's the only time you see that. Other than that, you'll see them like they'll change jobs frequently. They'll move around a lot. You know, different things like that. They'll change the routes that they're driving constantly. They'll change their routines randomly and without any like announcement or build up or any observable reasons. Like it's part of that hypervigilance issues.
What brings a war hero of the Ebonheart Pack to distant Kragenmoor? I would be more welcoming, but today important matters distract me. Apologies, but the Vanguard demands my attention at the moment. If you have further questions, and I'm sure you do, speak to my seneschal.
Okay. Okay.
Quickly, friend. Over here.
Why are you whispering?
Caution, stranger. Speak quietly, lest one of the Vanguard hear us. Tarnvil Induril and his Vanguard stopped here on the way to the Tormented Spire. At first, the Grandmaster refused Tarnvil access to the mountain. Then Tarnvil snapped. He ordered his Vanguard to take the Grandmaster's son hostage.
Raj.
Tarnvil has lost control. He must be stopped, but first, the Grandmaster needs help. Nadra Slaw upstairs will know more. Go, and good luck.
Raj. I understand.
Honor to you and your house. What can I do for you?
Bro, tell her, hey, you guys!
No, we'll need to take the information from the Vanguard. As I see it, you have two options. You could sneak into their barracks here in town, or you could assault their camp.
I want to assault their camp. Tell me about their camp,
Vanguard
homie.
set up camp east of town. When Tarnvil went to the spire, he took most of his troops with him. Those left behind won't like someone just wandering in. They're spoiling for a fight.
All right, let's do it.
Excellent. What have you decided? Good luck. Beware.
Cheers, big dog. I'll go pick the fight. Facts, I'll go pick the fight. Vanguard be like, what the fuck is that? Shut the fuck up, dude. Yeah, they'd probably get pretty mad. I don't have the same pull. I don't answer to the Skald King of of the Ebonheart Pact. This isn't Dominion territory, where I'm a somebody yet. I haven't established that in their storylines. No, 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 no distractions. No distractions. Actually, screw it. You know what? I am curious.
That could be helpful.
I am curious. I have to know. What's the asking price? I wonder why these Dwemer are dealing with these types of structures. Let's see. 69,000. Cheers. Why aren't they doing the more of the mushroom structures like you see in Vanderfall? All right, let's keep pushing. I mean, there is the city of Vivek, so I can see that. And that transition didn't really fully catch on until about the third era. Hey, buddy, old pals, how's it going? So now the question is homie a traitor to the Ebonheart Pact? Did he become corrupted? Or was homie always a spy? If it was an blah 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 blah. If it was an Argonian, I'd be like, it doesn't matter if you get caught. You just go back to the mothership anyways. That's true. Like, they'll be back. It'll be fine.
Well,
nope, wrong way.
The look on your face. You've discovered where the Grandmaster's son is being held?
Tomb west of town.
The honored dead of Kruggamore have been interred in those tombs for centuries. They were built to honor the Daedra in the time of the Chimer. Well done indeed. That tomb complex will be well defended. Take care.
Where's the
The
entrance?
tomb is buried in the mountainside. There's a tunnel that will take you right to its entrance. You can find the tunnel by leaving Kruggamore through the western path.
Alright, sounds good. And find the tomb. Ooh, the day reset. I wonder, do you think anything's changed? One day left. What does this thing even look like? Ended weapons, outfits down. That's pretty cool looking. Bum 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 bum. ESO plus, ESO plus. 1 day left. So tomorrow, this will change and we'll get a new free item tomorrow. That's exciting. So tomorrow we're going to have new stuff to look at. It looks like the crown crates are changing tomorrow too. Oh. Oh. 8 days. Ooh, this one's gonna change out tomorrow. Wonder what the next one is. I like previewing the houses, the really big ones. Like, I'm not gonna buy it. I'll figure out the one that I really want, and I'll save up for it. But I'm not gonna like buy all the houses, you know. But I do genuinely like going and previewing them and being like, what could I build in here? How would I design this? And eventually I'll find that one that's like perfect for my design ideas, and I'll save up for it. Screw it. Why not? Natural made using 25 of these. Along with will allow you to so we're gonna collect those for a while. She's not. Oh, it's light though. Alright, so now what are today's endeavors? Woodworking table, well, we'll definitely do that. Air Antronach, well, we can knock that out too. We know where that's at. And loot 10 containers, well, shit, today's gonna be an easy day then. Look at that, today's gonna be an easy day. That's good cue for me to go to bed. 4 a.m. Yeah, it's 6 a.m. here. Well, good night. Thank you for stopping in. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate the good conversation. And, hope to see you in the future. Hope you sleep well. I was gonna go to bed a few hours ago. I was enjoying joking around and chatting. Good question. Is this game Skyrim? No, it is not. It is Elder Scrolls Online. Same exact universe. You can visit Skyrim. However, this is 948 years, roughly, before Skyrim. So this is in the 2nd era, and Skyrim is set in the 4th era. Have a good night, everyone. See you next time. Yep, thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. But yeah, so this is a prequel by almost 1,000 years to Skyrim.
My courage has fled.
Boom, got that one. There we go. Ba-da-da-dun-dun-dun. That's one of the 10 containers to loot.
Poor thing.
Poor thing. It's a spider, Izzy. It's okay. It's fishing bait. Kind of important. We do a lot of fishing.
What would you ask of me?
To move so I can loot the spider for fishing bait? I bought a face cam. Nice. Very nice. Where am I supposed to be going? Up and around. Okay. Oh, what was that? You have new hireling correspondence. Ah, yes! My little hirelings. Destroy. There we go. Now we're starting to get the provisioning thing that I wanted. Good, good, good. Out freaking standing. Can I loot any of these? No? So we just need... But yeah, man, I took a walk. Nature is pretty beautiful. Cool. Yeah, I like walking around outdoors too. Pixie Aquatica and I actually go on regular walks. It's quite nice. So, what games are you up to? What new things are you doing? Out of curiosity. We just gotta loot random containers to get the daily endeavor done. So we gotta still keep going up. Up, up, up. Uppity up, up. Okay, so let's take a look at the actual map then.
You've met your match.
Like, I was sitting down in the grass, and it was so peaceful and sunny. That's awesome. Like, I'm genuinely glad you got to experience that. Because it is very... It is nice and very important to, like, go out and do that on a regular basis. Got him.
That's the end of that tale.
Book go burr.
Side by side.
There's a girl that likes me. Well, that's always been the same. Well, that's cool. What video games are you doing? And what video games do you got planned for the future?
Side by side. Stow your weapons, my friend. We've won.
I'm doing Bully and Payday. Nice. You know, I really wish that they... Payday 2 had so much cool potential. If they had just given the players a little bit more control over the money stuff and an actual end point, that game would have been amazing. But they never let you keep enough money, and there was no objective end. And we got to be getting close, right? There it is. There's the daily endeavor. We got it. Oh. No.
Who are you? What do you want with me?
Freeing
Thank
you.
Free. Look, I know just how to get out of here. I used to play in these tombs as a child. Follow me quickly back to the city. We must speak to Father.
For me, I like organized crime games. Oh, that's fair. That's a very fun genre to be in. I don't know if it's available on your console, but it is an older game series. There's a game called Godfather and Godfather 2. They actually made two different video games. Godfather 2 was pretty fun. And it's on the older systems only, to my knowledge. So, you may want to check it out and see if it's on the system that you run. If I remember correctly, you said was it PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 3? Welcome back with the grocery shopping complete. Outstanding. And I'm definitely like games that have war experience. Well, there's plenty of those. There's definitely plenty of those.
You arrived in the nick of time.
If you haven't checked it out, you should check out Spec Ops: The Line. That's another really good one.
What do you suppose they do for fun around here?
Out safely, I see. Thanks again for your timely aid. Together, we've begun the liberation of Kragenmoor. Let's get to my father. We'll run these Indoril out of town.
Open sesame.
My son is free, and my hands are unbound. Now, the Vanguard will learn the price of threatening House Drez. Accept the thanks and esteem of House Drez. Now that my son is safe, I entrust the second key to Tormented Spire to you. Use it. Stop Tarnval Indoril. I will always be in your debt for freeing my son. Yes, the Vanguard made the error of taking advantage of my noble house. I want that error corrected. Grandmaster Indoril appointed his senior aide to command the Vanguard. I believe the man's name is Captain Dunveril. Kill him. That is the price of affronting the Drez.
Okay, so you guys are the we're gonna go look at seeing
You
what their
have the
history
gratitude
is.
of Sendrez, my new friend. I'd raise a goblet of wine with you if there was time, but there isn't. Father's given you the key then. Excellent. I'll make a mark on your map. You should find a cave there that leads to the path up the slope. There should be 2 ward stones at the entrance, each attuned to a constellation. The Atronak and the Tower, if I recall. The key should allow you to disrupt those stones, and any others you encounter on your journey. 3 guide your steps.
Kind of funny, I just had a random guy ask me if I know where he can get some herbal stuff. That is pretty funny. I'm curious. So, the religious dude betrayed everybody. And we're dealing with House Drez now. Which one was House Drez? I can't remember who was in which houses were what. I want to know who we're working with.
Oh, nice. What did you find? What do you say to some celebratory sweets?
No thanks, Izzy. I'm more of a savory person. Like, if you were offering me like some summer sausage on some sliced cheese on some crackers, like, I'm about that. You know, some beef jerky, outstanding. Some like burgers, fries, hell yeah. Savory, not sweet. So dress, D-R-E-S, that is who we are dealing with. Let's go learn about them. Brandon, hello, dress. Dress is one of the great houses, prized agrarian pursuits above all else. They built their fortune on salt rice plantations, slave labor, while maintaining persistent tradition of Daedra worship and ancestor reverence. Dress controlled the southeastern region of Morrowind through expanding influence in parts of central Morrowind. It was formally established as a great house by Grandmaster Balthil Dress after a successful slave raid that secured our role as the predominant suppliers of slaves to the other houses. House Dress constantly resisted efforts to join Dumner Society and the rest of Tamriel. Proud isolationists, we nevertheless believed in the unity of the great houses. Our agricultural might fed Morrowind, providing the majority of the foodstuffs necessary for the existence of the continuation of the Dumner Society. As such, feeding Morrowind provided the bulk of our wealth, influence, supplemented nicely by our control of the slave trade. The isolationist stance of House Drez was instilled in its customs and would outlook from the very beginning. Not only do we consider the other cultures and races to be inferior to Dumner, we deem any extended contact with them where we were not in total control to present a danger to Dumner society. Ideas like a plague can spread without warning and prove to be impossible to contain. Instead, we should concentrate on inter-house relations and improving the position of the Dumner and to make our society strong and eternal. Wow! So this is the people we're working with now. They make you work with this house in the Ebonheart Pact. That's wild. Alright, so where is... It's Fate's Proxy. Ah, there you are. I can't play at the moment. ESO is updating. Is it... Oh, like a patch update or something? Gotta lurk for a bit. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Man, I don't know how I feel about helping House Drez now. Yeah, patch update. Fair enough.
I need a break. Welcome back to the fight, my friend. This mountain's been rumbling for hours, and we're stuck out here, blades in our hands, and no one to stab. So, did you get the key from the Grandmaster at Kragenmoor? Now that you're here, we'll take the fight to the mountain. To Tanvor. He's already inside. After he disabled the ward, Walks in Ash managed to get some troops inside. The ward came back up almost immediately afterward. Damn that old dark elf's hide.
I love eating food. Me too.
These ward stones are the only thing stopping us. Disable them if you can.
I try to experience local food in every country I've ever been in. And because like even here in the US, like all the different states have their various different things that they're known for. So like I try to experience local food everywhere that I go.
I've been better, my friend. Tanvol and I have been shield brothers since the war, but Kain saved me. I might have to kill him to stop him. I don't want to think about it.
What mods are they planning on doing on the console? Do you know or not? I honestly don't know. Actually don't know that much about mods yet, period. Sadly. I need to learn more about it. I've just been so hyper fixated on getting my character to where it needs to be that I haven't really researched any of the other mechanics yet, just because I know that my priority list is like pretty massive still. When I get that list a little shorter, then I'll start looking in mods, because I know that I'm going to add more mods. I just need to know what mods I want to add. Like, honestly, I see these graphics, but I'm willing to bet there's a mod or an add-on or something that, like, makes these look more updated. I'd be interested in seeing stuff like that, you know? But as far as what's going to console, I have no idea, because here's the other question that I still haven't gotten answers on is this going to become cross-platform? Because the next Xbox system is going to be having a Steam operating system. And that's going to be the next Xbox console. So if that's the case, because you can play Elder Scrolls Online on PC on Steam, so do they become cross-platform capable at that point? Like, that's another question I genuinely have. I love cheese when it melted. Well, cheese is life. Like, those are just facts. And anyone who... Yeah, no, that's just a fact. That's an indisputable fact. Cheese is life.
Our allies have broken through. Press the attack!
Bum 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 bum. Walks in Ash.
The storm rages, but here I am, out of the rain. How goes the battle, my friend?
No, I'm talking about the next generation of console. It's gonna they said they're gonna be doing the Steam operating system. Now, what capacity, how many different versions they come out with, I have no idea, right? Because, like, even look at the Xbox Series. They immediately came out with two, right out the gate. Series X and Series S. So it's like, okay, are you guys going to do the same thing with the next one? Are you going to have a portable version that's based on, like, the Steam Deck? And the regular version? or are you just going to have like a regular box console version? Right? Like, because if it's based on Steam, you could go Steam Deck. But there's going to be those traditional console players that are still going to go, I still want to play with the box on with a controller and a TV. So it'll be interesting to see what they actually end up developing and actually end up releasing, and if they can maintain their own timelines. Because there's a lot going on in the world right now that is affecting trade and resources. So it could hinder or slow down the development or boost in aid, depending on how everything falls, as far as like Microsoft's ability to develop the next generation for the Xbox using a Steam system. But again, it also goes down to they also have to have the products to be able to go between the two systems, between PC and the next Xbox. Because if you don't have the products, nobody's going to buy the console.
The old protective wards have been restored. We swim against a current that is too strong.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I've heard it's handheld. Can't remember where I heard it, though. Yeah, they said until they actually produce a demo model that they show off to the world that is functional, it's one of those, like, everything, for as far as I'm concerned, is either speculation or marketing. When they show me a functional model, or demonstrate to the world, rather, you know, like doing an unveiling or a showcasing, and they show us that it actually functions, then I'll believe that they're going to come out with a console that uses a computer operating system.
Zuth, you're the sun on my scales. The first ward is beneath the ruins just ahead.
But I really want to know if that means that everything on that system will always be cross-platform. I think it would be cool.
Other wards are in other ruins, along the approach to the spire. Go swiftly, and may the wind be at your back.
Alright, let's go. Enter the southern ruins. I know I'm excited about it either way. Do you know how dope that would be, though? To have a functional portable gamepad system like that again, that I could plug into my library of pre-existing games. Now again, I know I'm very outdated, because I know that Steam Deck was a thing, is a thing. I don't know if it still is. Is it still a thing? Woo! Fine. If everybody wants to play, we can play. Are we good? We good? Outstanding. But, like, I've never cared for the Switch. I liked Game Boy when that first came out. And then Game Boy Color was cool, too. The SNES, I never cared for. Oh, those are Pack soldiers. We're friends with Pack right now, I keep forgetting.
There's nothing here but withered roots and dead earth. But it's too soon for Tonval to join the dust. He still has a part to play.
Is Steam Deck still a thing? Are they still supporting Steam Deck currently, out of curiosity?
My friend, I see you've come to stop me. Thank Vivek you're here. Daedra, down in the Caldera. We tried to push past them. We failed.
You can't unleash the monster falls. It's madness.
I know that now. Sadal summoned the Daedra the moment we arrived. Even with the artifact, I can't control him. One final ward remains. Your key won't work. To disable the ward, you'll need to slay an ancient gatekeeper lurking in the caldera. Summon her at the ritual bowl below us. And listen, I am sorry, my friend.
You know, you have You do not sound like a person who's dying from an abdominal injury. I just want to point that out as a fact. You don't even sound like a person who's injured with an abdominal injury. Okay? Like, pretend that you're hurt.
The gatekeeper is the only thing standing in our way. You know why, my friend. The death of my son, Garin. I couldn't bear it. Vivek knows. When I was younger, I had trouble with my anger. It still plagues me. Yes, I should have known. The destruction near Darvan's watch, my dishonorable orders to the Vanguard, my shame at Fort Virac. I will never be able to atone. I'm sorry, my friend.
You know, these houses are not working the way that they're described in those books. Okay.
No guts, no glory.
There we go.
I hope I was of some assistance.
Kind of ish. Okay. Jump. Shit. Okay. Clear. Oh. Hold on. No! I'm so grateful lava doesn't work the way it works in real life. Instantly gets too close to it. Not even touches it, just gets too close to it and bursts into flames. Okay. That was bad timing. Everything's about to be respawning right on top of us. That's gonna be fantastic. Got it. Okay, where's the door? Where's the door? There it is. I see you change to auto loot in settings. Did I? I didn't think I did. I probably should, though. Auto loot is off. Well, let's put that one on. There we go. Now it is.
With the final ward down, the way is clear. Fortunately, Walks in Ash has restored some measure of my strength. Yes, by Vivek. Sadal is trapped between this realm and oblivion. With the final ward down, his prison is vulnerable. Now we can strike. We'll undo the mistakes of House Indoril. The mages who first imprisoned Sadal linger here. The portal to Sadal's realm will not open without their aid. I believe they are angry with me. Speak with them, my friend. Perhaps you can earn their trust. One awaits you on the platform in the center of the caldera. Vivek walk with you.
Actually, no. I just remembered why I have that off. I have that off because I read some of the things that I loot. Usually when loot comes, you just select what looted. Oh, I do the take all button. That's how I'm getting around that. Is I just click take all.
You bring chaos and destruction to our ordered afterlife. Why are you here?
Okay, we want...
You intrude where you have no place. You weaken the rites it took dozens of mages to craft. Are you insane, mortal?
We must rebind your brother.
Perhaps. But spell casting of this magnitude requires planning, patience, and perfect execution. You persist. Very well. We used 3 focus stones in our binding ritual. Obtain the focus stone of flame from the southern rim of the caldera. Mind the lava. You look quite flammable.
Okay. Oh, god damn it. There we go. Just says fuck it, runs to the lava.
Do you, indeed? Perhaps you aren't as short-sighted as that arrogant Indoril Grand Master. Seek out the spirit of Levisi Gilvain. She was with us during the binding of Sadar. She waits for you now on the stairs above.
In the stairs, huh? So this way.
That was it, right? Sometimes it's hard to tell.
I think that's the first time I've heard her admit that it was hard to tell when a fight was over. Izzy. If you find it hard to tell when a fight is over, how are you still alive as a knight? I genuinely am curious about that.
What do you seek, mortal? Trial and error is the essence of spellcasting. Many attempts are necessary before a spell succeeds. Some never succeed. We shall see. Submit to the trials. I'll teleport you to the top of Caldera. Simply retrieve the focus stone at the back of the nearby cave. You'll need to follow the spells we took to contain Sadal. Are you ready?
Let's go do it. Oh. There we go. We got it.
This is the path you must take to bind Sadal. It's neither easy nor straightforward. Rather like I find myself almost impressed. But before the way to Sadal's prison opens, there is another test. My colleague guards the final focus stone. Are you ready?
Yep. Here it is.
You again?
Ah, 1 minute.
Again, I find myself talking to you. Very well. As you've already seen, completing a complex spell requires precision. Controlling the ebb and flow of magicka is the heart of spellcraft.
I don't know, I feel like this dude can just like hook us up considering that we helped him bind the last big bad in the story. I mean, he kind of already knows who we are and what we're capable of.
The cave behind you holds the final focus stone. To reach it, you must understand the ebb and flow of magic. You represent all living mortals here. Try not to embarrass yourself.
All right. So don't touch the red things. Good to go. Okay, so that was him basically giving it to us, because that was pretty simple.
Your results?
Once my game finishes updating, going to respec my necro-tanking, questioning, do I go Khajiit or Argonian with the Wraiths or Orc?
So you do.
1 second, I actually have an answer for that.
Unlike the Grandmaster, you've proven you can act with planning, patience, and courage. Now, with our aid, you can reforge Sadal's bindings. We'll return to the caldera. Place the foci around the caldera platform. The other mages and I will take it from there.
Okay. Real quick here. Let's take a gander over here. Okay, so there was actually the... Are you going Magicka tank or Stamina tank? That would be the first question. About to wake up the kids for what it's worth. Magicka. Honestly, look at Breton. Because, like, the Breton, Rage pointed it out earlier, because we were talking about tanking. But Breton, it does the increased magicka by 600, 1200, by 2000 at its max. And then it has spell attunement, which I'm just going to read you the max one. The max one, which is increases spell resistance by 2310. The effect is doubled if you are afflicted with burning, chilled, or concussed. Increase your magicka recovery by 130. And then the final one at max level is reduces your magicka cost of your abilities by 7%. So you get an increased mana pool, or magicka pool. You get increased recovery, and plus you have the spell resistance on top of that, that all doubles if you're concussed, burning, or chilled, and as a tank you would have attention all the time. And then you're reducing the cost of your magicka abilities on top of everything else. So that would be the way that that one would recommend as far as like playing into that one the best. And if you were gonna go stamina, then it would be Nord. Mag, he's already a Breton. Well, legitimately, like, if you're looking for the most beneficial passives for what you're doing, it is the Breton. But if you do something like what I did here, where the High Elf's actually the best for what I'm playing, but I changed to Khajiit for theme purposes, then it would be like, well, what fits your theme best?
By the three, you've done it! Holgan, Walks in Ash, the Vanguard, and myself will follow you into oblivion and beyond. Garin trusted you. Only wish I had done the same. A word with you before we enter the portal. We're here because of me. So many have died. I've shamed myself and my house. There's no guarantee we'll survive what comes next. Whether we do or not, you must promise me something.
I would not answer that way. If I can do it, I will. No. It would be, I would need to hear it first. Because I need to know what you're asking me to promise. I need to know if I can actually keep that promise before I blindly just commit to it.
If I survive, I'm resigning my position. After me, Holgan is to be the commander of our forces in Stonefalls. The houses will have to promote another Dark Elf to my old position. Until then, Holgan is the only one I trust to safeguard the Pact.
My Warden tank is a Nord. I'm just trying to think outside the box of a different kind of tank. Do you have a specific theme that you want to do? I think I'll be streaming around 08:30 for what it's worth. Alright, outstanding. Very nice, very nice. Do you know what you're going to be doing today? Exploring the map. Ah, okay.
Hold the portal. We don't want to be trapped here.
What are my endeavors again? Okay.
Weaklings, you think to enter my realm?
Pretty confident, isn't he?
Burn! Burn in flames!
Those poor creatures. May their souls find soft mud wallows.
Kind preserve us. Another ward. Can you open it?
Looks like it's just us. Stay close.
Wow, so all the troops got torched as soon as we walked in. Oh my goodness. Ooh.
The needs are naught but dust and ash. Now you will join them.
Will I? Promise?
Scorch! Scorch and melt! Stonefalls will burn!
Stand clear of the flames. Coral Heart can break his shield. Defend me!
Rawr! It's not doing any damage as long as he's in the lava.
Protect Tanvo.
Oh man, come on. How many more do I gotta kill? It's probably a timer thing.
Now, forward the pack! Ease, Gramor.
Nice.
Hold back! We need a moment to rest. Cut those skeletons down. Don't let them reach Tanvo.
Damn, Izzy's just like tanking his ass out in the lava. He's literally in the lava doing that with him. Oh man, oh man.
Glory for the pack!
Let the lightning strike.
Pull back!
I wanted to go with 2 armor sets. I'll be able to farm first. Turning Tide and hold on.
Finish it. Finish what we started.
Tanvo, what are you doing?
There we go.
Summon the Guardians. I'll open a portal. Time to get out of here.
Okay.
Tanvo, I'll see you in Sovngarde, my
We're safe. I would prefer not to do that again. The Brothers of Strife are imprisoned. The storm is past. The spire is silent again. It is over, at least for now. He returned to wisdom at the end. Holgan will grumble, but he will lead. At least until the great houses choose another. As for me, I must return to my tribe. I will bask in the sun and try not...
There we go.
Honor to you, my friend. I had to say farewell. The honor of my house has been restored. Stone Falls is safe, and soon, Garin and I will be side by side. May the three watch over you.
And Holgren?
My shield brother is gone. He died as well as anyone could. Let's return to Krakenmoor and drink to his memory.
I wish to follow you as interim leader of the forces of Stonefalls.
He what? Kine, take him, wherever he is. I'm sure the old bastard is laughing at me. Imagine, leading the military here alone. I suppose I should thank you, my friend. Without you, well, I hope to see you again before we meet at Sovngarde.
I'm not helping that jackass slave trader dude. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to go abandon. Yes. Cool. I'm guessing Deshawn is the next place in their storyline. The last two places haven't actually sent me to any locations. I'm guessing that's the next in the storyline. Alright. Let me get into safety. And then I'm gonna catch up on chat here. Alright. I want to go with 2 armor sets. I'll have to farm first. Going for Turning Tide and Azura Blight. Azura Blight's good. Turning Tide. I'll have to check and see which one that one does again. I already have Azura Blight, but I need to get Turning Tide. That'd be the Stindar Influence. Oh yeah, her standing in the lava and just tanking that dude and her health not really dropping at all. Hey Cos, welcome in, welcome in. Been a bit. It has. How you doing? I doing some Borderland 3. Very nice, very nice. Hey, Cos, Curse, do me a favor. Will you throw up a shout out for Lady Pixie, please? Or sorry, Pixie Aquatica. I keep screwing that up. It's not intentional, I promise. Alright, so you said Azure Blight and Tide. Crimson Tide? What tide was it again? DLC. Red Collar. Tide. Turning Tide, that's what it was. Turning Tide. What did Turning Tide do? So for those who don't know, Pixie Aquatica, thank you for doing that, Curse. I appreciate it. Pixie Aquatica is going to be streaming later on today in about an hour and a half. She will be streaming. And she's going to be doing Witcher 3. So you want to make sure you're clicking on that link and hitting that follow button. The sooner we can get her to 50, the sooner she gets to experience Skyrim for the first time. Because she said when she hits 50 followers on Twitch, she will play Skyrim for the very first time. Because she's never played it, she's never experienced it. She knows nothing other than the little bit of ESO she's done. So it'll be fun to experience that again, you know, watching someone experience all the things in Skyrim for the first time ever and being able to remember what it was like when you did it. And she's very open to anybody giving tips, tricks, hints, things like that, as long as it's spoiler free, because we want her, she wants to, and we want her to be able to like genuinely enjoy those moments that provoked emotional responses from us, you know. So, all right, so let's see this Turning Tide. Maximum health, max stamina, max health. When you block, you gain flowing water for 10 seconds, causing the next bash to deal 3,375 magic damage. Up to 6 enemies in a 5 by 10 meter line and apply major vulnerability. 10 seconds, increasing their damage taken by 10%. This effect is massage 6 health. Okay. And you're doing a Zerblight with that? Damage, yeah. When you deal damage, direct... When you deal damage with a damage over time effect, you apply the Blight Seed. You gain to deal and apply major vulnerability, increasing their damage. What abilities are you doing that are gonna proc Azure Blight, out of curiosity? This looks cool, but what abilities are you doing that's gonna cause damage over time with your build that you're running, out of curiosity? Research is full, so decon. Okay, so infuse. Well, let's just look at these right here. Defending, so that can go. Defending, that can go. Defending, that can go. And defending, that can go. Boom. Defending, that can go. Defending, that can go. Was that enough to pop the Endeavor? It was. Cool. So now we need an air Antronach. Hey, well, we know where to find one of them. Let me finish cleaning up the inventory, and then we'll go fight that air Antronach. We definitely know where those dudes are. Research is full. What is this one? Health, weapon damage, crit chance, weapon spell damage, gain minor heroism at all times while you are in combat, generating one ultimate every 1.5 seconds. Oh, it's got sturdy on it? That's cool. I can assure it'll go in the sticker book. Crit chance, max magicka, weapon spell damage adds to your flame abilities. Interesting. Alright. This one. I'm going to Elemental Blockade, Wall of Elements, plus Graveyard Skill with Necro. Okay. And title is what again? Or sorry, Turning Tide is what? When you block, you gain. And then you block bash. And then... when you deal damage, light, it's 20 stacks, it deals nearby enemies increasing. When you deal damage with a timer. Did they... They probably did. If I remember correctly, they did. You're giving me ideas. I just want to see on a few of these things. Like, okay, so let's make sure. When in combat, you leave an effect that creates on the ground. Create a snare that pulls, stunning them for 1 second. 4 seconds area, all enemy damage, and the magic areas increasing 50% of each target. Okay. And then we've got... You deal direct damage. You have a 10% chance to create under the target that detonates 1 second, applying lowers health, magic recovery, stamina recovery of enemy players by players. Specifically says players. You give there's. I bet you there's something you can do with a Zerblight that would be brutal though. They would cause it to proc constantly. Let me think here. Cosplayers. Players. Whenever you are dealt damage over time. Oh. Offensive penetration, you gain. So that would feed into the. Honestly, that feeds into your block. Shell Splitter actually feeds into your tide that you're talking about, like. Because look at that, when an enemy blocks one of your attacks, increase offensive penetration, and as a tank, you're up front, right? So, like, you'll be able to punch through, and I'm guessing, I'd have to double check it, but this pen would feed into that tidal wave that hits, like, a group of people simultaneously. So, I mean, that could be useful, too. Let's see here, what else? I'd have to see if it actually works that way. I don't know if it works that way, but if it does, that's cool in theory. Applying a major or minor debuff to an enemy applies Star Venom for 4 seconds. This effect can... Whenever an enemy with Star Venom is healed, they take Oblivion damage every... An enemy can only be affected... No, almost, because that would be a cool one to feed into Azure Blight, whereas like you do one thing, it creates a damage over time, which then procs Azure Blight. Whenever you take damage while under 30% health, you heal immediately, gain armor, and this effect can occur once every minute, and heal scales off your max health. Holy shit. That sounds fun. When you deal direct damage, cause the enemy to take 10% more damage from poison and disease attacks for 5 seconds. Your attack is dodged. When you kill an enemy, heal. When you kill... Nope, says player. I have to... There's a lot of potential there with both of those sets. I have to go through and read more of the sets and figure it out. I'm going to be a work in progress for sure. Yeah, like, because there's a lot of potential with both of those sets. Research is still solid.
My enchantments are
Ocean, poison, poison, treasure, trash, ornate, repair. All right, let's go.
You stood against the darkness at Moonmont, the Dromathra.
Let's see here. What was it I was about to go do? Shit. I just had this thing that I was gonna go do and I can't remember what it was now. Oh man, I hate when that happens. Oh, I remember. The air Antronach. I know exactly where I can fight an air Antronach. And then we'll come back to this place. Craglorn. Right here. There's a whole bunch of them down here. So, it went stone, flame, and now we're into air. So I wonder if tomorrow's going to be storm. As far as like the daily endeavor to kill Antronox. Oh man. I didn't actually want to fight all of you. Oh man. Okay. Let's not do that again. Oh, I forgot. There's also Frost Antronox. We haven't done those ones yet. Book goes burr. There we go.
I do believe we're good at this.
Alright, now then. Back over here.
I bet I can bang the dents from my armor while we're in town.
Oh, probably. Now ask me if you're going to, because the answer is no. Alright, so let's open this one up. Okay. So in that corner, so let's go over and hit the waypoint. We can travel for free. That did take care of all of my daily endeavors, correct? Yes, and my weekly is still good. Good, 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 good. Outstanding. We're at 198. Nice. And climbing. I always max out the gold stuff. There we go. Supplies. Already known. My girls are going to school.
There you are. It's about time you got here. Where have you been? I've been waiting for you to arrive for days now. Hold on. Are you all they sent?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. Maybe you should start at the beginning.
Did the tribunal send you? Well, no matter. I'm just glad you're here. This is Circa Mora, the Cirque. The Lotus Plague reached us right before the Malborn arrived. They claim they're here to help, but I don't trust them.
Why would the tribunal have sent me? I'm a Khajiit. From the Dominion of all things. Like...
In all the confusion, I'm embarrassed to admit that I lost track of my brother, Dethisum. He's the town consul. Yesterday he went to check on the townsfolk afflicted by the plague, but he's disappeared. Can you help me find my brother?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go.
Someone in town must know what happened to Dethisum. He loves to visit and chat with all of our neighbors. Come on. The sooner we find my brother, the sooner I can start thinking about dealing with the plague.
And you know, Isabel's running with us, and she's a Breton. From the Daggerfall Covenant, like... The tribunal sent us. Yes, 100%.
Grell! Grell, are you in here?
Wow. This place doesn't look like they're doing too well.
By the tribunal! Grell!
Oh, you're a zombie.
Poor Grell. What in Oblivion's name happened to him? Let's get out of here.
I got turned into a zombie. That's what happened to him. I just told you. Was that confusing for you? They're probably going to be zombies too. We should probably clean up this area. I'm just saying. Is this going to be a zombie house too? Are we going to have to spray paint?
Uncle,
Don't open, dead
you
inside?
alright?
Oh, it's stealing.
You look so pale. No wonder my brother wouldn't let me come by to visit.
Don't worry about me. I'll be back on my feet in no time.
Will you?
What about you?
Well,
Your
I mean,
father said
technically.
neither of you had taken the curative yet.
Uncle, I'm not sure about these Malborn, and their curative sounds too good to be true, but don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself.
I see Arona has conscripted a new soldier into her private army. Is Dethisum missing? He was by yesterday for a visit. I know he had other stops to make. He did seem concerned about the Malborn, though. Sealing themselves in their quarantine, no longer providing the curative. It made him furious. My niece's visit was more than enough. I feel better already. Besides, I've overcome worse ailments than a queasy stomach and a bad cough. I'll be fine. A good conversation is like a hot bowl of guar liver soup. It soothes the aches that ail you. What did you want to ask?
Guar liver soup? Bro. Let me introduce you to cheeseburgers sometime. I guess that's really... Cheers. You and your liver soup. Licks the sand. Now that's a name. Chews on moss. Trades with vigor. Hides in mud. These names are outstanding.
Don't mind my good-for-nothing egg siblings. They're young.
Oh, you guys are too funny. Alright, and right in here, what do we got? We've got...
By the three, this place smells terrible.
Well, the fact that you just threw up on the floor, I can imagine why this place smells terrible. Have you tried maybe, I don't know, not throwing up on the floor inside an enclosed space? Just saying. Might help with the smell.
Oh, look at me. I'm a terrible mess. You really must excuse my dreadful appearance. I haven't been feeling very well lately. By the way, you haven't seen Nostrum Breva, have you? She promised to bring me more of the Malborn curative.
Have we seen him?
Dethisum. The town consul? Such a nice young man. Why, I do recall that he came to see me yesterday. He said he had other townsfolk to check on, but that he would bring me a curative as soon as he could. The curative? Remarkable stuff. Tastes awful, but wipes the plague right out of your system. One of those delightful Malborn gave me one a few days ago. Nostrum Breva, she called herself. But I think I need another dosage.
Is this one of those, like, you guys got the plague after you took the curative sorts of situations? Or is this one of those, like, it genuinely actually cured a problem that you guys were already having before anybody showed up?
The sicker people get, the more incoherent they become, and now it looks like the rumors are true. The Lotus Plague does turn people into monsters. I don't think we're ever going to find my brother. The quarantine. I guess it makes sense that Dethisum would want to go see what the Malborn are doing in there. And I've yet to see any evidence that the curative works. All right, if you want to go to the quarantine, I'll go with you. The Malborn set up the quarantine around the old graveyard. In the beginning, they were letting people inside and freely distributing the curative, but they closed the front gate a few days ago and haven't responded to any of our requests.
So they've set up a quarantine in the graveyard, and they're distributing a curative that turns people into zombies? Couldn't imagine what that could be.
Dethisum provided them with the old graveyard key when they first arrived, and I've seen Malborn coming and going through the back gate. If we go to the back gate, I'm sure we can get one of the Malborn to let us inside.
Still like the name Sleeps in Bushes? Yeah, that's a pretty good name. That is a pretty awesome name, genuinely. And it's fitting, too, because, like, if you're an adventurer and you're an Argonian, where are you sleeping 90% of the time? In the wilderness, outside. So, like, it totally tracks. And I mean, hell, this one's got hides in mud. So, like, it would perfectly fit with their naming traditions that have been established in their lore.
Good quality there.
Nope.
Hey!
Nope.
What are you idiots doing? Do we look like plague husks to you?
Your prowess was befitting a knight. Well done.
Okay, so it says this way. Okay.
Hey! What are you idiots doing? Do we look like plague husks to you?
What are you talking about? We're just trying to get into this super secret place we're trying to get to, and the animals are attacking us. What does that have to do with plague husks?
Hey! What are you idiots doing? Do we look like plague husks to you?
I'm not understanding what plague husks have to do with wild creatures attacking us.
Look, it's just like I told you. The Malborn are using the back gate. Let's see if one of them has the key.
Maybe falls on banana would be cool also, or slips on banana. I still want to know where bananas come from. Like apples. There's apple trees in this game. And that's where we can find apples. We can find apples near them. Right? You can't pick from the tree directly. That tracks. But there's no banana trees in ESO. None. But you find bananas laying around all over the place. You can kill monkeys and they drop bananas. But where are the bananas coming from?
Hey! What are you idiots doing? Do we look like... Did you see that? They attacked us. And for no good reason. Let's find the key and see what the Malborn are hiding in there.
Did you see that? They attacked us, and for no good reason. I'm pretty sure I walked up next to them so they couldn't see us, and opened my book and just started Eldritch blasting them in the face. I'm pretty sure they had reason to attack us. I struck first. I'm just saying. Like, who? Like... We hit them first. It's called self-defense. Or grabs my nanas.
Looking forward to seeing what you make with that.
You're like stabbed a lot. Get stabbed frequently. Get stabbed lots. There you go. Get stabs lots. It'd be like a tank. Because they're always taking damage, right? Get stabs lots.
Sendar, protect us from harm.
Look over there. That's one of the Malborn.
Blocks with
One
face.
Of the husks must have gotten him.
Oh, that would be so funny. That's a perfect tank name. Blocks with face.
You have to open those gates eventually, you swits. What are they up to in there? And why won't they let me get a look at their curative? Oh, sorry. I didn't see you standing there through the haze of my indignation. Can I help you? No, wait. I'm the town alchemist, and I want to get a sample of the Malborn curative. They refused to give me any. Proprietary formula, they said. Well, I want to figure out what's in this miracle elixir. I don't trust anything labeled proprietary.
That's smart. That's smart.
Do you always skip ahead in the story? No one has an iota of patience anymore. But yes, I need a few bottles of the curative. I'm sure you'll be able to find some inside the quarantine. Then we'll see what's in this proprietary formula. Just watch your step in there. I don't trust these Moorborn or their good intentions.
Mark's like, I want to make Tuesday falls in stupid places. Like, there's genuinely so many fun names you could do with an Argonian. You know what? Isn't there... There's a character in Skyrim that has an Argonian name because it was adopted by a Argonian family and raised as an Argonian when they were a kid. Oh, what was the name of that character? It was in Skyrim. See, because then, like, technically, that could just be the backstory of your character. You could be whatever race you wanted and just give it an Argonian name, and the backstory is like, ah, yeah, I was raised by Argonians. Because it's something that has canonically happened. It happened in Skyrim. There is a character that has that as a backstory.
By the three, this place chills me to the bones. Let's see if we can find my brother and then get out of here.
Wait. Where is the... I have no sound? Everyone else can hear me, right? My stuff on this slide shows that it has sound. Can everyone hear me? I hear you fine. Okay. So yeah, Wolf's White Rose, maybe check your device sound. Make sure it's not like connected to like a me. I have the sound down to 1. That's what I meant. Oh, okay. My bad. I thought there was a sound issue. I was just like, oh no. I'm not really sure how to fix this because, like, everything looks like it's right on my end. But yeah, like, you could totally name any other character that you wanted with an Argonian name. And with the Argonian name, the backstory could just be like, raised by Argonians. And, ooh. Then you could really do the Argonian names that plays on the different racial tropes.
But I'm glad we're alive and they're not.
Like a Bossamer elf that was raised by Argonians, right? Frolics in trees. Eats neighbors. Like, you could make Argonian names like that. They would totally fit. Be hilarious, too. I just don't think I've been where you are. I am doing the quarantine zone quest in Deshawn. So I'm in Deshawn doing the very first zone quest. We just finished up Stone Falls. So now we're going into Deshawn. That's the plan anyways. There's even weirder names in Murkmire. Oh yeah, like you could genuinely go get real crazy with it. I kind of want to make a list at some point of like all of the characters that are in the game that are NPCs, right? That are Argonians, and see if any of them repeat or if they're all actually unique. There we go. Question, because I can't remember, and I've never done the Ebonheart Pact storyline, and they have not been actually feeding us into the next zone. I've just kind of been guessing based on proximity. Is Shadowfin actually base game, or is Shadowfin a DLC area?
Dathisum, my brother, what happened to you? By the three, I fear the plague consumes you, brother.
Verona, what are you doing here? It's not safe.
The Maulborn attacked us, and the afflicted are turning into plague husks. Oh, Dathisum, this is dreadful.
The Maulborn is spreading the plague. For some reason, they want everyone to become afflicted. They're not healers. They're monsters.
There was that quest in the Dominion territory in Oridon that was similar to this, where it was people were being given medicine ahead of time, and then they would get sick, and then they would take them into the mine, and they were being turned into vampires. This is the similar thing, it's just zombies instead, vampires, both undead.
My brother, the plague boils his blood and ravages his body. I fear he doesn't have much time, but he wants to talk to you. Plague husk scent. What in the name of the three would anyone want with the plague husk scent?
The note implied it protected them from the plague husks.
I guess if you need to get close to them, that makes a certain amount of sense. Maybe we should try to find some of that. If it means that we don't have to kill any more husks, that could be a good thing. They were people once.
The ghost plague. I have no idea why. But it's clear to me that the Maulborn curative is actually the source of the disease. Whatever they're planning, you have to stop them.
But, like, if you're not sick to begin with, why are you taking medicine? I get it if you were sick first, but, like, if you're not sick, why are you taking medicine? That could have prevented this and the vampire situation. You're not sick, don't take the fucking medicine. Guess what? Then you don't get sick. It's not that hard of a concept there. I get if you were already sick going to a healer and then them poisoning you and turning you into a zombie or vampire, like, fine. That tracks. But do none of these folks have any sense of self-preservation? Like, at all? Like, they just don't ask questions? They're just like, oh, yes, I was told to do this by somebody in my clan, my tribe, my village, my whatever, so I'm doing it because I was told to. Not gonna question it, just doing it. Like,
that's
in fact,
important. Get my sister out of here and stop the Maulborn. Destroy the so-called curative and put an end to that mad woman Nostrum Breva.
matter of fact, in the vampire storyline over in Oridon, when you go and you bring medicine to a specific NPC that's working out in the fields, in the farms, she goes, ah, thank you, I didn't even know I was sick, and then she just takes the medicine that makes her sick, that gets her turned into a vampire. It's just like, why did you take the medicine if you yourself didn't think you were sick? Why?
Then convince her. I'm too far gone. I don't want to become one of those things and hurt my sister. Besides, she's a Redoran. She has a duty to the Cirque and its people.
A Redoran. That's another house.
You are as hard-headed and stubborn as my sister. Vivek, damn you. Fine. Do what you must. But if the unthinkable occurs, I expect you to stop me before I hurt anyone.
Okay, Raj, big dog. Red on. We're gonna go and check their house lore. Find out who they are. Because we've dealt with Dress and Talani, or however you pronounce that one. The religious ones and the farmer/slave trade ones are the ones we've dealt with. So I'm wondering if these ones, I think these ones, if I remember correctly, are the warrior house? I think.
Detheesum, you swit. We're not leaving without you.
New name for Argonian. Takes everything in sight.
At any moment.
That's awesome. And it's a rogue.
Decision is
A
final.
Nightblade.
Besides, you're sick, and your judgment can't be trusted.
Who
I'll get us
happens
out
to
of
be in
here
the
while
Thieves
our
Guild.
friend deals with the Mulborn.
Who happens to have their Thieves Guild maxed out before they even hit CP level. No coincidence. No name connection at all. Okay, I guess I think I'm going the right way.
All right, we're done here. Pack everything up. We need to regroup with the other Mulborn cadres and deliver this plague to the rest of Deshan.
Man, that would have been a lot of plague folks to fight through. Like, how big was your village?
We need to get these straight to Narcissus as soon as possible. You can't stop the Mulborn, you fool. We are the cleansing fire that burns across Morrowind.
All right, there we go. One stockpile destroyed. 2. Manifesto. 3. Research. I don't know. I feel like we should have kept the research notes to know what they were developing, the course of directions they were going in, their ingredients, the process, the development of. Because then you can use that to reverse engineer or engineer a cure or a countermeasure. You kind of need that information. Let's go get this turned in first, and then we'll go pick that one up.
Thank you for helping this,
Glad to see you managed to make it out of the quarantine too. Does that mean those Mulborn fetchers have been dealt with?
They've been finished, at least here at the Shirk. How's your brother?
Not well. Alchemist Naleen fancies herself something of a healer, and she's been working with Detheesum and the other afflicted. Hopefully she'll devise a treatment for them soon.
Scareborne, how's it going? Hey, Nap, how's it going? Welcome in. Welcome in. How you doing, bud? We're doing outstanding here. We're doing some Ebonheart Pact. We're about to go find out about the Red On house to see which ones these Dark Elf families are.
Some. She seems confident, at least. But what do I know of drafts and elixirs? But tell me, Do you think the Moleborn pose a threat to the rest of Deshawn? That's what I'm thinking as well. But maybe your efforts were enough to put an end to all that. For now, at least, the Cirque is safe. Take this as a thank you for helping us. The Moleborn may have fled the Cirque, but the problems they brought with them still linger. Personally, no. I think you've done more than enough. But if you have a mind to stick around the Cirque a little longer, I'm sure alchemist Nalene might have a task or two that she needs a hand with.
Okay. Let's bounce on out of here. And go right across, because it looks like there's a book inside here. Not bad at all. Just uploaded 3 videos for my podcast. Nice! I'll have to give them a check over. As soon as I get done with streaming. Actually. Yeah, because I got...
You're the hero who defeated Alexandra Canal at Vivek's Antlers.
I have no idea what you're talking about. That wasn't me. That was somebody else. I just look like the very common Khajiit. I'm leaving. See ya. I have no idea what she was talking about. But, yeah, I got some stuff that I gotta get done on the computer, so I'll be able to have your podcast stuff running so I can check some of it out. That'll be cool.
Were you able to acquire any samples of the Moleborn curative? I'm really curious to see what the elixir is made of.
Here you go.
I've been watching the townsfolk who received the curative and came to the same conclusion. But I'll be able to tell for sure after I analyze the elixir. Take this. It isn't much, but I'm sure you didn't have too much trouble in there.
But again, we shouldn't have destroyed the research notes. The research notes should have been kept and used to figure out a countermeasure. That would have saved so much freaking time.
Just like a knight.
That would have saved so much time if they had just done that. Did I not finish talking to them?
Dethisum, lie down. You need to rest. The Moleborn have been dealt with, but I could use a little more of your help. It's my brother. He's still ill and his condition has taken a turn for the worse. Nalene is working to develop some kind of treatment, but she could use your assistance. She can't work at her alchemy table and also gather the components she needs.
Does the visual aspects stay, Nep? Off to bed for an hour. Catch you later. Well, thanks for stopping in, Curse. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Talk to Nalene. Let her know I ask you to assist her. She can be a little aloof, but she'll tell you what she needs you to do.
No worries. Alright, well, again, thanks for stopping in. I hope you sleep well. There we go. There we go. That's the right one. Visual aspects. Yeah, I think that's what Pixie Aquatica was asking is, does your podcast have, is it just like a static image or does it have visual aspects to the podcast? It's inside the same building. Raj. Ah.
Yes? Nice to see you again, but I'm kind of in the middle of something here. Did she? Well, I suppose I do. There are a few additives I require, but I can't very well walk away from my table while the Thisum and the rest of the townsfolk need my skills. Even I need Kind's heart-healing herbs, sour milk tea, and dragon scale mushrooms. The innkeeper usually has healing herbs. Grell Flan loved sour milk tea, and Sorel Tatus had a taste for exotic mushrooms. You should find what I need in those locations.
Wow. Okay, Raj. It incorporates gameplay features from my game Bubble Take Frenzy. Ooh, that's kind of cool. It's a good advertising technique too. Get people interested, showing off the work and everything. It's smart. And an upside of the audio mediums. But I know sometimes there's videos still. Yeah, one of my favorite podcasts. They have the audio they upload both audio versions and video versions of the same exact content. It's pretty awesome. Xander and Coda, they cover Warhammer 40,000. They've covered a few other subjects. Like they just did one recently about cars, but it's primarily just Warhammer 40k stuff. And like YouTube, they upload them making the podcast where they're talking back and forth, and then they have visual aids and stuff and pictures. But then you can go to like Spotify and find just the audio version, and then the same thing on their Patreon. Like it does, they upload both the video and audio versions for their Patreon episodes as well. Alright, so let's see here. So we need to go up and over. I want to see if I'm right. I believe it's the military house that they belong to, the sacrifice.
Shining steel.
Oh my goodness, we are so very, very off course. All right, let's try that again. It's because I was trying to avoid that. That's where I got off course. I tried to avoid that big dude. Here we go. I'm really looking forward to Game of Thrones King's Road, which is set to release today. King's Road is... Tell me a little bit about that one. I haven't paid attention to Game of Thrones in a very, very long time. Tell me about that one. Which is that game? This one. Alright, so Redoran. Originally, House Redoran, House Canon, virtues of duty, gravity, and piety, and most dear, a frivolous, soft life is not worth living. We focus on maintaining the traditions of civilized Dumner and holding fast to the way of the warrior. Our military strength is an example that outclass the great houses in the wide margin. Our prowess puts us at least one step ahead of them all, in most cases, many more. For Redoran Housekin, the driving goal is to fulfill your duty and maintain your honor. Anything less is a disrespect to yourself and your house. Beyond that, your duty is your honor, your family, and your clan, in that order. Life is essentially serious and difficult. We must accept and endure the harshness of life, for that is the path of Redoran. Reflect upon every event and action and thoughtfulness and sobriety. Remain stern, deliberate, and proud, for anything less is not Redoran. So that's the elf house that we just dealt with. The one with the plague stuff. That's who we're dealing with right now. It's a Game of Thrones action RPG set during the events of Season 4. Are you playing like a named character, or like are you progressing in the same storyline that happened in the show? Okay, so let's go get our Way Shrine. We're doing all of this bouncing around, teleporting to save coin. Alright, now we can go back over here. There we go. You take on the role of a blank slate character from house, and a house that doesn't appear in the show. Okay, so your character's like going through something in the background in an unrelated area to the main events during the season. So that way you can... Is there choices, or is it just like a linear storyline? Or have they not stated? Basically, there are choices. Okay, nice. Blank slate character from house. So that means you're also part of the noble household, too. That's kind of cool. Is it PC exclusive, or is it like on other systems? Again, haven't paid attention to Game of Thrones in a while. But the weight of then doesn't seem to much matter. Okay, so it's the illusion of choice. That's fair. It would be cool if they would take universes like Game of Thrones, for example, and make video games where you're doing the RPG thing significantly, like, hundreds, if not thousands of years prior to the events of the show, or hundreds of years in the future. So that way it's one of those, like, the players and the game developers could actually, like, experiment with, okay, well, if this much time has happened, what would happen if, right? Do those what if scenarios and let players genuinely choose, okay, what house are you from?
Like these,
how are you going to
I
accomplish
wish I had more
this?
help around here. Is there something I can... Well, I might have some around here someplace, but Kyne's heart is very rare and valuable. I can make a fair bit of gold if I hold out for the right price.
And it's PC/mobile. Ah, okay.
What? Why didn't you say so? I owe Dethesa more than I could ever repay. Plus, he's always been a good customer. Please, take this. It's all I have left.
I may take a look at it. We'll see. I tend to play... If I'm gonna play on mobile games, I usually play either full-bore strategy games where it's like build your castle, manage your resources, do the research and the troops. Or I play idle games. Those are usually like the two game styles that I go back and forth between. I do like me a good Sudoku game and a good domino game, though.
Where did you go to get those ingredients? Windhelm? No matter. You're here now. Were you able to
Holy
acquire
shit,
everything on
lady.
my list? Healing herbs, dragon scale mushrooms, sour milk tea. Yes, it's all here. I need to stay here and monitor my patient's condition. Go over to the alchemy table and mix those ingredients together, please.
Alright, we'll go. Smashing must be allowed. Okay. Properties, and I have an idea. Suppress and slow the disease. It would require a number of rare ingredients boiled off. An alchemical concoction, such as I'm imagining, doesn't like to be subjected to high heat. It's too volatile. It needs to be allowed to steep and brew. Therefore, an adjustment of 1/4 flame should suffice to get the ambionic the proper temperature. First, you'll need a good amount of Kyne's heart, the healing herbs prized. Okay. to 1/4 height, and I should Kind's Heart. Bum 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 bum. Together, bitter herbs, a splash, grief, add a touch of magic, dragon scale mushrooms. Okay, so let's see if I do this right. I think I did that correctly.
You did it? Well done. I never doubted you for an instant. Now, let me have the mixture, if you please. This appears to be perfect. I truly am impressed.
Yes! Okay.
Now we'll see what happens and leave the rest in the tribunal's hands.
Okay. Cool, 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 cool.
Our friend has done well. I'm not sure this will cure the plague, but it should at least slow down its progress. All right, that's it. Visiting time is over. Everyone out and let my patient rest.
You heard the lady. Let's go wait outside.
Okay, Raj, we'll go.
I don't know how to thank you. Without your help, the Molborn would have destroyed the Cirque. I know. His fate is in the Three's hands now, but he certainly has a fighting chance thanks to you. Here, take this.
Woo!
I'm happy to say that the suppressant works. It's not a cure, but it should buy me the time I need to find a way to beat the plague.
That's wonderful news. If I wasn't worried about spreading the plague, I'd kiss you right on the lips.
Narcissus must hit. So the Molborn lied to everyone. I figured as much. This doesn't bode well for Narcissus, though. Narcissus sent me to investigate quarantined Cirque. Now that I know a mad cult is poisoning our people, I'm even more concerned. The Maul... They're appearing all across Dashan. Even Narcissus is in danger. I need to stay here and finish my investigation. If you're heading south, would you carry a message to guard Verilu at Narcissus? She needs to know what happened here.
Alright, Raj, we'll go. Interesting. The plague. I wonder if they're gonna be of the same house as Redoron, or if they're gonna be the fourth house. There is a readable. Okay. I kind of want to get that marker. Let's go get the marker. Ooh, there's another guy right there. Yep. Yep. We're about to be dealing with the fourth. The fourth one, if I remember correctly, is all about profit and merchants, being like merchants and traders, you know.
Stendarr see you safely to your rest.
And I think they're also the politically motivated ones, thus making them also super susceptible to bribes. If I remember correctly. As far as like what the fourth house is known for. But that name looked an awful lot like it.
Someone picked a bad
there's a sweet
time to
shop around
visit
here?
Narcissus.
Let's take a look.
Welcome to Narcissus, where people vanish in the night, and a flesh-rotting plague ravages those unfortunate enough to still be here. This must... My apologies. These past few days have pushed all of Hlalu's resources to the breaking point trying to find answers. Let's just say we're not any closer than we were when we started.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool that we were able to actually go back into that library during this entire storyline to go find out the history and confirm the history of the mentality of the various houses that we've been working with. That'd be kind of cool if they like had those everywhere in each region. Like, hey, yo, this is a breakdown of the different clans, the different villages, the different houses, the different regional groups and their mentalities. That'd be kind of cool to see that.
Help? Sounds good to me, but I'm not in charge here. The house leaders are probably bickering in the kin house even as we speak. Talk to one of them if you really want to get involved in this mess.
All right, will do.
I don't suppose you're here to buy a weapon. No, you probably just want me to fix another wagon wheel or something. Everyone just wants to get out of here.
You know, if you're selling weapons, you should give me the option to actually buy weapons. Maybe I did just want to buy a weapon. Maybe I thought you were a smith. But you're not letting me have the option to look at your inventory there, Sunshine.
Look around. Narcissus is practically deserted. The plague, the curse, whatever you want to call it, it's driving everyone away. Or maybe that crazy story the villagers chatter on about is true. I guess anything's possible. I think the people are scared, and they should be. The Lodos plague rushes onward, and Narcissus is directly in its path. If there's any truth to the other rumors, then I'm sure the House Councilors will deal with it.
Okay. The kind of like, stay in your lane dude. I like that dude.
Did you hear about the Cirque? There is no cure.
I knew it. The Maulborn are as dangerous as the Covenant these days.
And there we go. Very nice. Very nice. Go get this way shrine.
I beg of you.
Stendar, keep me safe. And my coins in my purse.
You know, Molag Bal would have a better chance of keeping you safe, Izzy, than Stendar. I'm just saying.
Did you come from the Cirque? We sent a guard over there to check on some disturbing rumors we've been hearing.
At least Molag Bal will turn you into a supercharged demonic form, like a Daedric version of him. A mini version of him. To give you superpowers when you really freaking need it. Like, Stendar doesn't even show up to let you know he's acknowledged you exist.
This confirms it. The Maulborn need to be wiped out. Thanks for bringing this news, Traveler. I'll inform the House leaders at once.
And that's provided, of course, he's not actively participating in the enjoyment of your suffering and downfall. Because let's be fair, name a Stendar follower that doesn't have a shit tragedy that constantly happens to them. Or their entire faction get destroyed. Horrifically.
I told you, we're leaving this forsaken place. I'd rather... Wait. You're not my husband. What do you want? Narcissus isn't safe, stranger. Not that House Hlaalu cares.
You married a Khajiit? Damn, that's confusing.
Do the guards search for our missing people? No, because the House Councilors don't tell them to. I'm not going to become a victim. That's why I'm leaving.
Cool. Well, this is the second era, so I would go hang out in Vivec City for a little while. Enjoy him while you can, because he'll be going away.
No one does anything in Narcissus if the kin house doesn't command it. It's that large building over there. You can't miss it. Be careful, outsider. They might decide you're sick. Plague this, plague that. It's their only concern lately.
Okay.
You exposed Captain Cularalda's true
How
colors.
do you fight something you can't see? It isn't fair. I can't cut the throat of the plague. I can't smash its bones. I can only wait until it fills me with its blackness and takes my life bit by bit. Me? No, not yet. I wait for the plague to find me. That's all we can do, isn't it? The house leaders debate how to keep the plague out of Narcissus, how to protect us. Why do they even bother?
You don't think that can help?
They try, but the solution eludes them. We'll slowly fade away, one by one, as the plague takes us all. Gates can't stop it. We can't lock it out. Enjoy your last days, outsider, for the plague takes us all in the end.
But if we've removed the concoction that was causing the plague in the first place, why would the plague continue to spread? Is it then transferable from its victims on top of needing the concoction? And if that's the case, why even bother continuing with the concoction? Why not just infect a group and then leave? Why stick around and need to continue to administer it? There's a lore book in here. And there we go. Talk to the counselors. Good. It's about time we had a little chitty chat.
And that's why we should seal the city. We can't allow more afflicted into Narcissus.
That makes perfect sense, old friend. But we can't cut ourselves off from the outside world.
If you truly care about our people, you'll seal Narcissus and be done with it. We can't take any more chances.
Okay, then.
I'm sorry you had to witness that. My friend shows great concern for Narcissus, sometimes greater than my own. What can I do for you?
I'm curious about these rumors. Do the people really vanish from the streets?
You'd think the entire town had disappeared the way everyone carries on. People are missing, but Giron has guards looking into the matter. For all we know, they fled to avoid the Lotus Plague.
Have the guards made any progress?
Very little. No one has actually seen any of these people leave Narcissus. And we don't have enough guards to follow up on every lead.
Perhaps I could help.
I usually don't hire mercenaries, but these are desperate times. If you can prove these claims aren't just fearful delusions, report back to me immediately. You'll be rewarded.
Okay. I can handle that. For sure. Three out of 18. Nice. We just talked to this dude.
Have you seen my damned apprentice? The boy's later than usual today. With my luck, he's probably gone off and gotten the plague. I wouldn't worry about it. I whipped him for messing up our shipments, and he's probably off sulking. The boy claims it wasn't his fault that we received the wrong crates. Like I believe that. He needs to pay better attention.
Ah, you're one of them.
They're stacked on the other side of the shed. Damn kids broke into them during the night, took whatever was in them, and ran. If you want to pick through the broken crates, be my...
The plan begins. The amount of concoction contained within isn't viable when diluted into the water to achieve our goals. More elixir will be needed to this end. More crates are on their way. Stay alert and watch for the next shipment. Oh. You're planning on poisoning the water system with it. Ooh, that's...
You're looking into matters that don't concern you, outsider.
That's not good. That's really not good.
Please, I need to buy food.
Where's my husband? By Vivek's beard, if he's drunk and passed out somewhere, I'll leave without him. That no-good, useless piece of Kwama cattle. Oh, hello. You haven't seen my husband around, have you? Everyone knows my husband. Evis. If he hasn't borrowed something from you or finished off your Ash Lake ale, then you're not trying very hard. He was supposed to be back hours ago. That lazy lout is late. He ships our goods. He mentioned something about a botched delivery that he had to deal with. You know what he's probably dealing with. His thirst for ale.
So he's the one that...
That would be a big...
So... he was complained to, and now they're both loose ends. Raj. That totally tracks. Okay.
What is it?
How could he be so stupid? I told him where to deliver the shipment, but he thinks he knows everything. That's why things get messed up. My apologies, just talking to myself, don't mind me. Nothing at all, don't mind me. Just a servant here. What's it to you, anyway? Why are you in my master's house? He's an important person in Narcissus. A writer. Writes all day, writes all night. But don't touch his journal. He can get frightfully angry. How would I know? I sweep, I dust. I don't read. The master would never let me look in his journal. His room upstairs is off limits. I stay down here, cleaning, just as my master tells me.
His room has this journal in the top right shelf of the desk, and his room is located on the top floor, third door on the left. Don't go in there. No one's allowed in there. Nobody's allowed to read his top secret journal that might have really important information in it. Don't do that. That was oddly specific directions. Crazy. The plague is slowly spreading. Sarah covering Deshaun like a black rain. Vox will be pleased. Many have left Deshaun for Mournhold. They think they'll be safe, but they can't escape the reckoning. The substance isn't strong enough. Then added to water, the solution becomes diluted. Most of the effective properties fade away, so putting it in the wells won't work until we can formulate a stronger version. We need to look for other ways to spread the plague. We figured out how to spread the plague by injecting the substance into a corpse's blood and letting it fester. The plague potency increases tenfold. It must be dead blood. We need more bodies. Luckily, Narcissus can provide an abundance. Ooh, well that's exciting. Wow, the dialogue in the game isn't half bad. In this game, or in the game that the Game of Thrones games you were telling me about? Because if it's this game, they have actual like big name actors and stuff. Like John Cleese is an voice actor in here. They get the actor who played, I think it's Pippin in The Lord of the Rings. He's in this. They got the actor who does Garrus's voice in this. They get quite a few various named actors. They got, I don't know if you play Dragon Age, but they got the guy who does Oghren. He's in here too.
Why must I suffer?
Yeah, they genuinely have really good acting, voice actors, and then they're able to, because there's enough people that financially support this game.
I've told you everything I know.
They're able to hire actual name actors too.
Understand? I have no intention of letting an amateur screw up my investigation. Turn around and walk away. You're interrupting my interrogation, that's what. And just as I was about to get to my favorite part, I have no quarrel with you. Not yet.
I'm working
So
for the
go
counselor,
away.
and this looks suspicious.
Listen to me closely. You and I are on the same side here. I've been hired to track down the origins of the Lodos Plague.
Pippin in this and Garrus? Oh yeah, absolutely. And John Cleese. Yep. Absolutely. They, like I said, they actually do make quite a bit of money, and they constantly are putting it back into the game. Adding new content constantly, doing events. They get big name actors and stuff. Like the longer the game's been going on, the more named actors and stuff and more recognizable voices they've been able to incorporate into the universe. It's really cool. In fact, 2 years ago they added a mini card game where you can go through and collect cards, and then it's called Tales of Tribute, and you can play cards and gamble with cards and play against other players and NPCs, and there's tournaments with the leaderboard and ranking, and you get to customize what cards are in your deck and stuff. And there's various different cards, and there's like 3 or 4 ways to win a hand. Like it's really cool. In fact, Pitt, the voice actor who played the actor in Lord of the Rings that played Pippin, he's the voice for the character that introduces you to the card game.
It doesn't matter. We've linked strange shipments to this courier. He refuses to talk, but I've never met a man I couldn't break. Take this letter to Counselor Ralden. It explains how vials of the plague were shipped into Narcissus.
In fact, I can summon the guy who does Garrus right now. He's a companion you can run around with.
Let's get out there.
That is Garrus. The same.
What?
This is the same voice actor who does Garrus.
I guess we could do that. We make a good team. Anyone can see that. Need something? Sure. I don't like ghosts, ghouls, spirits, what have you. I'm always trying to get them to cross over. Move on. I'm stubborn, but when I leave this world someday, there is no way I'm coming back to cry and moan about my unfinished business. Let's hear it.
So yeah, that's that one. I bet the devs are Mass Effect fans. Oh, probably. I wouldn't be surprised to find out they were.
Help me. I'm desperate.
I already dealt with the storyline, but there was an orc necromancer. There was a bad guy that you had to fight against in the Northern Elsewhere territory. That one was voiced by the same voice actor who did Oghren, the dwarf companion from Dragon Age Origins. So they had him in this game too.
You're back. I hope you're here to tell me that my people are just imagining things and everything is fine. What's this? Notes? A journal attacked? Slow down. I've never heard of Vox. And the thought of someone smuggling Lotus Plague into Narcissus frightens me greatly. But where are the missing people? This news is very disturbing. I'm at a loss. People disappear into thin air and someone brought a plague into Narcissus? That terrifies me. How could they even accomplish this without our notice? I need to seal the city. No one gets in or out. I won't let any more of our people vanish. Will you perform one more task for us? To facilitate your mission, the guards have been informed that you may come and go as you please. Find Giron Sadri. He's upstairs. He needs to know what you discovered. Do whatever he asks. I need to speak to the guards and prepare to seal Narcissus.
Okay. Interesting. So they're actually going to lock it down, but they give you as the player a way to continue to leave. That's nice. I hate when games do like, oh, there's a lockdown going on, so you're not allowed to leave. It's like... But I'm pretty sure that if I really wanted to, I could find a way. Okay, well, we don't want you to be allowed to leave. Ah, there it is. You don't want us to leave. That's different.
So, half of Narcissus must vanish and plague must threaten the city before Ralden comes to his senses? And it takes an outsider to make him understand. Perhaps my friend isn't fit to lead anymore.
And he's going to seal Narcissus, and he's asked me to talk to you.
Of course he did. Ralden hasn't been able to make a decision on his own in years.
Of course.
At least he's finally doing the right thing. As for you, I have something you can do. The Maulborn are obviously involved. Any fool can see that. With the city sealed, all of the guards will be busy. However, you don't have those responsibilities.
That's true.
I suggest you slice a path through their camps by the lake. Look for anything that will tell us the location of the Lodos plague. Return
now
when you find something.
That sounds like my kind of mission. Hey, here's where they're all camped out at. This is a military camp, so it's a legit target. Go there, kill everything, and then see if there's anything of value intelligence-wise there. That's my kind of mission. Let's go. Bum ba dun 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 dun. I mean, it's clear that it's coming from right there. I can see it is. Hey, you guys, how's it going? I just wanted to hang out.
My blade is yours.
Reminder, don't drink the water. There's the commander. In the name of Magistrix Vox, Marvel must continue to secure the lake, test Solidus, and maintain the camps within the area. The formula isn't strong enough, as we hoped. Returning to Gorge to make a more potent concoction. I will also continue to advance our plan for shipping materials throughout Deshawn until new orders are delivered. Continue the tests by adding each new batch of concoction to the waterfall and record the results. Victory is nigh. Meridrill. Okay, cool. That's exciting. Best to get the waterfall. Boom, got him.
That was it, right? Sometimes it's hard to tell.
Again, I don't know how you survived this long if you can't tell when a fight is over. Some kind of a vile yellow-green substance is concentrated around the broken crates in this lake here.
You don't give up, do you?
Before you ask, yes, I've been following you. No, I have nothing to do with the missing people or the plague, and no, I'm not here to fight you. There, it's out of the way. Feel better? Now let's talk about why Giron wants you dead.
I want to talk more about who the hell you are and what faction it is you belong to.
Of course he did. Sending an overconfident outsider into camps full of Malborn certainly sounds like a day at the fair. And if they killed you, you'd never find out that he brought the plague to Narcissus, would you? I've been watching Narcissus for weeks. We even have an agent inside the kin house. Anything that enters or leaves Narcissus is tracked, and those broken crates had Giron's name written all over them. The question is, why? What have you discovered? This doesn't look good. There must be a reason why Giron wanted Narcissus sealed and why he wanted you dead. Get back there and find out. The organization I belong to does two things. Finds targets and eliminates targets. My target happens to be connected to the Lodos Plague. Our goals overlap. Let's leave it at that.
Are you Dark Brotherhood? No, you don't have the hand. Morong Tong, maybe? Did Morong Tong exist at this point? And I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that correctly, but I know that the Dumner have their own version of the Dark Brotherhood. I think it's called Morong Tong. I just don't remember if they're present in the second era or not. What organization?
Sorry, we don't know each other well enough to get that personal just yet.
Okay.
Trust me, though. We both want to stop the Malborn. Not your concern. Just remember what I told you. We're on the same side.
Okay. Now what? Return to the kin house.
Get back, fiends.
And there we go. Outstanding. Still think we need to investigate that house. It's got that green stuff coming out of it.
You can't keep us here, Raleigh. The guard has no right to keep us prisoners.
Because if they keep everyone locked down in the city, it's a smaller source of water that needs to be contaminated. And it can be contaminated quicker because everyone's using the same exact limited controlled source. That's why the lockdown.
Ralden isn't here. He and Giron left some time ago. And Giron's connection to the Malborn makes me a little concerned. Let's just say I'm well informed. I've suspected the connection for a while, and his abduction of the Counselor confirms it. My associate and I tend to avoid situations not covered by our contracts. Still, we might be able to assist one another.
Okay.
I don't know. I only know what the reports tell me. Giron probably took Ralden somewhere secluded, far from prying eyes.
That tracks.
Narcissus is sealed. Villagers are missing. Crates of Lodos plague arrive in the night. Now you discover the plague intensifies when it festers inside a corpse. Makes you wonder about Giron's plan, doesn't it? Reports tell me that a group of villagers have decided to take matters into their own hands. I don't condone their actions, but they might have information. Find the Argonian called Slips Through Fingers. She can lead you to
fingers. Okay.
I have a feeling she's going to want your help. Tales of your exploits already spread through Narcissus. Find the Argonian, and I'd wager that before you say a word, she asks you to meet with her companions.
All right. One second. Let me check something. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-da-ba-da-boo, boo, boo. Mm-mm-mm. All right. I think that's her right there in front of us. Let's go see what they
Why do
want.
I always drop things when I'm in a hurry?
Is that... Oh, I thought it was going to be because, like, she always gets away. Like, nobody can actually capture her. I thought it was going to be something like that. Not that she's constantly dropping things, that everything's slipping through her fingers. Okay. Clever.
Keep your voice down and act like you're
Clever.
helping me. I can't go into details, not here, but I know you've been trying to find the missing people for House Lalu. Don't ask questions, just listen. We know where our people are being held, including Councillor Ralden. Follow the clues in the pack. I'll see you at the meeting place. Not here. Just look in the pack.
We know there are missings. We need your help. Due to the lockdown, no one can leave Narcissus for you. That is. Yes, we know all about about the special dispensation the counselor gave you. We would like to speak to you, but please understand you need to keep our presence hidden. We couldn't just leave directions laying around for House Guard to find. Instead, we give you this. Don't look to the sky. Follow the star. She provides the key. She will guide the way. Follow the directions and we will speak to you soon. Luckily, Star is a cat. Upon closer examination, you notice a silver key hanging around the cat's neck, and it seems well trained for a city cat. Take the key. The cat appears ready to run. She looks at you as if she insists you to follow. Okay, so now we gotta follow the cat. Okay. Where are you taking me? Do you really just take me into a giant circle? Damn near. Okay, sure. We'll go in there. What do we got here?
House
Down
Lalu
below.
wants us to believe that our friends and family left Narcissus without saying a word. But we have proof that they were abducted. And what does Hlalu do? Nothing. They seal Narcissus and refuse to let us act. No more waiting. We'll save them ourselves. We'll bring the abducted villagers home.
I wouldn't do that. Don't do that.
You found us. I apologize for my earlier abruptness. We heard you confirm that our people were taken.
Yeah, but we can't just go breaking them out. We need to make sure that we can contain them until they can be assessed medically and cured if needed. Like, we can't just go bum rushing in to go mount a big rescue. Like, we need to actually make sure we can keep them safe until they are medically examined and cleared.
We're tired of waiting for House Lalu to act. We know where our people are being held, but because of the lockdown, we can't go get them.
Okay, well, is it the...
I watched the Malborn abduct my egg sister. I saw where they took her. I saw Councillor Ralden and Advisor Giron go to the same place. You have to help us.
It's got to be that house outside that's got the green stuff coming out of it.
I doubt the guards will try to restrain you. You can come and go as you please. Speak to Madras.
You must be the one Slips told us about. She said an outsider was hired to find our people. That's a strange thing for an outsider to do, even for Hlalu Gold. What are you really up to?
I'm trying to help. Councillor Ralden has vanished too.
So that's it. Hlalu's leader disappears and they finally decide to take action. I don't give a damn about Councillor Ralden. I just want our people back.
Okay.
Act. We'll get weapons, ignore the lockdown, and rescue our people. If anyone tries to stop us, we'll cut them down.
You know what happens
Or not.
when untrained, unarmored individuals use weapons against trained, armored, and well-equipped and experienced individuals? It never works out very well. I'm just saying.
I don't want to fight them. They have their orders, but they're wasting time. Every second that passes is another second our people remain in danger. Sometimes you have to resort to drastic measures to save the ones we care about.
But the guard is absolutely gonna beat you down. They're wearing heavy plate. You don't even have leather.
I know this isn't an easy decision, especially for someone who has no stake in this. But I have to know if you're going to help us. We could use someone with your skills.
Let's go with this one. That's you'll all die. Let me deal with this.
We're going to rescue our families, or die trying. I don't trust you, outsider. We'll deal with this.
Well, then I guess you're all gonna get killed. Enjoy. Not my problem. Bum ba bum bum.
How did you get in there? Madras doesn't let just anyone attend his secret meetings. Wait, you're the outsider working for Councillor Ralden. Please tell me you haven't bored. I've been passing information to him. My mother vanished, but I have my orders. So, I've been hoping Madras and his people would find something I could take to the house leaders. What? Madras is going to get those people killed. They're farmers and peasants, not soldiers. I can't let you do this.
I told him. He didn't listen.
You need to find the missing villagers and get them to safety before Madras leads this group to its doom. I'll find out where Madras thinks they are. But first, you have to help me slow Madras down. Cause a distraction, something that will slow them down and give you enough time to find our missing people. Everyone's on edge because of the Lodos plague. We can use that. You know what people think causes the plague? Rats. See the rats running around the village? Harmless, but people are afraid of them. Take this bag, grab as many rats as you can, bring them back here and release them at the door. That should scatter Mardras's group for a while. You help
That's
me
smart,
destroy
actually.
and save these people's lives, and I'll find out what Mardras knows. Catch those rats and bring them back here. There's no time to waste. The little swits are quick. If you get too close, they'll run away from you. To grab them, stand as far back as you can. That way you'll catch them by surprise.
Okay. That's actually pretty ingenious, her plan that she has. There's the white one over there. I can see it in the bushes. Let's go to first person for this. Aha! We got one. I see another one down there. Oh, I see one right there. That's two. And that's three. Let's go do that. Thank you for the lurk. There we go.
What's that noise? Rats! They have the plague! Run!
They have the plague.
Open the windows! Out of my way! Don't let them bite you!
It looks like the rats are moving in. I appreciate your help in this. Now no one will get hurt. Those people just want to see their friends and families again. But I don't want them to get hurt. Calling the guards will just make the situation worse. I got the information from my contact in the group. Report back to the kin house. I'll meet you there. I'm going to retreat.
Okay, so we gotta report back now. Let them know we found it. What are we up to? 6 out of the 18? Okay. Alright, so we have the information. She's smart. She she did so. She was understanding and found a creative way where nobody would get any sort of blame, or no one would feel a need to blame anybody for dispersing the angry mob, right? And it prevented loss of life. That was pretty creative.
Any sign of Giron or
And
Raldin?
she played into their preconceived notions and understandings.
That's good news. I also heard from my associate, Nariu Virian. We may have finally gotten a few breaks in this sordid situation. Nariu told me you found a note at the Morborn camp. That might be a link to the creator of the Lodos Plague. This drastically changes our stance on the situation here. I care only about a name and a location. Such information brings me closer to fulfilling my current contract. Because of this, I've decided to offer some assistance. I'll gather the House Hlalu guards and follow you. Whatever you find, the guard will be there to back you up. Now go. Find your ally and save the Counselor. I'll catch up with you. I'll gather the guards and follow in your path. Now go. Find your ally and let's...
Okay. Interesting. Check something here, right? Let's check something here, right? All right, so thank you all for hanging out with me. Here's what we're gonna be doing. We're gonna be doing a raid on Twitch because I've been going a little over 9 hours. So we're gonna raid out on Twitch. Please stick with me. Twitch, if you haven't hit those follow buttons, please do so. YouTube, if you haven't hit those subscribe buttons, please do so. I appreciate it. We're going to keep going through, getting stuff knocked out, get these zone quests knocked out, and see if that changes anything when we go into the Molong Ball quest. So that'll be interesting. But thanks for hanging out with me. I definitely appreciate it. Now then, let's get that raid going. We're going to go see Pixie Aquatica. She is doing Witcher 3. Alright. Please join me, and when we get there, make sure to hit those follow buttons if you haven't done so already. Trying to get her to 50, so that way she can switch over and experience the greatness that is Skyrim. Alright, let's get this raid going. See y'all later.